Good afternoon, all. And as always, court is early, which is it's a plus because it's better than when court is late, and hopefully that will indicate that nothing. Because yesterday it was 4 hours of
Ready.
stupid
Okay.
testimony by the
So this
defendant.
is 20 CF 364 State of Wisconsin versus Lori Phillips appearances.
I really hope they had a really good talking to her last night about what she should and should not be saying today.
Morning, Your Honor. Ms. Phillips.
I can see lots of problem coming from cross-examination.
Mistake victim notification requirements. Last night I read after.
Oh my God, guys.
Sent you a draft copy of the jury instructions. We can talk about it at the scheduling conference, but I just wanted to send it to you a little bit early so you can take a look at it.
And while
any
that's
other
all,
issues we need
let's
to talk
say hi
about
to
this morning,
Christine,
Mr. Zach
Salbert,
Ms.
Eris.
Phillips we'll swear you in again this morning, just so you know.
Flux will be fluxing around tonight discussing the Maya verdict. That'll be interesting. Go see that. And of course, have your notification set for that's tomorrow, where they will be on with Winning Reality. It's always too late for me to watch all the fun stuff. And of course, Sal will be talking about his.
Everybody just.
I don't know
I know
if
this
I
is
should call him
emotional,
his
and I
spirit
know it's
animal, but his
difficult.
fellow peen
It's the court of
enthusiast,
law. You have to
Mark
show
Jensen.
respect.
So
Cannot say things,
get
you
ready for that
cannot
tomorrow.
eye roll, cannot
Tomorrow
flail.
we will
I'm not sure
also
who,
be
if
doing
anybody's
Stab
doing
Your
it,
Day.
but if
I
you
haven't
do,
sent out
please
any
don't.
invites, but I
If you
hope
were, please don't. I
most
should
of the
say.
gang of all of the gang will be ready to
And
rock
nothing was
and
really
start the
noticeable to
Saturday
me,
off.
but
We had
my
the
head's
last week
down
off.
most of the time anyway. To be
I did.
honest, I take
Sal
notes.
and Mo had
So I didn't see anything.
Saturday non-statutory, statutory, whatever we
I'm
should
not
call
paying
it,
attention,
stream. But I
State have any
hope they
anything
can
else?
all join me again tomorrow. I still have a little thing I want to
Honor,
propose to Sal.
yesterday,
Good morning, Sue.
complete through Ms.
Peanut,
Phillips' testimony
Fedorowski.
was evidence of other acts that the court deemed inadmissible. We did not object to them at the time. And specifically, I'm referring to evidence of restriction or denials to use the cell phone. That was specifically prohibited by the court at the other acts motion hearing. And it's.
I'm sorry. I know you want to see the live feed, but I have to do this. The best part of my day is saying good morning to genitals. I have like Sal, I have a preference, and I like to say good morning to mine. Sal likes to draw his. Picture you up early or late. Rob Mill is also here. Greedy bloke. Swinging by. Danny T. Farm girl mom is ready to go. I don't know why I make Christmas songs, circus songs. It's not because we have a Swede in the house. Hey Nick, will you be doing a Friday night stream? Please write it so everyone can see that you will be doing your Friday stuff if you're doing your Friday stuff. Because I will probably be here till that time. I'm trying to entertain you, Brandon. Or do you talk about the judge? I think it was just the normal jury instructions. And now we're going to go into Angry Mac Angry. I haven't touched a brush in 20 years, lady, because she got struck down a couple of times yesterday. Sal is the expert. Yeah, who doesn't love that one? I got restricted yesterday on my stream again. I don't know why. You will be ready for Stab Your Day. That's a good thing. I have a great thing to say. 1:38 a.m. I went to bed 1:38 a.m. my time. So get to bed. The judge, yeah. This judge is actually quite good. he yelled at the state for going too far. But let's hear what she's going to complain about, because she's been angry a lot.
In your order. Mark, taking my cell phone, always taking my cell phone. He would usually do that. There were multiple comments, both by counsel and by Ms. Phillips, about the cell phone. And so at this point, I just want to ask the court to A, admonish them about that, and that there should be no further testimony, and B, that they are prohibited from arguing about restricting the cell phone use during closing.
Counsel.
Judge, well, that's not my recollection of the other X order. As we recall, the court specifically allowed Ms. Phillips to talk about being isolated by Ms. Phillips by way of the incident with the internet at the home. And it was part and parcel, quite frankly, with the first.
That'll probably be when we are rounding up this one.
Her cell phone was taken after the fact, and that explains why Mr. Phillips was calling.
I have that monetization thingy I can look at, and I'm green as green can be all through the stream. Then I turn it off, go to bed, wake up, and it's yellow. It's not snow, so I punish it repeatedly and say, please review it. And within 12 to 24 hours, I'm normally told, yeah, there's no problems. I get caught up in the AI. I don't know if it's because it's caught streaming. There might have been dropped a little N-bomb yesterday, some C words, and a little of the F words. So that could have been that, but I didn't say anything. No, the state never goes too far. Absolutely. I don't have a closed caption options. The last couple of streams from Lawn and Crim haven't had I can't even auto-generate them. This isn't closing. They are still bringing Lori back. She hasn't even been crossed yet. Well, I'm not going to pull that up, son.
Kevin Stevens from her cell phone, and why that cell phone exchange applied. I don't intend to raise the issue again, and I didn't intend to step up to follow any other act order if that's safe, please.
Well, normally I get the green. I got the green light just before I went live for the stream from the day prior, but that was green to begin with, so. You can, but then I will turn on the naughty words list.
Yeah, I think all the comments about the phone being taken were in the context of that night, mostly. I don't think they were replete with comments about maybe that one other incident it was taken, but that was part of, I don't think, I mean, right now, I think the state's trying to say that there are references to other times he took it because this is something he would generally do, is take her phone. I don't even remember her saying that specifically, but I do remember her saying that in episodes that are part of the
Hey,
case.
Jamie.
Hi, sorry.
So
My name is
no,
sorry.
I think references can be made about the phone being taken, for example, that night.
That night.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but number 3, it's in the order, number 3 that you signed, that he otherwise prevented her from maintaining phone access is inadmissible. So her saying he always would do that, and she did say that. And that should not be argued by Mr. Zacher, and I know he argued that in his opening.
Mr. Zacher?
Judge, I don't intend to argue it in closing,
All
but
right.
I would take the position that the states waived any objection when they didn't make an objection at the time.
And I don't think it was a significant amount or a significant enough reference to actually violate the order. I did not see it as a violation of that order. There was not like, here, this situation where he took my phone, this situation, he took my phone, this situation where he took my phone. That wasn't the type of testimony. It was, maybe it was too generalized because it was a response to those incidences, but
Yeah.
if it's not argued in closing, that's fine. Other than the particular incidences where the phone were taken. Does that satisfy?
Yes, thank you.
Anything else from the state?
She's such a
No.
baby.
All right, and the jury's ready to
Yeah,
come in.
but she got
Let's
struck
bring the
down
jury in.
all the time yesterday, so now she wants it back.
Yeah. You really didn't object if it was such a big deal. You didn't
No,
object.
but she just wanted to preserve it. Hey, Sean Burt. No, they're just talking about the judge being mean to the state.
You're so mean to us. Meh.
Let's catch up. Yeah, judge is picking on me.
All right, everybody may be seated. Good morning, everybody. We'll get started right away. I think, Ms. Phelps, let's have you come on up. We'll have you re-sworn because it's a new day, and we'll continue with the direct
It's a new
examination.
day. Yes, it is.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Happy Friday, everybody. Yay.
Yeah, it's Veterans Day or something in the U.S., right?
Oh, yeah, is it?
All right. Morning, Lori.
Morning.
Tomorrow is
I think where we
Armistice
left
Day.
off was talking about your access to the home security system after you had fled from Mark. So
Yeah.
let me ask you about that. At any point, did you access the home security system through your telephone?
Yes,
Why did you do that, Lori?
I was looking to see if Mark either left the home or invited anybody over.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit. What would lead you to believe that Mark would leave the home?
What would lead me to believe that he would leave the home?
Yes.
He had stated he found some beer tokens to a home and bar, that he was going to go to that bar and pick up some ladies.
Okay. And Lori, did you have some sense that Mark might also try to follow you in the other vehicle?
Oh, yes,
Which cameras in particular did you check?
all of them.
Why were you checking all of them, Lori?
We still
Because when I
don't-
couldn't tell if he had left the house or not with the vehicle, or had somebody actually even come in, I thought, oh my gosh, maybe he's in the hot tub. So that's the
I'll
reason for the
take
hot
the-
tub as well.
the
Okay.
boost
And
off because
Lori,
she
do you
gets
remember
really,
exactly where
really
you were
ainy.
each
Oh,
time that you checked the
You
cameras?
still can hear
No.
it, Oils.
Is
I'll
it
turn
something that
back
you were
on.
checking throughout the course of the evening just to see if Mark was up and about?
Yes,
Now, at any point, Lori, were you watching anything other than the live feeds from those cameras?
no,
And I'm going to ask you a question that you'll probably get on cross-examination. Were you checking these live feed cameras to see whether or not Mark had been injured?
no.
Now, let's talk about where you went after using the restroom at Woodman's. Where was that, Lori?
So after leaving Woodman's, then I went back over by the Baymont, and there was like a vacant lot type thing across the street that was dark,
Okay, what was the plan once you got to that vacant lot?
to sleep there.
Okay, were you able to sleep in the truck?
For a short time I did, I think.
Were you able to spend the entire night in that vacant lot?
No, it was too cold.
Okay, so at some point you got cold. What did you decide to do then?
I believe I actually searched to see if there were any other hotels near me. And when I didn't come up with anything, then I decided that it was probably safe to go back home.
Okay, well, what led you to believe that
be
you were
right
safe to
back.
go back
Sometimes
home at that
outside.
point, Lori?
Because if Mark, he would have been passed out by then.
That's something that you would have expected, that Mark was probably passed out and
Correct.
wouldn't have been up and aggressive.
Correct. Yep.
Now, when you were going home, Lori, did you do anything particular with the cameras?
Oh, yes, I turned them off so that the alarm didn't wake Mark up.
Is that the sole reason that you turned the cameras off at that point?
Yes,
And what would lead you to believe that the alarm might wake Mark up?
because there's a beeping. I can't remember if it's a beeping or what it is. It's been a few years, but that it alerts your phone anytime there's movement.
Okay. Were you trying to conceal evidence of you returning home at that point, Lori?
No,
So when you're returning home, and I can get the envelope, please. Exhibit 526. Lori, do you recall exactly which way you took back to your home that evening?
Honestly, no, not until I heard somebody else state which way I drove home.
From the area of West Salem, coming from the, I guess it would be the east to the west.
Correct.
But you don't recall that specifically.
I honestly didn't remember that, no.
And Lori, did you see Mark at all when you were driving back home?
No.
Which driveway did you take when you returned back into the home?
So the
I'll
one
give
to
you
the left of the house.
Maybe the laser pointer, why don't you point that out for us?
This one. Oh, sorry, this one.
So you've indicated the westbound driveway
Correct.
and, or I guess the western side driveway. And Ms. Phillips, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that the driveway that you typically took regardless of which direction you were coming from?
Me, yes.
Now, let's describe the conditions when you were driving back. Was it light out at all?
No, it was pitch black.
Do you have any street lights or sources of artificial lighting right in that area that would have illuminated the area of the driveway?
No. Well, my truck lights, that's it.
So other than the headlights, nothing else?
Correct.
And as you were driving up that driveway, the western driveway, where was your attention focused when you were driving, Lori?
On the driveway in front of me.
In the Dodge Ram that you were driving, were you seated differently from how you would normally be seated in the Subaru relative to the driveway?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a much bigger vehicle.
And Lori, at any point, did you look over to the right or feel the need to look over to the right as you were driving up that west-facing driveway?
No.
Hey, Nima.
Fair to assume that your attention would have been in front of you on the roadway?
Correct. On the driveway, correct.
Lori, I'm just going to ask you, did you see Mark out there when you returned to the house?
No,
How would you have reacted had you seen Mark?
I would have helped him.
Now, when you got back home, where did you park the vehicle?
I am on Twitter.
Right here.
So
You can
indicated the portico
send me a
area
link there.
between the back door to the house and the man cave. Is that correct?
Yep.
And am I correct in assuming that the front of the truck would be facing towards the east then in that view where you parked it?
Correct. Towards the trees, right?
As opposed to when you left, the front of the truck would have been facing towards the west. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you got out of the truck, did you see Mark at all?
No.
What was your assumption of where Mark was at that point?
Could see he
bed
was
sleeping.
in court yesterday.
Okay, so what
and
did you
he
do when
got-
you got back home?
When I got back home, I went in.
Nima, he got allowed to be at the hearings, but he still have to keep the 100-yard away from. He can't interview anyone connected with the case. And what was the other things? Well, I saw it this morning, but I know he's allowed to cover the case in the courtroom, so that's a great thing. But you're more than welcome to send me a DM on Twitter.
Inside, but I noticed right away the door was unlocked, which was very unusual, as well as the dining room light was on. But I did see my husband's shoes right at the doorway, so I knew he was sleeping.
Okay, so what was your impression then that the door was unlocked and the light was on?
I was like, wow, he must have been drunker than I thought and must have just passed out.
Okay, so what did you do once you got into the house?
I went inside. I went to the couch to sleep there, but A, it wasn't comfortable, and B, if Mark would have woke up to go use the restroom, he would have walked right past me, and that might have upset him, so I decided to go upstairs.
All right, and had you ever spent the night upstairs before?
No, I don't even know. Maybe been upstairs once or twice.
Okay, what was upstairs?
There's 2 bedrooms, but I slept in the small one right when you got upstairs.
Okay, now, were you able to get any sleep up there?
A little bit.
And at any point during the evening, did you do anything else with the cameras?
Yeah, when I woke up at one point and I remember thinking, where am I? I mean, because I was in an unusual spot. And then like everything was going through my mind of everything that happened that night. So I was like, oh my gosh, I need to turn the cameras back on so I don't get in trouble for turning them off to come home.
That's something that you felt that Mark would, that you would get in trouble for, so to speak?
Yes,
All right, so no dispute that at some point after returning home that you turned the cameras back on?
correct. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a follow-up question. Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Lori, about what time do you think that you got up that morning?
I want to say it was around 6:30.
Okay. Was it light out yet? Was it dark? What was the conditions that you recall?
I mean, it was lighter than when I got home, but it was still a little dark.
All right. So what was the plan when you got up? What did you intend to do?
Go downstairs and demand an apology from my husband.
At that point in time, did you feel that Mark would be violent or aggressive?
No, because he would have been more sober.
Okay. You figured that is this the type of state that you would go to Mark in when you would get apologies in the past?
Yes.
All right. So once you got up, describe what you did.
Once I got up, I used the restroom and then went to our bedroom.
And what did you find when you went into the bedroom?
Our bed was unmade and there was like pillows everywhere.
Was Mark in there?
No.
Did that alarm you at that point, Lori?
Yeah, because I had no idea where he was.
So what was your thought of where you would look next?
I thought I would go see if he actually took the Subaru somewhere last night and I just didn't catch it.
Okay. And when you were getting up in the morning, did you have your cell phone with you at that time, Lori?
No, well, it was upstairs.
Oh, upstairs where you had slept?
Correct. It was in my purse.
All right. And I'm going to ask that we go to a video on Ms. Witzke's computer here. And this will be Exhibit 507 from the video file, subfile video 1. Lori, do you see that exhibit up on the screen right now?
I do.
And is that you in the photograph to the left?
Yes.
Is that the position where the truck was parked after you returned back home?
Yes.
Lori, what are you doing in this video clip?
I went outside to go to the garage.
Okay, and I'm gonna give you the laser pointer. I want you to point out where to the garage you were headed towards.
The door is right there.
Okay, so you're pointing at, looks like there's part of the side door visible on the garage, is that correct?
Right. It's brown.
At this point, Lori, did you have any reason to believe that Mark had been injured?
None. No.
All right, let's play the clip. All right, does that, is that consistent with what you remember initially coming out of the house, that you were walking?
I
towards the
really
garage
hope
to
they
suggest
spent
whether or not
all
the Subaru
night
was there?
talking to
Correct.
her and say, shut.
And Lori, did you appear to be upset or
door.
visibly shaken in that particular clip?
No.
All right,
That's
if we
a
could get
Jamie
clip
thing,
number 2 ready to
not
go,
to
please.
say the real thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, she is now. She's 51 years
All
old,
right,
but she's
so,
got
Lori, did you
quite
make it all the
big
way to the garage
tatas.
when you went out looking for Mark?
So
No.
it's probably not for
Why
you.
not?
Because I saw my husband out of the corner of my eye.
How did you react to that?
I freaked out and I ran straight to him.
Sal doesn't like
Okay.
big
Um,
tatas.
I'm going to play
That's
clip
what I
number
hear.
2 at full volume, please.
Yeah.
Lori, what were we hearing in that clip?
Me
What were you doing?
yelling, crying,
And why were you crying?
because I found my husband dead.
Is that the exact moment that you saw that Mark was out there?
Yes.
Let's get clip number 3 up, please. Lori, what did you do when you saw Mark laying out in the snowbank?
I ran to him,
And what did you see about or notice about Mark when you ran to him?
that he wasn't breathing. He wasn't alive anymore.
What led you to believe that he wasn't alive?
His hands were like purple. I could tell. It was obvious.
And how did you react to seeing Mark out there dead?
I mean, I mean,
Give me a minute.
how did I react? I mean, I was in disbelief. I was in shock. I just ran. Then I ran inside the house to go get my phone to call 911.
You didn't have your phone with you at that point?
I did not have my phone. No.
I've got clip number 3 up here. Lori, do you recognize yourself in that clip?
Yes.
All right, if we could play clip number 3, please.
That one takes me right back to that day.
Lori, do you need a moment?
No.
What was happening in that clip?
I was running back inside to go get my phone to call 911.
And it sounds like you were screaming
Welcome.
or crying
Great
during that
success.
clip.
Correct.
And it sounds like a stupid question, but I have to ask you, why were you screaming or crying?
Because my husband I just found my husband.
Now, prior to these video clips that we just showed, Lori, did you have any idea that Mark had passed away?
No, none.
After running into the house, where did you go?
I ran upstairs to get my phone to call 911.
Life lessons.
And we've heard the 911 call. I'm not going to play that again. But do you remember much
She
about
got
that call,
me.
Lori?
God,
No.
what is wrong with me?
Why
I'm a
not?
weirdo.
I was in shock. I just remember answering whatever they needed me to answer and trying to do whatever they needed me to do.
Yeah, I don't believe she knew.
What did you hope that the 911 dispatcher would
It
do?
seems real to me,
Help
but
bring
again,
help.
we don't know her.
Did you think at
Well,
that point
and
that there
Right
was
when
any
she
point
saw
that Mark
that
would be revived
video,
based
she
on your
just had
observations?
that instant reaction. And
So
it
you
made me
recall
out.
Sergeant Valencia arriving at your house?
Yeah, it sounded
I wouldn't have
real.
known who he was, but yes, I
Um,
remember a police officer getting there, yes.
And
Sounded.
what was your condition or your
Um,
state of mind when Sergeant Valencia arrived?
Again, I was in shock.
Do you feel like you had a clear head when you were talking to Sergeant Valencia?
No,
Do you remember much of what you said to Sergeant
Sean
Valencia?
is
No.
always number one with the logic.
How about Deputy Stotinger, who took you inside?
I remember being inside with Mr. Leinfelder. I don't remember.
Sure.
Yeah, Iris, I'm just gonna stop it because it's very transformative. Please don't demonetize me again. She seems, I won't say coach, because that is absolutely not what she's been. But yesterday she seemed way too giggly. She was smiling, even though she was talking about what to me sounded like severe abuse. She had a smile on her face. So they absolutely didn't coach her to say, you better see if you can find a little waterworks today. But again, her reaction finding him and the corresponding reaction in the courtroom, I find believable. And again, for body language analysis and star signs come back on Sundays. That's when I do my weekly horoscopes and body language analyses.
And here is my genuine opinion. I think she was super nervous because, I mean, you guys have seen me on here. Like, sometimes I laugh when I shouldn't laugh, and because I get nervous and anxious.
And I
And
will ban you. You will ruin my channel, Jimmy.
no, but like when I'm talking to people about a serious thing, sometimes it's hard for me to be serious. And it's not because I'm an a-hole, it's because I don't know what to say sometimes. But
That's not an evidence.
but also I feel like if she was somebody who'd been through abuse a lot in her life, maybe she's used to coping by just being a strong lady and like not showing emotion, and I don't know. So that's kind of how I see her. But her genuine reaction when she saw that video again was very genuine to me.
Yeah. And they should have done that within the first 20 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, I
They
agree.
wasted 4 hours yesterday building up a lady who didn't seem like this was really anything. And it can be because she's used to abuse. I'm not saying that she isn't very traumatized because she's been through, maybe because we all know this, if you tend to fall for a bad guy or a bad girl, because a lot of men do the same thing, but we
Yeah.
just don't talk about it because men is supposed to be strong. Um, you will tend to fall for the same thing in the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. So to me, yeah, I can see how she could have been acting weird when we are watching her because she was so used to living with, oh, we're going back to my parents, I better put on the happy face. We were out drinking, yeah. um
Yeah.
yeah, and this is, and she had all the classic coping mechanisms when he didn't drink. Oh, there was when he was buzzed, he was really fun, but when he was drunk, it was a problem. Again, it's all of this. Those 4 hours yesterday just took it out of me because I would have gotten to this point very early in the testimony because this looked genuine.
Hmm.
It's to me, I wouldn't have wasted so much yesterday talking about the abuse because she came off as, well, yeah, it's what, yeah, I he didn't smack me too hard, and we know what Sean Connery says about women, and
Mm. Well, and a lot of people get put off by that sometimes because they're like,
yep,
so people
especially
that don't
if you
understand, they're like, well, why didn't you leave? Why did you stay with him? Why, you know, they do a lot of the why stuff. And
exactly, and it's very easy for people outside, but if you're kind of conditioned, um if you um if you live in in an abusive relationship, you have a different way to interact with other people, because if you love someone, even if they are very mean to you, you will try and hide it. We see that with kids. Kids
Mhm.
in abusive households still love their parents and will go to the end of the world to try and defend their parents. And it's the same mechanism, and we don't know, and that's the problem with her being on the stand. We don't know her baseline. Sean Bird, yeah, always keep your P hand strong. No, I shouldn't say P hand.
And let's talk about Mr. Leinfelder. Is that somebody that you had
I
known
should,
of
it
at
was
the
this
very
one I
least,
wanted to bring
prior to
up.
February 22nd of 2019?
Yeah,
Yes.
it looks different in everyone.
In what capacity?
Just from lacrosse. I've known Fritz for 30 plus years. Excuse me, Mr. Leinfelder.
Just from seeing him around?
Correct.
And do you remember much of your conversation with Mr. Leinfelder inside of the house?
I mean, I remember telling him, answering his questions. I do. I mean, do I remember everything I said? No.
At some point, did you go to the Holman Police Department to talk to Investigator Leinfelder?
I did.
And what was your impression of why you did that?
So that we could figure out what happened to Mark. So I could help him, give him any information I knew.
At that point, did you have any reason to believe that you were a suspect in Mark's death?
None. No, I thought Fritz was helping me.
And
No,
what
they're
were you trying to
not.
get,
They're never helping you.
out to Mr. Leinfelder when you were
No.
talking to him at the
Never
Holman Police
helping you.
Department?
What was I trying to get out?
Yeah,
I
that
just,
was poorly phrased. What were you trying to communicate to him?
I just wanted him to know everything that happened and hoping that he could figure out what happened.
Lori, were you still upset during that time frame?
Yes.
Were you thinking very clearly at that point?
I'm sure not. No.
And were there details or facts that you left out of that interview with Mr. Leinfelder?
Clearly there were, because there was it had stated that in the video. I said, I continuously said, I forgot this. I forgot this.
Was that because you were trying to mislead Investigator Leinfelder?
Absolutely not.
Now, do you remember Investigator Leinfelder asking you specifically about whether or not there was a history of domestic abuse during that interview?
Now I remember, yes, because I read the transcripts.
And at the time, do you recall indicating that there wasn't much of a history of domestic abuse?
No, I stated Mark's never punched me, is what I said.
Did you bring up the fact that Mark had choked you in the past?
That at that moment, no, I didn't want Mark to come off as a bad person.
Or any of the other incidents with Mark?
No.
And you jumped one question ahead of me, Lori, but why didn't you bring up the prior acts of domestic abuse at that time?
As I stated to Mr. Leinfelder immediately, he was a good man, and I didn't want to tarnish what his thought process would have been of my husband.
Is that why you said that Mark was such a good guy?
Yeah.
Now, do you recall having a discussion with Investigator Leinfelder about the fact that you and Mark had argued earlier in the evening?
Yes.
And Lori, at some point, did you try to show Investigator Leinfelder an area where you had a bruise?
Yeah, I remember telling him that I felt different in different areas, but I hadn't seen anything yet.
And did Investigator Leinfelder appear to take a closer look at your neck or chest area?
I remember him saying that he thought he saw something on my neck, yes.
Did anyone offer to photograph that or document the injury?
No.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the injuries here. And I'm going to go back to the Elmo, please. Do you recall Hannah Klinsky coming to stay with you after Mark passed away?
Yes, she came on Saturday.
And how do you recall, Lori, noticing that you had these bruises and injuries on you the following day?
It was after I took a shower and I got out of the shower.
And
Yeah, I can't
did
see
Hannah have a reaction to
maybe
the fact
because
that
it
you were
was
bruised?
spray the first
Yes,
day of
she's like, oh
trial.
my God, we need to take pictures of
Hey,
this.
Dave.
I thought it was
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Maybe
show you.
just
Mr.
really
Marcus
blonde.
Exhibit 520 previously received.
Oh my
Lori,
God.
what are we looking at there?
Exactly.
My leg.
And this is the bruise that Hannah described as like a boot print or a footprint.
Correct.
Exhibit 522. Is that a photograph of?
That looks like another leg picture as well.
Exhibit 521. can't quite tell if this is a shoulder or a leg, but is that a bruise?
It is.
Did you have bruising along your shoulders from where Mark had pushed you into the truck?
I mean, that picture, I'm not positive if that's a shoulder or leg. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Or, well, I'm asking, Lori, did you have bruises along your arm where Mark had?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
To show you Exhibit 523. What is that a picture of?
My arm,
And what, if you recall, is that injury from?
Mark grabbing me and pulling me around the truck.
Did these bruises hurt Lori the next day?
Yes,
Exhibit 524. What are we looking at on this?
I see a bruise and something else, and then like that red mark.
And is that something that happened during when Mark had been physically abusive with you on February 22nd?
Yes,
This next one I'm not going to display. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. This is picture 525, the injury of the of your breast. What are we looking at here?
a bruise on my right, it looks like maybe my right breast.
Was that something that was sustained in the course of Mark physically abusing you on February 22nd as well?
It was.
Was that the bruise or the injury that you were talking about when you described to Mark that your boob hurt?
Correct.
Why is that stupid?
At any point, did any investigator
Well, her
from the
boob
sheriff's
hurt.
department or otherwise ask you to come in and
Well,
be photographed or otherwise document your injuries?
Usually they
No.
like call it a breast or something.
Would
but
you have done so had you been asked?
Yes,
Now, I want to talk to you about your comments during your interview with Investigator Leinfelder. Do you recall, Lori, whether or not, what your response was to Investigator Leinfelder when he asked whether or not you hit your husband with the truck?
I said I did not.
What's your impression, or did you believe at that time that you had hit Mark?
No,
To this day, are you even sure exactly what happened once Mark reached that driver's side of the truck?
I have no idea what happened to my husband.
Lori, do you know for certain that Mark was not in front of the truck when you hit the gas?
Yes, that's what I could see. I could see in front of the truck when I was driving away because my headlights were on.
We're getting to the end here, and I'm going to ask you the big questions, Lori. At any point when you were escaping from Mark on February 22nd of 2019, did you believe that you were creating a substantial risk of killing him or causing serious bodily injury? Objection calls for legal. For perception, Judge.
Well, it is a legal conclusion sustained. Go ahead.
Did you believe that Mark was at any risk when you were leaving?
No,
Did you believe that your act of leaving would be likely to kill or seriously injure Mark?
no,
Did you think that you even had a remote chance of injuring Mark when you hit the gas when he was on the driver's side of the truck?
no,
Was it ever your intent to injure Mark?
never, no.
Lori, what was your sole purpose for trying to get away from Mark that night?
To get away from him so that I would be safe, to get to safety.
Despite everything that we've heard and everything that we've testified to in this trial, how do you feel about Mark today?
I love him. I miss him.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ross?
This was what they should have done yesterday, maybe with half an hour's leading of what happened during the rest of the night.
Well, like her emotions on the stand are like feel very genuine. She's like making me tear up.
Yeah, she feels genuine now. She didn't do that yesterday.
I know.
I think he really tried to put on his daddy's gonna soothe you voice to seem.
This guy though, just wait.
Yeah, he's
For
gonna be attacking.
These prosecutors. Ugh.
Ms. Phillips, the last thing you had testified to, your sole purpose that night was to get to safety. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So for everyone hearing your testimony today, is that, I mean, that's your sole purpose for that entire night? Is that what you mean in terms of escaping from Mr. Phillips?
When I left.
When you left and then your actions thereafter?
Correct.
Judge, objection bag.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead. Be more specific.
So your sole purpose was to get to safety. You're talking about the driveway incident.
Correct.
Was that your sole purpose when you went to the subdivision?
To get to safety?
Yes.
I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know where I was going.
Was that your sole purpose when you went to check into a hotel?
Yes, so that I did not sleep at home, correct.
Was that your sole purpose, or sole consideration, or was that what you're, and I guess, let me rephrase that.
See,
Was
you
that
suck.
a primary consideration after the hotel? Your safety?
Was my safety a primary consideration after the hotel?
After the hotel, when you're getting ready, I guess, after the hotel, where you go next?
To Woodman's, you mean, or to the vacant lot?
To Woodman's,
To Woodman's. Well, I went there to use the restroom.
in the vacant lot.
The vacant lot, I went there to sleep.
They just enjoy that that at least he hasn't had that bad comb over that we have seen on multiple lawyers. I don't know what's wrong with you lawyers and comb overs.
Well, no, it's these guys that have like, he has like a piece in the front, but he just refuses to let it go. And he's just
Yeah.
it's the piece in the front, like, just let it go. Because the piece in the front, when you have like missing all up here, and then you have a piece in the back, it's not a good look.
Yeah, she's gonna get an attitude, and that's why I wouldn't have her understand.
Well, I don't know about you. Is it just me, or his questions just like, they're really bad? And I'm even like, what is he trying to say? And
He's trying to say, why didn't you stay away? Why didn't you
I
go
know,
before?
like, but
So,
they're really bad, and I don't know. Anyways,
hey, mess. Stop being mean. It's being. Don't be mean to Iris Day today. It's her birthday. She's 25 years old today.
oh, where's Nikki? It's her birthday today. Remember, we've been trying to tell her
Yeah.
happy birthday all week, and now it's finally her birthday.
Yeah, that's why he has the Butters haircut.
Well, I don't know
Because I
why
couldn't get a hotel room.
bald
And you
head
didn't want to go home
bad.
At that point, no, not yet, no.
because you were concerned about your safety.
Correct.
Did you testify that there wasn't a remote chance that you hit Mr. Phillips?
No.
Did I testify? When?
Just
Judge,
a few
I'm gonna
moments
object.
ago.
It's mischaracterizing my question on direct.
If it
Yours-
wasn't what you asked, you can say no. Go ahead.
Did you indicate or testify in response to Mr. Zacker's question that you didn't think there was a remote chance that you hit Mr. Phillips that night?
Correct.
And you indicated that you don't recall speaking with Deputy Stotinger the next day, February 23rd.
Was he the first police officer or the second?
I believe he would have been the second.
Honestly, I don't. I remember talking to Mr. Leinfelder.
So you remember Sergeant Valencia?
I remember a police officer coming. I wouldn't have known who he was.
So let me ask this a different way. You witnessed and paid attention to the last 4 days of proceedings. Is that correct?
Correct.
So even if you don't remember from this particular time, you sitting in court saw the different witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you saw Deputy Stotinger testify.
Yes.
So now you know who that is. Is that correct?
I believe I remember which one he was, yes.
But you don't remember him at the time at the scene on February 23rd.
I don't recall talking to him. I don't remember going inside with him. That was what I had stated.
Okay. So you don't remember, or you don't, do you believe then that you would have said or indicated, I didn't hit him or anything, him being Mr. Phillips?
I didn't hit him. That's, are you asking me if that's what I said?
I'm asking about your statement to Deputy Stoninger. Is it my understanding? Are you saying that you just don't remember saying that at all?
No, you have confused me. So can you ask the question again, please?
I can. Deputy Stoninger, the
Mhm.
person who testified, got up and he went up there and he swore to tell the truth, just like you are. And that Deputy Stoninger, you are saying that you do not remember speaking to him at any time on February 23rd, 2019.
I don't remember going inside with him.
Do you remember speaking with him in the driveway?
Well, I remember him stating that I had advised that I did not hit my husband. Yes, I do know what you're saying.
Okay, so you remember stating that it's not like I hit him or anything.
I said I did not hit him, correct?
Did Deputy Stoninger imply that you had hit him when you were speaking with him?
No, it was more along the lines of when I said, would tell the story and that Mark ran around and he's like, and I remember like, and I'm like, well, I didn't hit him.
So the thought at least had crossed your mind that that could have happened.
When he kind of like question, like, gave me kind of a weird look. Yes, that's why I was like, I didn't hit
This
him.
is the
So
problem.
Deputy Stoner gave you a weird look.
In my eyes, yes.
Okay,
Now, yes, I do recall what you're asking me.
okay, so Deputy
I
Stoner.
just don't remember going inside with him. I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. So Deputy Stoner gave you a weird look.
Like a questionable look, correct?
Okay, and that's what elicited that statement. It's not like I hit him or anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Can we not like step on each other's?
we can, and I'm sorry. So after Deputy
I think that
Stoner
was the call
gave you
component.
that look, did you talk with Investigator Leinfelder after that?
It would have been after that, yes.
And then after that is when you went to the Holman Police Department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at that time, you had, I guess, felt accused, felt like someone was suspicious of you. What were you feeling? I mean, describe this weird look to us.
Yeah,
Not with a mis-
you can feel he's making bad questions, as Danny T say, but his whole thing is asking so convoluted questions that she answers in a way where he can say, "Oh, so you thought you hit him?"
And
No,
that's
well, the police officer asked me, "Oh, when did you say that?" Well, he looked at me strangely. That's why I said I didn't hit him. How does that come off? It's better to keep her yapping around like this. And that's why she shouldn't have been there. That's, to me, he can ask all the bad questions. He just need her to try and he needs her to say I might have could have hit him, because again it's reckless homicide.
Listen. I don't know.
Well, guilty. Now you're back. Hey, Mim. Yaya's World. Hello. Yeah, you Wisconsinites are a funny people. It's not quite as bad as your old or your son's old friend.
Mr. Leinfelder, I didn't know.
Okay.
Not at all.
But you had at least considered that it was suggested that that's what was being thought by Deputy Stoninger.
I just wanted to clear if he did question anything, clear that
And then you do remember going to the Holman Police Department?
I do.
Yeah, it's on my list of never go and drink the water there. Flint, Michigan, Texas, Florida.
And was your
Wisconsin.
testimony a few moments ago
Fine.
that while at the Holman Police Department, it was, I guess, your intention
Hey, Rabbit.
to help Investigator
doing good.
Leinfelder, whoever, determine what had happened to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Because you didn't know.
Correct.
So you were going to provide as much information as you could,
Yes.
and you were going to make sure that you provided important details.
To my recollection, yes.
And that's why you, oops, go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Are you finished?
Yes.
And that's why you were willing to make a written statement to Investigator Leinfelder.
Absolutely.
And then when you believe that you remembered something that you had left out in that written statement, you supplemented it, right?
I did.
And when we watched the video, that was, and Investigator Leinfelder was reading parts of that statement. That was all accurate. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it was all accurate, yes.
No, he has I'm afraid to let it go. He's the opposite of Frozen. Let it stay, let it stay.
Well, now that I'm looking at it, he has a patch, just one patch right here, 2 patches on the side, and then a little on the back. And it's like, what? Just let it go.
Yeah. Do the Frozen, not the anti-Frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I think CERN is the reason I get
I am handing
Restricted.
marked as Exhibit 89 to Ms. Phillips.
Mhm.
Your Honor, the parties had previously stipulated to use an agreed upon transcript for the purposes of Investigator Leinfelder's interview. Is there any objection to me using that throughout my cross?
I agree that it's authentic.
Go ahead then.
Ms. Phillips, what can you tell me about the camera system? What was your understanding of the camera system as it existed between February 22nd and February 23rd? And I'm asking in terms of how it functioned, what it did.
I mean, it was a camera system that recorded movements.
Okay. So it recorded movements and you indicated you could live view it. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Ms. Phillips, again, you've had the opportunity or you've sat through every witness that we've had here
I have.
in trial. And you've seen every piece of evidence that's been presented. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention?
Yes.
Would you agree, I guess, I'm asking specifically about the timeline aspect of this case, that there are a lot of moving parts in this case.
Yes.
We have the 2 hotels.
Mhm.
We have 2 or 3 bars. We've got your house, right?
Correct.
We've got other locations, correct?
Correct.
We've heard all sorts of texts,
Yes.
internet searches,
Yes.
other things that I'm probably forgetting about, but I mean, you would agree that there's a lot there to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Up until this point, do you have any issue with the times of things that have been presented in terms of text messages?
No.
Or the coming and going from the bar as far as timestamps we've seen?
I don't believe so.
And the arming, disarming, or viewing of security cameras?
No.
Do you recall speaking with Investigator Leinfelder about the security cameras as they were armed or disarmed on February 22nd, 2019?
Do I recall talking to him? I don't know if I recall, but I mean, I can go back to the notes.
Okay. Can you please turn your attention on the exhibit that's been handed to you to line 114?
Okay.
I'm starting with Investigator Leinfelder, and so let me do some more checking. Is it your statement, I just hope the cameras were on? I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea.
Hey, Stoop Kid. Haven't seen you here before. Welcome, welcome. Timestamps aren't up for debate in this case. Not really. They are on video multiple times. No one has disputed where they were at any time. The only thing we don't know is what happened outside of the house. No, timestamps have been very well documented by cameras. There's only like a half an hour when they drove past. They did a right turn outside a store. I think it was these. Jamie, what's the store you love? Not these nuts, but these clutch or something.
These muffler.
These muffler, yeah. They took a right turn outside of that, and the next time we see her in a hotel lobby. That's the only time zone we don't really know where they were.
Oh my God.
Is that an accurate reflection of that, or?
You said 114?
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not
confused.
one. Yeah.
What page?
So Judge, I'm using the line number on the right-hand side.
Okay, explain it to the witness. I don't have it, so I don't know what you're referring to.
But where are you? 1014.
Yes. I think I might have figured out the problem. Ms. Phillips, can you hold up that exhibit, please?
Hold it up.
Yes. So I'm looking at the lines on the left-hand side.
Mhm.
1014, 1014.
Oh,
Sorry.
hold on. Where it says, and so let me do some more checking.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the 1015, Lori Phillips, I just hope the cameras were on. I mean, I don't know if they were or not. I have no idea.
Correct.
And then at 1018, do you say, I'm assuming they were, if I had to turn the cameras off to come home?
Correct.
So you had armed the cameras at 11:08 p.m., is that correct?
If that's what the time was, yes. And obviously when I did all this, I wasn't thinking clearly, so.
So you weren't thinking clearly.
Correct.
So when you were asked that question, you just didn't remember.
No, I just assumed that if I had to turn them off, that they were on.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So you don't recall turning them on at 11:08 the night before, or you didn't recall them when you spoke to Investigator Leinfelder?
Correct. When I talked to Investigator Leinfelder, I didn't remember that part. Correct.
And you didn't remember checking the live feeds?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. To me, it made sense when I talked to him that if I had to disable the cameras to go home, that they were on. That's what I'm saying.
So I guess, is it your hope then when you made that statement that the cameras were on during the incident with the driveway? Is that?
I was hoping they were on, correct?
Okay.
Yes,
Because when you spoke with Investigator Leinfelder, you didn't remember
She
that you
came
yourself
home
had armed them at
from,
11:08.
that is correct.
She left the house where she might have hit him, went to a hotel she checked into, but made a mistake, so she wasn't checked in till the day after. And then she slept or sat in a parking lot for a couple of hours, went home, went to sleep upstairs where she normally didn't sleep, and at 6 in the morning went down to get an excuse from her husband, found him, and called the police. So yeah, she wore the same clothes. She is out on bail.
Had you calmed down by that
50,000,
point?
I
And by
believe
calm
we
down, I'm
found
referring
out.
to, I'll ask that in a different
Good
way.
morning, Audra.
We saw you were emotional when the arrival on scene. We saw you were emotional at the house.
Correct,
And that was understandable because as you testified, you just discovered your husband's.
correct.
Did you, I guess, have an opportunity? What was your emotional state during the interview with Investigator Leinfelder?
I mean, obviously I was still shook up, but I was trying to give him what he needed so I could go back home and be with my family.
Okay. Is it safe to say that you were at least more calm when you met with Investigator Leinfelder?
At the home and police department, yes. I just, like I said, I wanted to give him as much information as I could so I could go.
And you had already spoken to friends and family at that point.
Yes, I had people at the home.
And your friend Kimmy is the one who drove you?
Yes, she did.
Touching up on the end of your testimony, your direct examination, sorry. We saw pictures of the bruises again, and you remember that.
Yes.
The picture of the one on your leg, didn't you indicate yesterday that that was from you slipping out of the truck or hitting that foot rail or something?
I said that could be the possibility from that one, yes.
Okay, so you didn't specifically say that that was not Mr. Phillips.
It could have been from the step rail.
Thank you, Yaya, for becoming a member.
She became a cream pie.
She became a cream pie. Yeah,
Oh,
that's one of the
thank
big
you.
ones.
Thank you.
It
Yeah.
just seems wrong when I read it.
Ms. Phillips, I want to walk you through different things we've kind of heard about throughout your direct examination.
I think he's making her look more likable, to be honest with you.
Starting at Sloopy's. That was the first
Yeah, if there
place
had
that
been-
everyone had went to. Is that accurate?
I would just
And you had went
hit
to
her,
Sloopy's
hit her,
with
hit her.
Hannah. With Hannah and Adam Stevens were there. Hannah and Adam Stevens were at Sloopy's.
They met us there, correct.
Okay, and that was early.
That was early.
And is that when everyone had started drinking?
Yes.
Thank you, Dave, for the super chat. How cool is Baker from 1 to 10? I would put him right now. It's a toasty 20 degrees. So I'm at a comfort level 7 right now.
You're such a dork. Baker's like a 15 on the cool scale.
Yeah, but I didn't understand how bad it would look on writing. Thank you, Salbert. You have the only right answer. Thank you so much, Dave. And don't listen to the haters.
What haters?
Sawbird.
Oh.
And I dropped you a link if you want to come and hang out, Dave, but you're probably out blowing a guy. No, you put your mask down.
Well, I would like to hear his take on the charges and like what, like his.
Yeah, but he has a link, but he's probably too busy with
playing with his dinghy.
Yeah, he's out playing with his little dinghy. Yeah, see,
See?
he's at the
Oh, I
boat.
was right.
He was playing with his dinghy.
He was playing with his dinghy.
But thank you again so much for the super. Jamie, people hate us. We're doing a
And
trial.
did that include yourself?
Yes,
But everything at Sloopy's was okay.
everything at Sloopy's was great.
And
I
you went
think
to the
most
dive
of
bar
us
about what
think
time?
she could be innocent.
I want to say the drawing was at like 7 maybe, so we would have gotten there probably right before
They
that.
haven't really shown any evidence that she did it because there's no evidence on the car.
Mm-hmm.
And at what point in the dive bar did things, I guess, start to escalate with Mr. Phillips?
I mean, I don't know time-wise, but it would have been when we met up with Scott Gundy.
Okay. So you don't remember the exact time?
No.
Do you recall when the first incident of physical violence was with Mr. Phillips? About when?
Time?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
When we left the bar,
Okay. The dive bar.
the first time we left the dive bar, yes,
Okay. So the first time you left the dive bar, that is the first incident of physical violence with Mr. Phillips.
correct.
And not to make you just retestify from yesterday, but what was the first time he put hands on you that night? The one you're talking about right now at the dive bar.
When he brought me back to the dive bar.
So you're at the dive bar at this point, or you've left the dive bar?
The first time Mark put hands on me is when he brought me back to the dive bar,
Okay. And that was in the truck or outside the truck?
in the truck,
And it was parked? The truck was parked.
yes.
And at this particular time, can you remind me this particular incident, what he had done?
That's when he jumped over on top of me and was strangling me and yelling at me and
You have a
on
question.
top of me.
So you're in the passenger seat,
I'm in the passenger seat. He jumped over from the driver's side.
from the driver's seat.
Pause.
Mm,
The question.
Audra, all the evidence, physical evidence in this case, except the injuries, he has massive injuries to his left side of his rib cage and internal bleedings and scratches all over the front of his body. I don't believe anything was on his back. That's what the body shows us. There's broken ribs on the front, the side, and the back. And from my knowledge, from a trial where we had some of that, that would normally indicate some kind of car being involved. But there's no tire marks on him. The only evidence they found, legitimate evidence they found under the car, because they found apparent hair, which turned out they couldn't tell what it was, no DNA, no blood, no indications that the car had been in an accident. There was a little, like a cloth mark on the gas tank, fuel tank. They couldn't tell what it was. They had some white fibers and some blue fibers. The blue fibers were consistent with the pants he wore, but the placement of it was by the rear axle. That's a spinny thing. If a little bit of the fabric had been torn off by the rear axle, his pants would probably have been shredded very much. They were ripped, but again, if you get near the rear axle, you are gonna spin. She couldn't definitively say that those fibers were consistent with his pant because the fabric, they make a lot of pants out of that fabric. We have the ME saying we don't know how he died. We have the forensic pathologist saying I can't tell you how he died, and we have the DNA specialist saying I have no idea how, when, or where. So all the physical evidence is a little bit of blue fiber on the rear axle in his car. So yeah, there's no blood, there's no damage to the car, none whatsoever. So that's about whatever it was.
And seeing her testify about it, her reaction is very genuine to me, where she doesn't think she even hit him or anything. She doesn't remember anything. She doesn't, I don't know. So,
Yeah, and I'm
on
not
top
sure what
of,
you mean. Yeah, but a lot of things that went on after at the party, because are you mixing this with the Karen Reed case? Because there was a party after he have died. This is they were out drinking, went home. She leaves at some point. He's found the next day in the driveway. That's all we know. And we know after she leaves the house, she's at a hotel where she's on tape.
yeah, because they had video of every place she went that she said she went, and it all matched up. So,
This is 2023. Yeah, you shouldn't have you shouldn't have a case where all the physical evidence is minute fiber. They had both blue and white fiber. The white fiber they couldn't connect to his pants. So oh, she wore the same clothes in court for 2 days. Well, probably to seem consistent. Maybe that she was up all night being
maybe
taught
she,
not to say stupid stuff.
maybe she really likes that jacket. It's kind of cute.
So
Like
yeah, yeah, the car.
that car. Well, I don't say it like that. I say car. I think Baker sounds more like he has a Boston accent when he says car.
Yeah, it's and again, as always, we try not to put in too much of the outside world. We try to listen to what's been provided during the case, uh, and they haven't put in any evidence. It was, I can see 51 people here. We're probably a few new ones here today, and we have 6 watching over on Rumble. Hey, Rumblers. Um, I had a feeling that the judge was this close to make a direct verdict yesterday. And that's why I said it was a big mistake she took the stand, because he said it not directly, but you could read between the lines, like I'm usually telling Sherbert to do. Um, this they have no evidence. They had the only thing they have is they had been in an argument earlier that evening, and the car was at the home. There's no evidence on him that it was that car that did it. None. And we have
Even
3
car.
professionals saying we don't know how, when, or where. So yeah, you think it was an accident? Yeah, but again, we it's hard to be sure, because again, wouldn't again remember this is the 22nd of February, I believe that it happened, or the 21st. If you had been under the rear wheel tires of a car in Wisconsin at that time, it was snowing, you would probably have some kind of road debris stuck to you. And we haven't heard any evidence of that. We can we can speculate a whole lot, but again, yeah. Well, yeah, it's fine. We have a few who are always typing caps. It's there's room for everyone, big and small, up and down. We don't care. And every opinion is the right opinion. We like to discuss.
Mhm.
And we don't attack people. We don't shame people. We don't, even if we disagree, we try to be nice, except Sherbert. No, she's doing way better today, Winosaur, than she did yesterday. So, but other than Sherbert, everyone else is a nice person.
Correct.
Okay. And
That's
I
correct.
want to clarify kind of, when you said strangled, I can't do it as well as Mr. Zacher, so correct me, but I guess it was like a forearm hold, or it was a choke hold, or I didn't understand that. Can you please describe it?
He was using his
The
forearm.
evidence around the
So
car
you use
was
his right
alive.
forearm or his
It
left
was the
forearm?
koozie
Don't know.
and the
Have no
glass
idea.
Was Mr.
glasses.
Phillips right or left-handed?
He was right-handed.
Okay. So he uses his forearm, and that goes up against your neck area, is that
Correct.
okay? And then he applies
I'm
pressure?
blowing my nose again.
Yes.
Okay. And you're being pushed into the door.
No, in between the seats. Like he's actually pushing me towards his side, his seat. It's in between the seats. Not towards the door.
So, okay, so I think if I understand correctly, so he has actually gotten out of the driver's seat and is on top of you at this point.
Correct,
Okay, so he's on top of you, pushing backwards towards in between the seats, towards his side.
correct.
Okay. And then after that, you exit the car or the truck, and then that's when you go back into the dive bar, or is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Jung, it's the defendant on the stand. We're on
Ms.
cross.
Phillips. After the dive bar, I guess, and like I said, there's a lot of moving parts in this case. I'm trying to figure out, and again, not to just make you retestify. So at this point, how inebriated do you think Mr. Phillips is?
Okay, the first time when we came back to the dive bar, you mean?
I'm talking
When?
right after he gets out of the truck. That he just had this incident where he used his forearm, got on top of you, and applied pressure to your neck.
He didn't get out of the truck then, but how inebriated do I think he was?
Mhm.
Clearly more so than I thought, but I mean, I don't know how you want me to monitor that.
So you remember answering Mr. Zacker's questions?
Yes.
Yes.
These are your questions.
We need to.
Okay.
What? No, it's definitely not her natural hair color, David. She's had some help.
Go ahead.
All right.
So Ms. Phillips, during your testimony yesterday, you made a lot of representations about how inebriated Mr. Phillips was, what you thought about it, what that meant to you, things like that. Do you recall that?
I recall saying that Mark's a different person when he's drunk, if that's what you're referring to.
You refer, he's a different person, and there's different levels of inebriation. Do you remember that for him?
Yeah, I mean, there's like buzzed and then there's drunk, yes.
So yeah, buzzed drunk is fun. Buzzed Mark
Yes.
is fun Mark,
Yes,
and drunk Mark is a problem,
correct,
and Mark who does shots is a problem.
100%.
And Mark, I guess at some point when you said is annihilated, that was a problem.
Absolutely.
And at some point at the dive bar, he gets, per your words, annihilated. Is that correct?
I would say that would be at the end after like even doing shots and continuing to drink, yes.
Okay. So you have an understanding based on the scale that we've just talked about, how drunk Mr. Phillips is. At any, time, I mean, indicators, the way he looks, the way he smells, the different way he starts talking. I mean, things like that, right?
That is correct.
So at this particular time, how inebriated do you think he is?
Well, okay, so I would say he was drunk, but I've seen him much drunker before at that point
Okay.
because sober Mark wouldn't have done that.
Sober Mark wouldn't have done that.
Correct,
And now he has put hands on you. Is that correct?
correct.
And at this point, who's all at the bar?
Inside the bar?
Yes.
Hannah and Adam and Hannah's family
Okay. And
others that obviously that I don't know.
And Ms. Klinsky had testified that there was about 150 people at the dive bar. Is that correct?
I think she may have over-exaggerated when I look at the videos.
So you're looking at the video of just the part where the family's sitting. You're talking about that.
That whole section, correct.
Okay. So there's for sure not 150 people there. We all saw that, right?
Correct.
But the dive bar, I mean, I guess we agreed for the sake of time not to show out all the video, but it's a bigger structure, or it was a bigger structure, correct?
Yeah, there was another side to it, correct.
So there's multiple drawings?
No, there was one drawing.
Okay. So throughout that building, I mean, was there more people throughout the building?
Then just what we saw in video, yes.
Okay.
I just don't believe that there was 150 people.
Okay. And when did Mr. Phillips start, I guess, yelling and screaming at you? Are we at that point yet, or is that later?
Well, that would have been before. No, I'm sorry. That would have been when he came back in, yes. Well, actually, the beginning when he was yelling and screaming would have been after talking to Scott Cundy.
Okay.
I apologize.
So after talking to Scott Cundy, that's when the yelling and screaming starts.
Yes.
Is Terry LaFleur in the picture yet at this point?
No, he hadn't gotten there yet, no.
Okay. So this is just Scott Cundy, and he's screaming at you. Mr. Phillips is.
Yes,
Okay. And from that point, for the rest of the evening that you spend with him, he is, I guess, it's not the last time he screamed at you, correct?
No.
And he continued to scream at you throughout the bar?
in different areas, yes.
And there's that one period where you talked about he sends you the apology text, things seem okay. And then, I mean, I guess other than that period, is he like screaming at you consistently? Are you arguing consistently?
Yeah, that was the only time that he was actually calmed down that I could tell.
Okay.
Well, I mean, so after the text message for a short time.
Okay. And that was at about 8:52 p.m.
That's when I believe I got the text message correct.
Okay. And you remember you didn't respond to that text message because you were mad.
I didn't respond. You're correct.
Okay.
I was disappointed. I was mad and disappointed, yes.
Okay. Can you please look at the exhibit of, I think, 420, line 426?
Okay.
Does it say, I mean, can you read that for me?
For 426?
Yep. Or no, excuse me, 428.
I didn't respond because I was so pissed off.
And line 426, when it says, you know, you indicated he was always sorry, he had texted me immediately, I'm so sorry, that's the text you're referring to.
The text I was referring to is he said, "I'm so sorry, I love you."
Okay, the one at 8:52.
Whenever it was, yes, correct.
Okay. So not disappointed, you told investigator Leinfelder because you're pissed.
I was very disappointed with my husband as well.
Okay.
No, she's doing better today.
So after he sends the apology text and things are at the bar, I guess what happens next?
I told Adam and Hannah that I thought that he had calmed down and that if they wanted to go, they could go.
Okay, so you flagged off, I guess, called off Ms. Klinsky and Mr. Stevens
I did.
and the rest of the family?
I mean, I had nothing to do with the rest of the family.
Okay.
I don't know what they did.
Didn't we hear something? I guess, did you hear something about that? I guess Bob Klinsky or Miss Klinsky's father or stepfather, he didn't try to talk to
Of
you at all?
course, you haven't.
He did,
hasn't.
yes.
Okay. Did he try to intervene?
Absolutely
I thought
not.
we heard something about that. Is that your memory?
Well, that is what it appears to be. I don't remember what Bob said to me. I saw him come over and give me a hug, and then kind of look over at Mark, like I saw, thinking he was maybe trying to intervene, but I honestly don't remember what Bob said to me that night.
Okay, so he actually didn't attempt to intervene.
Did you say did or did not?
Did not.
No, I think he did. I think
Okay.
he did.
But you felt safe.
When Bob was trying to intervene?
Yes.
Oh, after Mark sent me the text, but this is two different, you're talking about two different periods right now.
Oh, okay.
So that's where it's a little confusing.
So Bob Klinsky, that is his name, right?
Bob is Hannah's dad, but he was over when Mark was doing all the flailing and
Okay.
that's when that's when Bob came over.
So that's earlier.
That's
Right.
earlier.
And that's when
Correct.
he's still screaming and everything else?
Yes.
Okay. And the period afterwards where you then let everybody know towards the end of the night, them being Hannah and Adam, that they can go to Winona, that's later.
Correct.
And then and Mr. Klinsky, Bob Klinsky, he went with them as well, correct?
No, he lives in La Crosse, so he went on with them.
So he stayed at the bar.
I don't know what he did. I honestly don't know. That's when I was over on the other side with my husband.
Okay.
I don't know what they did
So at that point, it's just you and Mr. Phillips at the bar?
Yeah,
with
I don't know
whomever he
what
was
they're
talking
going
to.
for, but
Okay.
Her family
Well-
could have still been there, but I
Like, this guy, like, can't even get the story straight. I've been listening. I had to do something, but it's just like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, wait. No. What? Like, you don't even know. You should know your narrative frontwards and backwards. You should know exactly what she's doing. And he's, like, asking these questions and confusing the whole storyline. It's crazy. He doesn't even know.
yeah, and again, she's been prepped, not coached. They have worked on their testimony, her testimony. He should have worked on his questions too. He should just have fired bing, 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 bing.
Yeah. Well,
Because
she's not favoring.
that's
Oh.
he should have been PISSING her off, getting her to get mad, get her to get hot under the collar,
Mhm.
yelling not yelling, but seemed like, no, I didn't, rah, 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 biting at her like you always bite at me, and that would be that would be good for them because they have nothing other than they need to make her an unlikable person.
Mhm. Well, if he's trying to trip her up, he's not doing a good job at it because she's correcting him. And then he's like, oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. He had an extra night. He had all the ammunition. He know exactly how weak she was on the stand yesterday. We all saw it. They should be ready to go today. He should know every fact. He should, like another lawyer I know, he should have his papers stacked and say, page 1, blah, blah, blah. Move it. Even no matter what she's answering, you
Mhm.
just want to imply she did it and she know that it could have done it. Yeah, but he could have asked it in a way where she got flustered because
Mhm.
we've seen it. She gets tripped up, but he's not good enough right now to me.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like he can try and trip her up, but the fact is, like, I'm not hearing her being tripped up. I'm hearing her saying, no, that's not what happened. This will happen. And he's just, okay,
Yeah,
okay. He doesn't even
yeah,
know.
and it doesn't come off as she was lying when she said this and this and oh, was it what happened? No,
Mhm.
she's keeping it straight. But if I was the prosecution, I would have hit it hard, hit it fast, and get to my closing arguments where I could just spin a tale. Yeah, I think that's what he's doing right now, but it's not working because you have to, whenever she's correcting him, he has to bang the next one, next one, the next one.
Mhm. Happy birthday, Nikki.
Happy birthday, Nikki.
Woo!
Yeah,
Everybody, happy
again,
birthday, Nikki.
the state has helped her case with every single witness.
Don't know.
He's saying happy birthday too.
We're
And
going to take a 5-minute break, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a 5-minute break, okay?
Is he gonna yell at them?
Yes.
Because this is an early break, an hour and a half in. Hey, waifu Kran. Yeah. Well, I can only do it fast. Exactly, as I said yesterday, but the light was on in the cabin. You
All
didn't
right.
know, did
There
you?
was a earlier sidebar, which I dismissed immediately, which was Attorney Scamp accused Mr. Zacher of nodding his head and gesturing towards the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
Oh,
I didn't even give Mr. Zacher an opportunity to respond. I didn't see it. I didn't, Mr. Zacher, were you doing that at all?
No, I was not judged. This is just the way that I sit.
Right. Since then, I've been watching Attorney Scamp staring at Mr. Zacher, trying to note other things. Have you seen more things since? Have you written down any indication that he's nodding or indicating anything?
I'm watching for that.
Right. So,
of course she is.
so much so that it's distracting. I think Mr. Zacher is very conscious of it, and I'm very conscious of it. I have to pay attention to the trial. Act professional. Stop doing this. Whatever it is, stop doing it.
Yeah.
Stop staring at him because he needs to do his job. And I don't know if you're nodding or not, but do not nod or anything of that sort. If I've never seen this level of response. I mean, I don't. If you continue to do it, it distracts the trial, and we will be here for a long time because they'll keep on taking the jury out. So you have a choice. One, trust that you're both professionals and act like professionals. Or two, we're going to keep on stopping the trial.
I just would like the record to know that because you did dismiss my concerns, which were brought to me by people in the gallery through a message, and I started watching, I sidebarred after I saw it happening more than once.
What do you
And-
think he did? What exactly did you think he did?
And Mr. Burdick would ask a question, would look at Lori and like slightly shake his head yes, slightly shake his head no. Sometimes he wouldn't, but there were times that he did. And it would look to me clearly that he was coaching her. And I did
Okay,
have.
let me ask Ms. Phillips. Ms. Phillips, did you see him shaking his head, yes or no?
No, I was paying attention to the person that was talking to me.
Did that influence any of your questions?
Not at all.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I will clear the gallery if I need to. So you have a choice. One, do not react. Do not text in this courtroom. Do not text in this courtroom. Put your phones away. I do not, if I hear there's more texting or any other indication, I will take your phone. This is a courtroom. Demeanor is you stay calm. I'm frustrated with this because you're delaying the trial. I don't believe anything inappropriate was done. We're going to move on with the trial. Of course I'm not. That's why I asked the jury to be removed. I think the outburst by the district attorney's office was somewhat inappropriate because it was so loud in front of the jury. I'm not going to give it instruction because I don't think it was loud enough, but it has to calm down and it has to calm down now. This is a very serious trial with high emotions and it must calm down now. Do both parties understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand. All right, let's bring the jury back.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can I use the restroom? I will be quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Focus on an individual topic.
This woman. Oh my God. I hope you were watching this. You are
Nikki,
a baby.
Nikki, this is our birthday gift to you. Yeah.
Act like an adult. You are 90 years old. You should be an adult by now. Jesus, woman.
Yeah.
But I like
I'm
this.
glad I did
It-
my cat drawing. John, it's the state, it's getting admonished for the 5th time during this trial. That lady has been yelled at 3 times for trying to put in evidence she was told, or testimony that she was told don't fly. And she did it 2 seconds later. This morning, she started by complaining about a cell phone yesterday because, we weren't allowed to bring it in. And now she's admitting to be receiving messages during the trial. Oh,
What?
I'm sad I missed hatred. You could have had all of it.
This
When
woman,
even Jamie gets mad, yeah.
she is the worst.
He's the Midwestern Borowski.
Yeah, because like, could you imagine if it was Judge B? Oh my God. But this guy is
Yeah.
like hilarious because you notice how he's saying it nicely with a smile, and then he'll just go right into be like, you act like an adult. Like, I was like,
Yeah.
whoa. It's like the nicest yelling I've ever heard.
It's yeah, she's trying everything, but she could just have had a better case. Well, the lawyers can have their phones, but they just shouldn't be texting. You know that from when you were in court, you were probably told put your phones away.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the problem that they have a phone. The problem is someone is texting them during the trial. We saw that in the Zachariah Anderson case as well. They were admonished by Mr. Back in 2022 and 1922 and 1822, I got some cookies from a Girl Scout. Virgin Mary was my school friend.
This
You-
judge is just not putting up with it, though. I love it. He's yelled at the state already for their taking too long with their case, saying, you told me you would be done by Wednesday afternoon, and you're not. And what the heck's going on? Get your crap together. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then Cat Lady's been whining the whole time like a big baby about, but Judge, he's so mean to us. He's doing things that are not, they're making our case look bad. Wham.
Yeah.
That's just, she's been sounding like Jung the whole time.
We can do it again.
Ladies and gentlemen, and get your phones away.
The
Oof.
person that was talking to me.
Did that,
Clearwood in which were
if you can, whatever it is.
Let's get a little
Can't
bad
accuse,
scolding.
um,
We'll catch up.
which was Attorney Scamp accused Mr. Zacher of nodding his head and gesturing towards the defendant. Is that correct?
yes.
And I didn't even give Mr. Zacher an opportunity to respond. I didn't see it. I didn't, Mr. Zacher, were you doing that at all?
No, I was not, Judge. This is just the way that I sit.
Right. Since then, I've been watching Attorney Scamp staring at Mr. Zacher, trying to.
That's the funny part. She has probably been sitting like this.
Just, yeah. And could you imagine if somebody's doing that to you? I'd want to give them the finger. Be like, or what are you looking at? Like, got a problem?
Yeah.
To note other things. Have you seen more things since? Have you written down any indication that he's nodding or indicating anything?
I'm watching for that.
Right. So much so that
Wow.
it's distracting. I think Mr. Zacher is very conscious of it, and I'm very conscious of it. I have to pay attention to the trial. Act professional. Stop doing this. Whatever it is, stop doing this. Stop staring at him because he needs to do his job. And I don't know if you're nodding or not, but do not nod or anything of that sort. If I've never seen this level of response. I mean, I don't. If you continue to do it, it distracts the trial, and we will be here for a long time because they'll keep on taking the jury out. So you have a choice. One, trust that you're both professionals and act like professionals. Or two, we're going to keep on stopping the trial.
I just would like the record to know that because you did dismiss my concerns, which were brought to me by people in the gallery through a message, and I started watching, I sidebarred after I saw it happening more than once.
What do you
And-
think he did? What exactly did you think he did?
And Mr. Burdick would ask a question, would look at Lori and like slightly shake his head yes, slightly shake his head no. Sometimes he wouldn't, but there were times that he did. And it would look to me clearly that he was coaching her. And I did
Okay,
have.
let me ask Ms. Phillips. Ms. Phillips, did you see him shaking his head, yes or no?
No, I was paying attention to the person that was talking to me.
Did that influence any of your questions?
Not at all.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I will clear the gallery if I need to. So you have a choice. One, do not react. Do not text in this courtroom. Do not text in this courtroom. Put your phones away. I do not, if I hear there's more texting or any other indication, I will take your phone. This is a courtroom. Demeanor is you stay calm. I'm frustrated with this because you're delaying the trial. I don't believe anything inappropriate was done. We're going to move on with the trial. Of course I'm not. That's why I asked the jury to be removed. I think the outburst by the district attorney's office was somewhat inappropriate because it was so loud in front of the jury. I'm not going to
What
give
was
an
the-
instruction because I don't think it was loud enough.
That?
What?
I said, what was the outburst? Did we miss that?
She said, sidebar.
But
Oh.
it has to calm down, and it has to calm down now. This is a very serious trial with high emotions, and it must calm down now.
I was just
Do both
thinking
parties
that one,
understand?
Danny.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understand.
Exactly,
All right.
Dan.
let's
I
bring the
will
jury back.
turn this
Your Honor,
car
I'm
around.
sorry.
I will
Can I
stop this
use the restroom?
trial. I didn't hear the sidebar thing, but I can imagine because I know what her voice sounds like, and she's such a whiny baby.
Yeah, she just made us some. The outburst was some kind like sidebar or something. Yeah, she's just a whiny. cat lady.
Oh,
Ms.
was
Phillips,
it?
my memory is that we were left off at
What?
No, I was it the time that she just called sidebar while he was questioning,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everybody,
While
what the heck?
no,
Oh, okay.
when this guy was questioning.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah,
she
and
called-
she said sidebar, and he dismissed it.
well, yeah, because he said you're the one questioning. What are you talking about? I don't know. That was weird. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was weird.
But that's because, and you're not allowed to pass notes in class. You know this, kids. If you bring candy, have enough for everyone, and don't share messages in the trial. And John, stab your day is a go-go.
the dive bar. Is that your understanding?
Okay.
I'm going to ask this as open-ended. Is there, I mean, in terms of before we had taken a brief break there, is there anything that you remember, I guess, in terms of where we left off or the question you were answering or anything that we missed? I'm asking an open-ended question that I don't remember where we are, and I'm giving you an opportunity to fill in the blanks if I miss something.
Judge, I'm going to object as to the form of
Yeah.
vagueness
An
because
open-ended
the state focused
question.
on an individual,
What
not
is
the
he?
cause.
He's there to do cross.
Yeah. Are you saying asking her if she missed anything that happened at the dive bar?
No, Your Honor, I'm asking if Ms. Phillips, during the course of her last testimony, if there's something that we missed in terms of that she had more to say, just go
Okay.
on. Okay.
Specific. Yep. Go ahead.
I don't remember where we left off. Stupid.
Ms.
God.
Phillips, I briefly want to understand Mr. Phillips, I guess, jealousy. When you spoke with Investigator Linefeller, can I direct your attention to line 414 on the exhibit that's been handed to you?
Okay.
When you had indicated, referring to Mr. Phillips, so he always explained it so that I could try to understand it. He said, if I ever feel like someone's trying to take you from me, is that referring to his jealousy?
Correct.
Is that referring to his possessiveness?
Well, he would say if anyone's ever trying to take you from me or if you leave me. So I didn't get the second half of that in there, I see.
And at line 417, you continue, or I'm going to lose you. Are you still referring to Mr. Phillips?
That's what I was talking about.
And then when you
yes.
say, he goes, I can't control what happens in my mind. He says, I can't help it. I can't help it. So when that happens, we just have to deal with it. And I'm just like, I just can't even believe that he makes these things up in his head. Is that still referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
And at line 421,
Yeah, this
that
is
he
a
gets
professional lawyer.
in his head and he can't let it go. Is that still referring to Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair description? I mean, is that accurate? Is that a fair description of his jealousy
Yes.
and his possessiveness?
I mean, I don't really like the word possessive, but
Okay.
I mean, that
Use
is,
instead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
he was just worried that if anybody was ever going to take me away, he'd say, or if I ever left him.
Oh,
Plain and simple, those two things.
okay. So he was afraid of losing you.
Yes.
And in fact, we heard a lot of testimony from different parties regarding that he was fearful of losing you. Is that right?
That we heard that he was,
I'll just-
mischaracterizing the.
I'll just re-ask, strike that question from the record, please. So when he's afraid of losing you, that's why he is jealous of other guys, right?
correct,
And that's why Terry LaFleur, I guess, was a problem here.
correct,
And you had nothing to do with Terry LaFleur, other than an acquaintance, right?
never, correct.
But in Mr. Phillips' mind, he made this, I guess, can I call it delusional connection? Is that correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And this delusional connection is that, I mean, he saw just some random dude at the bar, right?
Well, Terry wasn't there. Terry wasn't there yet.
So go ahead.
Scott said Terry was coming. So Mark assumed that either Scott called him and said, hey, Lori Phillips is here. Lori, he would have said Lori Gamoki, come to the bar. That's Mark's interpretation in my mind. But in fact, I believe that they had plans all along for Terry to come and meet Scott Cundy for drinks that night at the dive bar. Had nothing to do with us.
So when Mr. Phillips started getting mad about that, I mean, Mr. LaFleur wasn't even there.
Correct.
And Mr. Phillips didn't even know Mr. LaFleur, did he? Or do you know that?
I don't think he did, no.
So I guess the only connection between Terry LaFleur and his jealousy in that is what, the chapter 2 days thing?
Can you reword that?
I can. That his connection to Terry LaFleur is that he thought Mr. LaFleur knew you from, I guess, bartending days.
Okay, so you're talking about Scott Cundy. So yes, Scott Cundy said that of course you would know him because he used to bartend at Ghost Chapter 2, correct?
Okay. And that chapter 2 connection, that's what made Mr. Phillips mad.
No.
Exactly.
So
You're-
when,
Go ahead.
Hey,
so when
Murph.
Scott said, of course you know Terry, and then I
Murph,
was like, whoa, what does that mean? I've never been with him. He's like, no, he used to bartend at Chapter 2. My ex-in-laws owned a Ghost Chapter 2, so I bartended there as well. So that's how he thought I knew him.
So what I'm trying to understand is, I guess, let me ask you this. There were over 100 people at the bar.
He doesn't
I don't
know
even
what,
believe that, no. I mean, there was people at the bar, but I don't believe there were 100.
About 50.
I would say 50 would be good.
So there's 50 people at the dive bar.
Throughout the entire bar, I would say yes.
Okay. And there are other men at the bar. Is that accurate?
I'm sure yes,
And we saw the video, right?
yes.
And we saw all sorts of other, I mean, there's the guy with the $14.99 something shirt. We saw other people at the bar.
Okay, yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, we saw other people at the bar, yes.
What was the connection to the, as you understand it, between Terry LaFleur and Mr. Phillips? So what about Mr. LaFleur do you think made Mr. Phillips so mad?
It was the way Scott said it. He said, of course you know who he is. That is what triggered my husband.
Okay. So it's that, I guess that context clue.
Correct.
Okay.
this guy. See, I told you to wait in the cross.
I want to direct your attention to line 433.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be this bad. He had a night to prepare.
Ms. Phillips, you
Again,
stated to investigate
attack her.
Linefeller.
Say, you couldn't see him. You
He's
didn't
always
see
told
him.
me
You're
I
not
would
sure
never,
if you
ever
hit him. It's
hurt you ever. Is that referring to Mr.
accidental.
Phillips?
Correct.
It's
So
reckless
like I
homicide.
was
It's
just,
not-
I couldn't even believe it. That's referring to the physical attack that you experienced at the dive bar, right?
Correct.
And I'm not even gonna lie, I made a scene outside. I'm like, you know what? You put your hands on me, I'm done. I'm never ever, I'm done with you. You just go live your life, go. And that's when he stormed off or took the truck and just peeled away. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
Correct.
Okay. I want to understand your emotion there. What is going through your head? I mean, at that moment.
When I'm talking to Fritz,
Nope. So the moment, I guess that question refers to a moment, right?
Did I talk to Fritz? Mr. Leinfelder, excuse me.
Did you make a scene at the bar?
Outside, I raised my voice to try to attract attention, yes.
Okay, so that's when you raised your voice.
That is correct.
And that was because I think I heard that 2 people were in the parking lot.
I don't know how many people were in the parking lot, but there were people out there,
Probably
yes.
not.
They were smoking.
You yourself
remember
saw
right.
somebody,
People were outside smoking, yes.
and you were hoping to get their attention.
That is correct.
And you were hoping to get their attention because you wanted their help, right?
Yes.
And when
You're
you
the
told
first one,
Investigator
Dennis.
Leinfelder, I'm like, you know what? You put your hands on me. I'm done. I'm done with you. You just go live your life. Go. Who are you referring to?
That's me talking to Mark, but I think that was in my head.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking.
So that's what you're
I
saying.
didn't say that to Mark. I apologize. I didn't mean to overtalk.
I'll rephrase that last part of the question, and I will also try not to interrupt you or anything like that. I guess I apologize if I did. Where did you leave off? That's going through your head? That statement, the one that I had read, that's the feeling that is going through your head at that moment.
Correct.
Okay. So did you actually yell that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So I guess, what did you yell to the people you were trying to get help from?
I was like, you've done enough tonight. Stop. That's what I raised my voice and said.
So you directed that at Mr. Phillips,
Yes.
but you said it loud enough to try to get somebody else's attention. Is that the idea?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Audra.
That's our take on it as well.
What happens next?
I would say, and I don't know how the rules are. I'm not a lawyer. I would ask, could you be more specific? What are you talking about? I wouldn't help him by going off the cuff. I would try to say, what do you mean? At what time? What are you referring to? I wouldn't be dragged into this open-ended things where what happened next? Well, I heard a car horn. I smoked 2 cigarettes. We heard Lambada on the radio. Because where is he going? If he's asking the questions, then ask questions, not this. What happened next? That's an open-ended question. He shouldn't be. She shouldn't help him, and I think
mean,
she's too nice.
She's trying a little bit, She's like, "What do you mean?" And it's because he's so freaking lost. He has no idea where he's going with anything. He has no. I mean, geez, oh Pete's, we've seen it when they were trying to explain why there shouldn't be a directed verdict. He didn't even know what. Did you think that they didn't even know if she ran him over? They don't even know what happened.
No, they have
theory.
no theory of how, when, or where she ran him over. They just believe she did it.
Yeah, and
but again, her attorney should object now and say, vague.
Yeah, I'd be like, he's been pretty good. But he probably thinks too, like, oh my God, this guy is just killing his own case. So let's just.
Yeah, but again, they have to keep her in check. We saw her yesterday. She wasn't great yesterday.
No.
She's good today. She was bad yesterday.
I think, well, Jung even came in. She hasn't watched a day of this trial, and she said, I believe every word out of her mouth. She just seems like she's genuinely answering. She's not floundering.
But she didn't do that yesterday.
I know.
Yesterday, she talked more like she was talking. She was trying to tell a tale.
Yeah. Well, the direct was more of like him trying to get her to this whole narrative, and it was just like it didn't need to be done.
It wasn't working. It wasn't working.
But now that
and that was it was way too broad, and that's why they shouldn't let her get broad again.
Well, yeah, and
Not
now
in that way.
Mr. Weird Hair is over here just trying to engage with the questions of what happened that night. He don't even know what happened that night. He can't even say. He doesn't even know. And then he keeps trying. I love when he keeps trying to be like, oh, well, what did he say? He's like, oh, where'd you leave off at? Like, he don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's just so ridiculous.
My conversation with Mr. Leinfelder or what, when
Yeah.
when I go in the bar? Or wait, that's
What
the
happens
end of the
next
night.
at the bar?
Judge, I guess I'm going to object and ask the state to clarify at what point we're actually at.
Yeah, Mr.
you.
Burdick, please be a little bit more specific about your questions so that the witness and we know what you're talking about. Go ahead, you can ask specific questions. You're on cross. Go ahead.
I love this judge.
I know. He's like, come on.
You're in the parking lot. You just tried to, the point at the parking lot where you,
Sorry, I know I do this a lot. Twisted. I miss you. Listen to when the judge stops talking. Listen to the lawyer before he starts answering a question, asking a question.
Go ahead, you can ask specific questions. You're on cross. Go ahead.
you're in the parking lot. You just tried to, the point at the parking lot where you just tried to get
was
somebody's
sighing.
attention. What happens after that?
That is when Mark physically walked me across, well, first pushed me because that's the part when I was leaving. And Mark came out and busted me leaving. So then I parked the truck and got out. And that's when Mark assaulted me again and then walked me around and put me into the truck.
Okay. And at some point, you were communicating or getting calls from Adam Stevens. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think when I was with Mark, I did.
Okay.
And if I did, then I forgot that.
You shouldn't say that.
After that, I did.
Just say, I don't think so.
How about this? I'll focus on, can you please turn to 522? Line number 522.
Okay. Okay. That's a totally different time.
It is.
Yes.
And you told Investigator Leinfelder, I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens.
That is correct.
Who are you talking to?
Mark.
And you're talking to him in person or you're talking to him on the phone?
I'm talking to him on Adam Stevens' phone from when my husband was calling Mr. Stevens 3 or 4 times in a row.
Okay. And you're mad?
I didn't understand why he would bring somebody in from the outside. I just said, leave him out of this.
So were you embarrassed?
That was very embarrassing that he continued to call my friend.
So you're embarrassed because Mr. Phillips is calling your friend Adam Stevens.
You're embarrassed, so you want to run him
Tell
up
me to talk me into getting in the truck with him.
And you didn't want that information known.
I wanted him to leave Stevens alone is what I wanted.
Okay.
He shouldn't have ever involved him.
And are you disappointed or are you mad or what's the emotion?
Just wants to make her mad.
I was just like, leave him alone. Stop calling him. Like, quit bugging him. So my emotion, I guess I would be upset, I guess. And embarrassed.
Ms. Phillips, do you agree that you left the dive bar for the last time at about 10:09 p.m.?
According to what I remember Mr. Leinfelder saying and seeing, I believe, video footage, yes.
Okay. And then you and Mr. Phillips, you had one more fight in the parking lot after you left or no?
When we left for the final time, that was the fight that we just discussed
Okay. At the dive bar.
at the dive bar.
And then you go, I guess, did you?
Thank you, Souter. I'm too cool for school. I am. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you for joining for this amazing show today. This judge is too cool for school.
See, thank you.
Took about a minute, 2 minutes. When did you
Oh,
get back in
I
your car?
forgot.
The truck.
From when we
Thank you, Souter, for the
Left.
super chat.
The dive bar.
I mean, a few minutes.
Okay.
It was 5 years ago. I mean, I don't really remember how long it was, but we were out there for a couple minutes for sure.
More than 5?
I don't think so.
Less than 5.
I would say so.
And then did you and Mr. Phillips go straight home from there?
Yes,
And he's driving.
correct.
And you were in the passenger seat.
That is correct.
And he's screaming at you at this point?
He was bringing up Terry LaFleur again, yes.
Is he screaming at you or is he bringing him up or is he speaking to you?
No, he was definitely yelling, correct.
Man, this Terry guy.
Yeah. It's
He's
not going
caused-
great.
And do you go straight home?
Any issues?
We did go straight home.
And I believe I heard, or do you agree with Deputy Sloan's assessment that it takes about a half an hour to get from the dive bar to your home?
I would agree with that.
So it's about, would you say 10:42 to 10:45 when you and Mr. Phillips pull in the driveway?
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Sure was affirmative, but yes.
When do you take off your ring and give it to Mr. Phillips?
On the ride home.
On the ride home.
Mhm.
So he's driving and go ahead.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
And how do I mean, do you put it in the cup holder? Do you hand it to him? Do you put it in the glove box? Where do you physically put that ring?
I handed it to him.
What did he do with it?
I said, I don't want this. And he put his hand out and he took, well, I can't remember if he said this at first, but he said, please, please don't give that back to me. And then maybe took it. I don't know if I just continued to hold it out there for him. I just remember he took it.
Was that sadness you saw from him or anger, or what do you think his emotion was?
Actual speculation.
I think we heard testimony on it yesterday.
If she can talk about her observations, go ahead.
Your observations.
When he said, please, please don't give that back to me. I mean, he wasn't screaming at me at that point. He was being genuine.
And did he stop screaming after that point? During the ride home?
A wedding
No,
ring.
I'm fairly positive that it continued. I mean,
I don't
as
know.
far as I remember, it continued the whole ride home except for that short little point of giving him the ring back.
Do you know how long that short little point was?
I mean, it was just, I handed it to him and I said, like, here, I don't want this, or I'm done, or something like that. And he said, please, please don't give that back to me. And then ended up taking it because I guess I just continued to hold it out to him.
So you're holding it? I guess hold it out to him. What do you mean by that?
Holding my ring. I took my
Why?
ring off and gave it to him.
And he never took it.
He did take it.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you get to the driveway. You pull up to the driveway at the residence.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah. At some point, yes.
Okay.
Mark had been drinking
And
since the
he goes
morning,
inside
and
first.
she had
He did
joined
go
him
inside first.
Okay. How is his emotional demeanor? What are you observing at that
at
time when he walks in
4, I
the door?
believe.
I mean, he just took off. So, I mean, I didn't know what he was doing. I didn't know if he like really had to go to the bathroom quickly but I mean, come to find out that he went straight to the safe to put my ring in there.
Okay. So he took off. So he's traveling at a faster than normal speed. Is that what you mean by that?
I mean, I don't remember. I just remember he took off because he's right there. The vehicle was parked right where he could just get right out, whereas I had to go around. And so he beat me in the house. That's all I can say.
Did he slam the door, throw the door open, anything like that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember.
I don't remember at that point.
And you indicated that he went to the safe.
He did go to the safe to put my ring in there, yes, and lock it in there
Where's the safe?
in the bedroom.
The master bedroom.
Correct.
And you go inside to put some seltzers in and get your contacts, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it safe to say the contacts are in your bathroom or are they somewhere else?
Yeah, they were in my bathroom.
At what point did you make the decision that you're truly going to leave?
I knew when I was going home, I was truly leaving. I'm sure he knew that as well.
So on the way home, you had already made up the decision, I'm gone.
Absolutely.
Okay. And you gave him the ring back.
I did.
And that was because, I guess, were you intending to end your marriage or?
I was letting him know that his actions were significant enough for me to just give up that night.
Okay. Did you have the keys to the truck or were they still in the truck?
We both have keys.
Okay, so you both have keys.
Correct.
Were yours on your person or did you have to get those from inside?
No, they would have been in my purse because I always have my keys with me to be able to get in and out of the house.
Okay. So you have your keys, you have them in your purse on you.
Correct.
And you went inside to put the seltzers away?
He had already been inside. The door was already open.
So the door to the house is open
Correct.
and you have the keys outside.
I'm getting
I
more
have
and more
my
confused.
keys. He has keys and I have keys.
Is that not a thing? You
So I
don't
guess,
have
Ms. Phillips,
2 sets of keys?
at this point,
sir?
safety is your sole priority. That's what you said when we had started. Is that?
Sorry, what?
Dennis, they could have downloaded the card data, but they didn't feel like it.
Yeah, we got
They
evidence.
were asked repeatedly, why didn't you do it, by the defense, and they said, well, it it had to be a significant incident to show anything, so we didn't do it. And we probably had to remove the black box from the car. No, you just have to put it in the slot. Uh, not
Yeah,
this slot, but another
it
slot. But
was a
yeah,
significant
it's
incident,
they
done,
didn't look into it.
but
It
they
wasn't their job.
claim the guy got ran over. So, but that's not significant enough for them to download the data.
Oh, yeah. So um, I'm not sure where. Um, no, they didn't care. They subpoenaed it. Was told they could get it, but didn't get it because maybe nothing was on it. So it's better to keep away than look at it.
Well, yeah, because they probably found nothing, and who knows? They probably didn't see.
No,
Anything.
they didn't
Oh
look
yeah,
at it.
sorry. Yeah, they didn't even bother.
Yeah. So it's again. I was sure he was coming out firing both guns, running her over after seeing her yesterday. This is a travesty.
I
Yeah, and then you have
wait
to
until caught.
download the data and upload the data. It's too much work. It's only a unaliving case. You don't need it.
Yeah, why bother?
Yeah, then the defense, but again, and people who's thinking, why didn't the defense just use it? Because there could be something in there, and they would have had to put that into discovery. So don't go looking for trouble.
Yep.
Accurate.
When leaving, yes. When I left that night, yes.
And this is the point in the night where you have made up the decision to leave and you are going to leave. Is that correct?
Well, I had made that decision driving home. Yes.
And you had already experienced a Mr. Phillips that you had never seen before.
Well, I mean, the worst part is yet to come. I mean, we still had another argument yet.
You're talking about in the driveway.
Correct.
Okay, that's the worst.
Well, that's where Mr. Phillips, as we're going to call him, it was the most upset, I would say.
So that is the worst is yet to come in terms of his emotional state. Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah, I mean, I may have misspoke. I mean, I'm saying that we were not done yet for the night, so it still got worse.
And it got worse after he went inside. And then,
Correct, when he came back out, correct.
so when you say the worst is yet to come, I mean, at that point, it was physically worse much earlier, right?
Physically worse much earlier. Mark was the most upset when I was leaving.
Okay, and that's the most upset you've ever seen him,
Ever,
ever.
ever.
And did that surprise you?
What do you mean by that?
Did him being the most upset you've ever seen him, was that surprising to you?
Objection relevance.
Sustain. If you can just keep things moving, go ahead.
Okay. So,
Oh, I like it.
Ms. Phillips, I want to direct your attention to line 594.
Okay.
Investigator Leinfelder, when he starts the driver's side door, can you review that section of the transcript and confirm that we are talking about the incident in the driveway?
Yeah, I can tell by my information above what we're talking about, yes. So yes, the driver's side door meant the driver's side door.
And at 597, you indicate, and he said, well, I'm going to get my stuff then. Is that referring to Mr. Phillips?
That is correct.
And I said, take your stuff that you want, take it. That's also referring to Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
You told Investigator Leinfelder that Mr. Phillips said that.
He wanted to get his stuff out of the truck, correct. If I was going to take the truck, he wanted all of his personal items out.
And then at line 615 and 616, I'm starting at 615. Can you direct yourself there?
I'm there.
Investigator Leinfelder, okay, so then you got in the driver's side, and that's when he came out and was going to hit the window again. Okay, and then he said, I'm going to get my stuff out.
Correct.
Okay. And you at line 617 confirmed that.
Correct.
So that's accurate.
Yeah.
Hey, Jess. Good
Hi,
morning.
Jess.
You didn't indicate that Mr. Phillips is screaming at you?
At that point, when he got over there, he was saying some things. But when he came out, he, came out with the fist and then realized that I was absolutely leaving then. And then it just, something clicked and he's like, let me get my stuff out if you're taking, which it was my truck, not his, but he was one who drove it.
So when you say that was the worst you've ever seen him, I'm trying, I guess, what indicators of that? What made you come to that conclusion?
Sure. So he was saying, so when he got over there and he was going through all of the stuff in the truck, he was like, just so you know, I'm changing the locks. He was saying so many things so many things. He was trying to hurt me by saying things. And then, that he was going to go to a bar and go pick up some chicks or whatever wording he used for that. I might not be using his exact words, but I'm telling you what he said.
Okay, so he was saying mean things.
He was saying mean things.
And he was degrading you.
Yes, and then the can koozie with the breast on it and threw it at me and said, this is all you're good for.
And you took that to mean, a pair of breasts? That's all you're good for? Is that what you took that to mean?
Or sex or something.
Okay, but you took that to mean he was degrading you.
Yeah.
And he has said mean things to you. He has degraded you. He has said that he is going to change the locks. All of those things are what you're referring to as the worst you've ever seen.
Well, after the phone dropped and I looked at him, that's the most angry I've ever seen him.
Hey, Bubble.
So the phone dropped. You're talking about when you had the phone and you dropped it because you were going to put the cameras on.
Right, when he tried to take it out of my hands, correct.
And is that when
He probably get really good coffee, but he gets to deal with stupid DAs in this case.
you yelled at him, I hope the cameras are on, or when did you do that?
No, when he came out with his fist out.
Which is after what we're talking about now, the degrading comments, the going through his stuff, things like that.
That would be before. That'd be before.
I'm going to clarify my own question to make sure that I am understanding you. The comments are before the phone and the camera.
Me saying, I hope that the cameras are on is when he came out with the fist like he was going to punch the truck window again, or me, or whatever he was going to do.
When he came out of the house or when he came around the truck?
When he came out of the house.
So at that point, he had already suspected something about the cameras, or no?
Objections calls for speculation.
Yeah, sustained.
Okay. So something clicked in Mr. Phillips. That's when he became the worst you've ever seen him.
When he clicked,
Bobby.
it was, wait a minute, if you're leaving, I want to get my stuff. That's when it went from coming out to punch whatever he was going to punch, whether it be the window or myself, and then realize I was absolutely leaving. I think it was a stall method on his part that said, wait a minute, I want all of my stuff out of the truck.
So it's while he's going through the stuff in the truck. That is the worst you've ever seen him.
The most angry I've ever seen him is when the phone fell onto the ground.
Okay. And that's when he goes around the truck.
That is correct.
Okay. And we've heard testimony
I
now
like
from
to be
yourself,
buried.
from others, that you have been choked, right?
I have.
And you've been hit.
I've never been hit. He's
Never
never
been hit.
punched me.
But he's grabbed you enough to leave bruises, right?
Correct.
And he's forced your head under the seat of the truck that night,
It wasn't under the seat. It was between the seats.
between the seats. He used physical force against you in the truck.
Correct.
And at some point, we heard testimony that he had broken into your place.
Several times.
And we heard, horrible things that he said. I'm not comfortable even saying them, but the N-word and stuff like that. We heard all that, correct?
Yes.
But this, in that moment, is when he goes around that truck, when something clicks, that is the angriest you've ever seen him.
The look I saw in him, yes. He was very upset.
Okay. So we're talking about a period of time when he goes from the passenger seat to your driver's side window.
Correct.
How many seconds is that?
2 to 3. I don't know. It's just running around the
Hey,
truck.
Tootly.
So what is describe the look, describe the worst you've ever seen him. Is he yelling? Is he fuming? Is he?
No, so when I had my phone and then when he jumped to grab it and it fell, as soon as it fell, I was like, oh no. I look at him and he had this just evil look. And that's just when he just tore off. And I was like, oh my God.
So it was a look.
It was an absolute look, yes. Was he screaming then? No, not that I recall. I just remember him just immediately coming at me or coming.
Dave, I think this problem isn't he's too nice of a guy. I know you Midwesterners are nice, except Jamie. But I think his problem is he's like another lawyer I know. He put all his questions in the right order, and then his dog ate half of them and mixed the rest of them together. This entire trial, they have been admonished 3 or 4 times by the judge already because they are running such a weak case, and they have nothing. Um,
I mean,
and
yeah,
again, as John says, will there be another witness proving this was not the angriest he has ever been? He's really bad, and his colleague is way worse.
yeah, I'm just like,
Farm Girl, which I think Mass brought this up when I was doing my Lego reconstruction, and I thought, well, that couldn't be. And then, well, it took him some time to get the amount of blood in his chest cavity, so it could have happened. We don't know, and that's the problem. We don't know.
yeah, and they have no evidence of it. But it's like, Jesus, I know I had a thought in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, he keeps going over this like, but your house was broken into and you were choked, but this is the most angry, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the stupidest questioning ever. Like, I know I see what he's trying to do, but it's really not working.
Yeah. That's yeah.
For me.
But it was that look that he gave you was the true worst you've ever seen him.
It's the scariest I've ever seen my husband, correct?
When he runs around the truck, does he have his fist up? Is that when I guess, do you remember that? Or what's he doing when he's running around the truck?
Does he have his fist up? I don't think so. I mean, he's running around it happened in a matter of seconds. I don't know.
I mean, does he have the same evil look on his face?
He was very upset. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember? Can you answer? How does he walk around the truck?
He didn't walk around the truck. He ran around the truck.
He ran around the truck.
You should be ready for this, dude.
He made a statement. He didn't ask.
Yeah, he's
And
just
Miss Phillips, that's when you took off.
like it's something.
After he cleared the front and he was by my door, yes.
Okay.
Thank
And
you
you
so
indicated,
much,
I'm looking at line
Bubble, for
621.
gifting a membership.
Okay.
Investigator
It went
Linefelder.
to Emily
That's-
Gale.
that-
3 seconds.
So then I was just like, F this, and I was out, I'm gone, right?
What line are you on?
621 to 623.
I don't have that. Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. I found it. I apologize. Can you ask your question again? I'm sorry.
I can. So you're describing to Investigator Linefelder. So then I was just like, F this, and I was out, I'm gone, right?
Correct. I
And-
left.
I'm sorry, did you finish your answer?
I said I left.
And you described that again, this is, he's at the door. Mr. Phillips is at your driver's door.
Correct.
Did he reach up to open the driver's side door?
Well, that's what he would have been going for, yes.
Okay.
I couldn't exactly see Mark with how dark it was outside, but I know that he had cleared the door or cleared the front and was coming at my door.
And correct me if I'm wrong, did you indicate previously or somewhere that I guess you couldn't get the locks working?
No. So when Mark started running over, I tried locking. I was like trying to lock the doors. I'm not familiar with the truck, so I continuously tried to lock, and I don't know if I ever got it locked or not.
Okay. Can you look at line 647?
No one has asked her, and we haven't had any evidence that they did a BPA test, BAC test on her.
They asked
So we
her
don't know.
he was, but they never asked her.
Yeah, he had a BAC at 0.2. So he had a little bit to drink. To me, the critical point, maybe they are having such a hard time of proving she hit him, they can't get to men. But yeah, the reckless homicide thing. They really need to have her drive off when he's in front of the car or close to being in front of the car, or not really knowing where he was according to the car. But because if she can leave the jury with the impression he was next to the car, then it's reasonable to infer that no one would get hurt, which would be the the step you have to clear to get it to reckless homicide. That her action could have caused the death, or a reasonable thinking person would have inferred that it could cause the death of another human being. Because if she can get away with saying, well, he was next to the car, not in front of it, not running along it, then it's really hard to put it in there. Unless she was drunk, and that's why I really would have, if I was the prosecution, I would have loved a BAC. But remember, this happened at 11. She found it at 6:30. So that's a lot of things you could have passed through your system.
Yes.
Just ask Dave. He can
And
pass
then I
almost
was
a
like,
beer
F this,
in
and
6
then I
hours.
took off. We're still talking about that same moment.
Correct, I did.
Be right
I'm
back.
asking to publish Exhibit 41.
So
No, I don't. I'm just asking if I can publish it. And
it's the interior of the truck. Is that correct?
So, Arlo,
It's the interior of the truck, correct?
yes.
All right. I think it's been published before. Go ahead.
Ms. Phillips, I thought I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is this the stuff Mr. Phillips was going through?
Correct.
So that stuff, that wasn't there when you drove home, right?
No, that's where I sat.
Yeah,
when we
'cause that's
drove
where you
home.
sat.
Yes.
Now, I would describe that as a lot of stuff. Would you describe that as a lot of stuff?
It was all in the middle console, correct. It's a lot of junk is what it is.
So all that stuff is in the center console.
Maybe he could have gone through the glove compartment. I don't remember. I think it was all in the center console though.
So the center console, maybe the glove compartment, is there anywhere else you saw him go through?
No,
So Mr. Phillips is in the center console area getting this stuff.
correct.
And he's taking it out and he's putting it on the seat and you're watching him do this, right?
I think he was doing it like in clumps. I mean, I don't think he was taking things out individually.
And while he's doing it, this is when he's saying mean things to you?
Correct.
Okay. And about how far is he away from your person at this point?
Far away from my
What's the
purse,
distance,
did you say?
what's the distance between you and Mr. Phillips at this moment when he's going through his stuff?
3 feet.
He's at the center console.
He's standing outside at this point, going through his stuff.
And when you have testified previously that he pushed you between the seats, you're talking about those two seats.
That is correct.
That is the driver's seat and the passenger seat.
That is correct.
So he is in between those two seats at the center console getting that stuff. Correct.
He wasn't, yeah, that's where he was reaching into, yes.
How long do you think it took him to get that stuff out?
How long was the delay is what I'll call it. I would say, I don't know, a couple minutes. I don't know.
Couple minutes.
That's a guess.
And you said you'll call it the delay. Why do you want to call it the delay?
Because I believe he was trying to delay me from leaving.
And is that where he got the HD bar chips?
That he would have found the HD bar chips within that stuff somewhere, yes.
And that's when he's trying to verbally hurt you by saying he's going to go with other women.
Correct.
So Ms. Phillips, can you direct your attention to line 908?
Okay.
Oh, boy.
He told me when he was taking his stuff out that he was going to go to HD. That's the HD Tavern, right?
That is correct.
So I assumed, because he's like, you know what, I'm going to use these 2 bar chips that I have tonight. I'm like, you go ahead, Mark.
Correct.
Did you say that to Mr. Phillips?
I'm assuming I did if that's what I said in this.
I'm assuming.
You take off
Come on, follow up.
I
and
know.
you go to the subdivision, right?
Correct.
Do you know where that subdivision is?
Yes.
Where?
Well, I mean, I could drive there. I mean, I know where it is. I don't know how to, it was down the road like 2 miles from what I understand.
What road is it on?
Well, it's off of, it would be, I don't know if it's M or W because it changes at some point. So M or W is off to the left,
Do you remember when
going
Sergeant,
towards Holman, excuse me.
do you remember when Sergeant Valencia testified? Do
Yes,
you remember him talking about the 3 roads that could have been on the left there?
yes,
I think it was McCurdy,
yes.
Pryor,
Okay.
and then do you remember one other one? It started with an R. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the roads are called. I have no idea. But it wasn't, it was literally 2 miles away.
You don't know what the roads are called.
No, I don't know what the side roads are called, no. McCurdy, I saw him point out. And then you said there was a Fryer or something. I'm not familiar with what they're called.
And that's the main road, right? The one that goes to your house?
No, that's County Road M or W. I think it starts with M and then goes to W. I'm not sure. It changes.
How many times do you think you've driven by that particular road while you were living at the residence?
What road?
The highway, the same highway that we saw Sergeant Valencia drive down in his initial SWAT video.
The County Road?
Is that,
The highway?
I'll re-ask you. Ms. Phillips, are you familiar with the house you lived in?
Of course.
And you're familiar with
Jamie, if you drive 2 miles down your road, you have never left your house, but if you did, is there a road somewhere down there?
Yeah.
Would you have turned into that road?
What do you mean?
Could you do this with your steering wheel and go into the road?
Well, yeah.
What's the name of the road, Jamie?
Oh, I know the names of the roads.
Oh, you know. Okay. Do everyone know every side road to the main road where they live?
Oh, like living back at my parents' house, I couldn't tell you. But here, it's so weird because it's like, well, I can remember one because it's right there. But anyways, I don't remember the rest of them.
Yeah, this is the first time you turned down that road
Yeah.
tonight, that night, because you wanted to get away from your very abusive husband. You were afraid he was going to take the Acura and go after you. So you turned in and hide.
Yep.
Why didn't you? What number did you park outside of, Jamie?
Like what
What's the
number?
GPS? What's
Yeah.
the GPS coordinates of that house, Jamie? Why didn't you? Did you talk to anyone down there? This
I
is
don't
such
know.
a.
Yeah. Like it is because it's just like I couldn't tell you. I can't even tell you what my neighbor's house number is.
No,
So
it's. Uh, it's what is. And again, M or V, it's the main road. Do you know the house you live in?
well, of course. She sounds just like me. I'm just like cracking up because are you familiar with the house you well, yeah, I know my house. But when you go outside of my house, all bets are off, people.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know
you
where
don't go out very often.
I don't know where I am.
Yeah, but our subdivisions normally have either it's a bird name, so all the subdivision have some kind of bird names there, or it's flower names, or it's something. So, yeah, but still, I've been living in this town for most of my 27 years, and people are asking me about a road in the western side of the town. I say, is it near the fire station? Yeah, it's just opposite the fire. Oh, that one. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. I get what you're saying because like most of the I live on like a main road, so we have the main roads. But if you're talking like start getting like side roads in there, I don't know what you're talking. I don't know what they're called. And my sister lives in a subdivision down that way, and you can't even tell me. I can't even tell you what road name her road is. So I just know where like the landmarks. That's usually where I base everything off of.
Yeah.
what's around it.
How's the state doing so far, Dave?
They suck. They're horrible. I haven't been watching this whole trial, but everything that I've seen, they've been absolutely horrible at it. I think the guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. I think he's trying to go. He either is uninformed or is inexperienced. One of those two things.
Well, what do
They
you
have
think about?
been this way all through the trial.
Yeah.
Your moment with shuffling papers was less. It took less time than when he asked a follow-up question. And
Well, I'm a professional, an experienced one. You know, he's
Yeah.
not. He's new. He is so new. I don't know what this guy. He's new to trial work. I'm surprised he's on this case, but he's second chair, right? Why? But why would you get? I don't know.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
would you get the second chair to ask this person questions?
Well, have you heard the
because
lady?
the
She's
first
the
chair
lady,
is
and
worse.
she's terrible. She's even worse.
She's been admonished 3 times for trying to put in the golden hour, not shower, question to the EMTs. Do you know what the golden hour means? Objection. But you're familiar with
What's
the
the
term
golden hour?
golden hour. It's
No.
the golden hour is the time where you could have saved someone.
Could have saved him. If she would have known she hit him, she could have saved him. That's the golden hour. He would have survived. And they keep trying to bring
Well,
it
there's no evidence that she actually hit him, right?
Not on the car.
not on the car.
Yeah.
And
Or
the
I mean,
only
was there a witness? Was there a camera?
No?
Was there a dying declaration from the victim? There's
No.
no evidence that she hit him.
No.
the only thing is the injuries to his body is consistent with being run over, but there's no tire
Okay.
tracks on him. And you live in a cold place. You know how much your tires are gunged up if you ride around in the snow. There's no tire tracks on him.
That's weird. Is my mic
That's-
better now?
Yeah.
I turned you down because I have had problems with the when I put the automatic in, so I turned you
Yeah,
down.
I turned myself way down, so hopefully it's better in chat. I just wanted to say hi because I know you sent me a link, but I was busy on the boat, and then I'm gonna head over to Eric Hunley now for laid back news. But if I get a chance, I'll jump back in here because I'm sure you will be.
Yeah,
Your opinion
I
proving the
oh
red and stuff.
yeah, and the judge he yelled at the state because they were supposed to end on Wednesday at noon, and they kept going, and he said the defense have a right, and you should have seen him yesterday. It seemed like he was very, very close to the direct verdict. He said, I do have to give every possible benefit to the state.
Yeah.
So that's why. So he was close to
Because they couldn't
throwing
explain
this out.
their-
It
their reasoning for their narrative. They couldn't even explain what they thought happened.
yeah. They asked,
Yeah,
"What
that's a
is
problem.
what's your explanation for what happened?" Well, did she hit him with the car? Did she run him over with the car? Did they? Well, they didn't even have a theory of what happened.
It's a bad case.
It's a really bad case. But
Well,
again,
sad if
it's
she-
paid for by your Wisconsin taxpayer money.
Yeah.
This
don't
is
know.
Wisconsin again. Oh God, Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's
know that.
3 cases out of Wisconsin this week.
Wis-
This case, the chokehold case, and the Vicene case.
Oh, whatever happened to the Visine case?
Still
Yeah, I
going.
got bored.
Still.
Okay, I think I was like, I forgot that case happened. I might pick it
Yeah,
up.
I was trying.
if I get a
I'm
chance.
trying to pass it off to you, but you're smarter than I am.
I think they're in the defense part now. I seen a snippet of somebody on the stand saying they think other things killed her, not the Visine. And I was like, ooh, weird.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna download every stream of that, and I'm gonna edit it into a supercuts of all the the exciting or like interesting parts, and I'll have a 6-minute video when I'm done.
You're a jackass.
Yeah, and then download Judge Mommy and you will have 4.5 hours of her
Oh,
doing
God.
for the record.
I forgot about her.
She's the worst.
Oh,
Turn in
I
tomorrow
gotta
for
go over
Stab
to
Your
laid
Day.
back.
All right, have
Yeah,
fun.
go have fun. And turn in
Alright, see you
tomorrow
guys.
for Stab Your Day. I have a Judge Mommy yelling at the defense video clip for tomorrow.
Ooh.
I will set my alarm.
All right.
That's good.
All right.
See you later, buddy.
Bye.
See you guys.
With the roads next to the house you lived in.
I don't know the names of the roads. No, I'm familiar with the main road getting to my house.
What is the highway, roadway, describe it how you want, that goes in front of your house, the one that connects to what we've been calling the W driveway?
Judge, objection
County
has
Road W.
Good relevance.
Yeah, I'm not sure why this is relevant. I mean, she's talked about the roadway. We have plenty of testimony about that. Go ahead. Move on.
So, Ms. Phillips, is it safe to say that you have thought of, discovered, considered other details that were not provided to Investigator Leinfelder? Is that accurate?
Oh, absolutely.
And you got to that conclusion by reflecting,
Yes.
and you got to that conclusion by thinking with a clear mind?
Well, no, like for instance, one time he had asked me if I went in the house and I told him, no, I didn't think I went in the house that night. But then the next day when I opened my purse and saw my glasses and stuff, I was like, that's right. I did go in the house. Had forgotten. I did not remember going in the house at that point. So there's things like that.
But in all that time, you never thought about what road the subdivision was on?
Objection, relevance, argument.
Why would it matter?
It's so stupid. I have to say.
You can turn off the screen, please.
Well,
Based on what you saw Sergeant Valencia testify to, are you able to determine what road you were on?
Judge, objection, asked and answered.
She has testified to being 2 miles down in some subdivision. She
Okay.
doesn't know the roads. She has said that about 3 times now.
Okay.
And just to clarify, it's a newer subdevelopment, so I don't know the roads. I apologize.
Okay.
Just shut up.
Yeah.
Don't say
So you're in the
anything. Let him
subdivision,
dig his own
You
hole.
stop. Why do you stop?
let him
Because I
dig
was
it.
waiting to see if my husband was chasing me.
Okay. And then you tried to look to see if he was there,
Look
chasing you.
to see if he was driving. Yes.
Okay. And while that happened, you told Investigator Leinfelder that you thought you saw a police officer. Is that correct?
I don't remember that. I said that there was maybe a vehicle. Yeah, you'll have to point me out on that.
Can I direct? Well,
Saw a
give
white.
me just a second.
She saw a white vehicle, and she believed that it could have been a police car.
Yeah.
That's what she testified to.
And I'm really annoyed by they keep thinking like, well, why didn't you stop this person? Like, people in these situations
Can I
are not
direct your attention
bother other people. They're just trying to
to line 198?
handle themselves.
198?
198.
Okay.
And this car came up, and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be a cop. It's going to be a cop. And I'm going to get in trouble here because I had been drinking. So then I just waited, and this car just pulled right into their driveway, right into their garage. So some white SUV. Now do you remember?
So yes, there was a vehicle. I didn't say it was a cop. I said it could have been.
But you were afraid that it was a cop.
Well, I was hoping it wasn't because I didn't, particularly want to be, I was sitting in a subdevelopment with my light sign, out of place.
You're sitting in a subdivision
Yes,
with your lights out of place. Your husband you're thinking he's going to come after you.
correct.
And you're thinking he's going to come after you because you just saw him act in what is the worst you've ever seen.
He was the most upset. I think you're taking my information out of context. I said, the look on his face was the most upset I've ever seen my husband.
At this point, safety is your sole priority. That's what you said when we started. Do you remember that?
When I left the house, that is correct.
And you're in the subdivision that is about 2 miles down the road.
Correct.
And it took you approximately how long to get to the subdivision? Do you remember?
Well, if it's 2 miles away, I'm assuming just a few minutes.
And you saw a vehicle that could have been a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
I saw a vehicle pull into the subdivision, yes.
And you told Investigator Leinfelder that you were, I guess, worried it would be a cop. Is that correct?
I said
Yep.
it could have been a cop, yes.
And you weren't thinking about, thank God I'm rescued. That isn't what's going through your head.
No, actually, I was thinking about, oh my gosh, am I going to get in trouble for drinking and driving?
Okay. So you're worried about getting an OWI at that point, or drinking and driving as you called it.
Well, right, I shouldn't have been drinking or driving, correct,
Okay.
together.
And I guess, are you still in fight or flight mode at this point, or?
I had already left, so I already had felt safer.
Okay, so you already felt safer.
After leaving, yes.
And at the time you're in the subdivision, you're now feeling safer.
I was not at home anymore with my husband, correct?
Okay. But you thought he was coming after you.
I didn't know if he was coming after me or if he was going to the bar or whatever he was doing.
Okay. And then when you found out it wasn't a law enforcement officer, it was just some person in their neighborhood, right?
That is correct.
You didn't flag that person down?
Why?
No,
You didn't try to call that person for help?
How
I wasn't
cool
being
I am,
attacked or anything at that point.
Irish. Dave sent a super chat earlier.
And then at 10:57, do you agree that's when you sent the text, the "Have a nice life" from Bismarck that we've seen several times?
If that's what the time was stamped on,
And you sent that to Mr. Phillips.
correct.
And Mr. Phillips, well, let me rephrase that. 10:57, we agreed from our timeline that you got into your house at about 10:42 to 10:45,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Okay, sure. Yes.
If you don't agree with that, disagree with that, and I'll move on. Do you agree with that?
I believe your time period is
Okay.
close. Yes, I'm sure.
And then there's a period of time where Mr. Phillips goes in the house, correct? Right?
Yes. When we first got back home, yes.
And then you testify that there is minutes that he is going through that center console trying to delay for time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you leave the driveway and you go to the subdivision that is about 2 miles down the road, correct?
That is correct.
So 10:57, how long do you think, based on what we just walked through, that you've been in that subdivision?
You mean how long I was there altogether?
Right, between the time you got there and the time you sent that text at 10:57 to Mr. Phillips.
American Gorilla over at Rumble says, main road, yes, he knows those, but single lane roads, no. He even has to turn around sometimes to go back and turn back in the intersection if he has to go back and get something in his shop. Yeah, those questions, what did they bring us closer to anything in this case? I'm really baffled by how bad this state is doing.
Yeah.
It's because no one, and again today everyone uses GPS, or if you're living in the town or near something, you'll say, "Oh, by the big oak tree."
Yeah.
You don't go to pedestrian drive.
I'm absolutely a landmark person. That's how I do a lot of times it's like, oh, it's down by that store, or
Yeah.
so I'm terrible with road names too.
I don't, it was 5 years ago. I have no idea how long I was. I have no idea.
That's fine. So you send that text, Mr. Phillips. I thought I heard yesterday, I thought I heard you say yesterday that you sent that sarcastically. Did I hear that right? Is that wrong?
No.
I object to mischaracterization.
I'm asking her to clarify.
She can clarify.
So I don't know, the ending part is what I was not sure. I don't remember if I was being facetious or if I was being genuine. When it said good luck in Bismarck, I don't remember.
Okay. And you sent that text to Mr. Phillips, possibly facetiously, maybe 5 minutes after you had just had this incident?
The facetious part would have only been the last sentence.
I'm talking about the text itself.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You sent that text, that possibly facetious text, to Mr. Phillips within 5 minutes of leaving your driveway. Does that sound fair?
Potentially.
And you were trying to accomplish what by sending that text?
Letting him know I was not going with him.
And that's the same Mr. Phillips that is jealous.
That is jealous, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, he's jealous, correct?
And that's the same Mr. Phillips who, when I read you that quote about the description of him, can't let you go.
Well, he didn't want to lose me, if that's what you're saying.
Can't let you go, won't let you go. That's what puts him into this extra emotional, scary state, that and alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And
you were
his
afraid that same
violence
man
against her.
was chasing you or going to chase you.
Anytime we got into an argument, he used to chase me, yes, to try and make things better.
Were you trying to upset him? Were you trying to?
Why would I ever want to upset my husband?
I'm not answering the questions here.
Well, I'm telling you, I would never try and upset my husband if he's been drinking.
Okay. And then that's about when you start texting Hannah, right?
I believe so, yes.
And still, why
And
did you
then
ask?
at
Did
some
you
point
feel a
after that,
bump
that's when you go to the
left
hotel?
the driveway?
After I left the subdevelopment,
Again, we're
yes,
not
I had gone
talking
to the
about
first
what
hotel,
happened.
correct.
We're talking about your actions after.
I guess, which was the hotel that you, I guess, tried to book a room and it didn't work out?
That was the Baymont.
Okay. So the Baymont, and you were hoping to stay there for the night
Correct. So that was the second hotel.
because you weren't going home
Correct.
because home wasn't safe.
At the moment, that was correct.
At the moment you were at the hotel.
At the moment that Mark would have still been awake.
He's getting
I
trippy.
guess if you had been in the hotel, if you had gotten the room, would you have just stayed there?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was the plan.
Yes.
No, the point was to rent a room and
And
not
then when
stay
that
there.
failed, eventually Miss Klinsky and her family, you know, she'd indicated that you could have gone to Winona, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't take her up on that offer?
Absolutely not. No,
Why not?
because it would have upset my husband.
How so?
He actually didn't allow me to go to Winona without him.
Do you have any, you know, I'm asking from the perspective of what you believe and experienced. How would he have found you in Winona?
What?
How would he have known you were in Winona if you chose to go that way?
I don't think that's the point. If I went to Winona and he found out, he would be very upset.
Talking about him finding out the next day.
Correct.
But he wouldn't have been upset finding out that you were in a hotel,
That's way better than me going to Winona.
even when he's acting delusional and he's making weird connections.
There's no way I could go to Winona. I did what I was supposed to do and go try and book a hotel.
What you were supposed to do.
Well, it was not to go to Winona. I did the right thing
I'm asking supposed to do per whom? Like,
for that, so that I wouldn't upset my husband.
so you're still worried about upsetting him at this point.
Of course.
Okay. And then, I mean, it was, I think somewhere around midnight, you send him the physical abuse quote.
Okay. I mean, I know I did. I don't recall what time it was, but I know it's all been shown, so I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. And the point of that quote was that you wanted him to self-reflect. Is that why you sent that?
That is correct.
And self-reflect when?
When he read it.
So when he read it, assuming it was received when you sent it, when he read it, that's when you wanted him to self-reflect.
Correct.
And that wouldn't have made him mad?
No. Oh, so Mark used to send me daily quotes. So, I mean, he would understand me sending him a quote. It's something we did daily.
So the inebriated Mr. Phillips, the annihilated Mr. Phillips, the bad Mr. Phillips, he would have understood that at that time.
It wouldn't have, I don't believe it would have upset him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent it.
Okay. So at this point, you ended their marriage. You've cut it off, right? You've given him the ring back
I did.
and you told him you're leaving
That
Right.
he's leaving without me, and that, you mean to Bismarck?
and you just took the truck,
Mhm.
his truck,
My truck.
your truck.
It's my truck. I bought it.
So are you referring to that you bought it or that you drove it?
I didn't drive. I bought the truck before Mark and I got married. It was in my name.
Okay, so it is your truck.
It is my truck, yes.
Okay.
She told you
But he
she
would drive
drove it
It's
2
my truck
times
that he
before
drove,
this
correct.
time. We heard that yesterday. She had driven it 3 times max before this.
And he's in a incredibly heightened state. That's what we heard testimony about, right?
Which part are we talking about?
Okay, I'll move on.
Move on, please. Yep.
This crazy person, this version of Mr. Phillips, you thought he was going to self-reflect.
Yes, because we do quotes every day.
Okay. In that moment, in your answer, I'll move on. That's correct.
Yes,
Okay. So, Ms. Phillips, I want to just touch briefly on these cameras. So you pull up the camera at 11:08, right? That's when you arm it again. Is that correct?
that's when I'm what?
When you rearm the camera.
Okay, I mean, if that's what the reports say, sure. I mean, I don't know times from that night.
And it is your understanding that the camera, it's your understanding that the camera detects motion.
Correct.
And you wanted the camera on to make sure that no one was coming or going.
That is correct.
And that was specifically Mr. Phillips leaving or some other female from going?
From coming.
Coming.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone had come in the driveway, the camera would have been set off, right?
Yes. I mean, there's been times where it hasn't gone off, but yes,
So why did you need to live stream it?
to see if there was any activity that I wasn't, wasn't caught on the camera. I can give you an example that Mr. Phillips, Mark's father, had pulled in one time to come get the trailer. And it was caught at the bottom that somebody pulled in backwards and it woke me up. So I left my room and went out and didn't see anything else, but they were hooking up the trailer and leaving and none of that was caught on camera.
Because it wasn't on or because it didn't see it?
It caught them backing up into the, so originally I thought somebody missed M or something. So they backed up and were going to go out of our
I have some of those cameras on my house right now, and how many times it doesn't pick things up is insane. So
Yeah.
she's right. It's just annoying because he's trying to, and then to the live stream. You know how many times I live stream stuff because I'm like, I thought I heard something, but our cameras don't work half the time. So I will hit the live stream thing to see if I can see anything outside. Ah, I relate to her so much, and I'm annoyed by this guy. Sorry, I had to scream at.
Of driveway to a spot that they may have missed pulling off. So I didn't think anything of it when I got up, and then, because I wasn't really dressed, I saw two men outside hooking up a trailer, and none of that activity was on our cameras.
So that, there's that one instance where the motion didn't pick it up? Is that where you're,
That I'm aware of.
okay, that you're aware of? And then you check those cameras again at midnight?
Okay,
Around? And 1:35, right?
okay.
Okay. And you're, at what point in the Woodman's parking lot, I guess, what's going through your head at this point?
I wasn't at the, well, I mean, so now I'm back at the Woodman's parking lot?
I am you're at the Woodman's parking lot, that is what I'm asking about.
Okay.
What is going through your head?
At that point that I wasn't going back home.
So at Woodman's, you still had made the determination that it was not safe.
Right. I was gonna still try and sleep so that, until Mark could fall asleep.
At what point did you make the determination that it was safe from the Woodman's parking lot moving forward?
Okay, so I wasn't at the Woodman's parking lot. I was at the other parking lot. When I woke up and I was cold, I did search again for hotels that must not have found anything. And after that is when I determined that Mark should probably be sleeping by now. I want to say it was like 2 something. So I figured even if he went out, he would have been home in bed, passed out by then.
Okay. Home in bed, not home in the man cave?
No, home in bed.
Okay.
He wouldn't sleep in the man cave if he had the whole house.
Because I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, that you had found him passed out in the man cave many times before. Is that right?
If we had an argument, he would sleep in the man cave, but that's because I would be in the master.
Okay, so you did have an argument tonight, but he would not be there. Is that your understanding?
In the man cave?
Yes.
There would be no reason for him to be in the man cave when he's got the whole house, because I wasn't there.
So when you came home, you didn't check the man cave?
No.
Okay.
There would be no reason to check the man cave.
Did you check the garage? That right when you got home that night?
No.
She didn't
Why?
check anything.
Because I thought she was
Anything.
inside the house.
So I want to make sure that I understand, well, before I move on. So you pull in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And that's the W driveway, right?
The first driveway, correct.
And the garage we saw is right there. That's right?
Yes,
And the side door is also right there on the side of that garage.
correct.
You didn't check that garage when you got up to the driveway.
No, Mark would have been, if he went out, he would have been home by then. So I had no reason to check the garage.
And the dining room light was on, right?
The dining room light was on, yes.
And is that the big side windows that we saw on the W driveway in those pictures?
Yes,
So those lights are on
correct.
and the door's unlocked.
The door was unlocked, yes.
And Mr. Phillips didn't lock that door,
Right, which is unusual.
and it was unusual.
Absolutely.
And you didn't think, this is strange, I should go check the garage.
Judge, objection, this implies a legal duty that hasn't been established.
Checking garage. Checking the garage, I'm not sure what legal duty there is there, but I'll let him ask the question. She didn't check the garage. If that's the answer, go ahead.
That is correct. I did not check the garage.
Did you?
So I want to make sure I understand
make
clearly as well.
a
So
pot of
if
coffee?
Mr.
Did
Phillips is
you
awake, at this point,
dance?
there is a safety concern, correct?
Right, but I don't know why he would have been awake after 2 a.m.
That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, but I did say affirmatively correct, yes.
So if he wakes up, we're back to where we were in the driveway in terms of it's scary, you're unsafe, you're fearful for your safety.
I think he may have been happy to have me home. I don't know.
Yeah, and
But you were
again,
concerned
it's
about that, which is why
3
you did
hours
not want to
later.
wake him up.
If he was home sleeping, correct. I did not want to wake him up. If he was sleeping, correct. You are right.
But the reason you went home is because you believed he was asleep.
Well, I didn't have anywhere, I didn't have anywhere else to go
Okay.
because I wasn't going to Winona.
You didn't have anywhere else to go other than Winona that you were aware of.
Well, there weren't any hotels, and I mean, I wasn't gonna call somebody at 2 a.m. and like Kimmy or somebody and say, can I come over?
And when you had looked up physical abuse, was it quit, quote, or quite?
I'm not sure if it was quit or quote, to tell you the truth.
Okay. So the search engine you used didn't populate resources for anything like that, shelters, nothing. You didn't see any of that.
No, not that I recall. No.
And I'm referring for resources for domestic violence victims.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I don't recall anything like that.
So when you pull into that driveway, the W driveway,
Yes.
you slow down. I guess you're coming from the WM.
Thank you so much, Sue, for your first ever. I was your first. And I don't know if I was your second as well, because I have two saying your first super chat ever. But thank you so much for letting me be your first.
Yay. Thanks, Sue.
The prosecution's question is painful. My 8-year-old could have done a better job. I'm embarrassed of how bad he doesn't know the story. Yeah, and he's trying to. I believe Mass said it the second day when we went through all the pictures. Those pictures show nothing. They are just trying to imply there is some evidence in there. So the jury thinks, oh, well, all these pictures must mean something. And there's absolutely nothing in this. It's yeah, I would trust your 8-year-old more than I would trust this guy. Oh, and I have to remember, because if it was a double switch, she needs a double fanfare. Thank you so much, Sue. Thank you.
Intersection past the M driveway into the W driveway. Is that right?
Correct.
And you didn't pull right up the M driveway. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah, I don't ever do the M driveway.
Okay. But didn't you testify that truck, when Mark uses it, he takes that truck and it's always up the M driveway, facing the W driveway, right at the door?
It's always if he's coming from West Salem, yes.
Oh.
He does that driveway. I don't like that driveway.
Okay. So parking his truck in the opposite way that he likes, that he prefers, that wouldn't have upset him?
Objection calls for speculation, relevance.
What?
Overruled if he was upset by that or not.
No, I mean, that's ridiculous. I don't know why he would be upset of how I would park a vehicle.
Oh, well, it is ridiculous, but we've heard that he makes assumptions, right? And he has delusions. Is that also correct?
This is so stupid.
I don't understand.
Thing.
This is
I don't understand that, sorry.
I'll
absolutely
rephrase the
idiotic.
question. You had said that you wouldn't do anything to upset Mr. Phillips.
Correct.
And you're referring in many other things, you wouldn't do anything like going to a hotel or something that would make him mad. Or not a hotel, Winona.
Correct.
So things that
Please
wouldn't set off a
make it
normal
stop.
person seem to have set off Mr. Phillips,
Not my driving.
not the driving.
Not the driving. I mean, he knows which driveway I take.
But not little things like you not acting a certain way or doing a certain thing or behaving the way he wanted you to, that didn't set him off.
Objection asked and answered, argumentative.
Sustained,
Okay.
both counts. Go ahead. If we can move on, counsel.
Mhm.
Sue, thank
So,
you
Ms.
for
Phillips,
being a
when you pull into that
participant. We
driveway and
really
the
like when
direction you
people,
took, and you take that right
participating
turn
in
to get
chat.
into the W driveway,
That is
Right?
correct, yes.
are you going fast? Are you going slow?
I'm going a normal speed going up a driveway.
Okay. So you're not concerned that he is maybe awake?
At that time, no.
But you saw the dining room light, right?
Yeah, I don't even know if I paid attention to that when I.
American Gorilla on Rumble. There's no point to this line of questioning but to trip her up. Is that the deal? If I'm a juror, I'm getting a little tired of this. And your stream has less viewers than the live chickens crapping. Oh, shouldn't say that word on YouTube. Yeah, and no, there's no other purpose than have her say, oh yeah, and I really felt the crunch when I went over him. That's what he's fishing for right now. And I just check. He's gonna go on for like 5 more minutes. He has wasted cross. Go back to you were here yesterday when I ended. He should have done the cross the way I said yesterday. He should just have hammered her all the time. This is so bad. This is really bad. Hey, Carlene. Yeah, he's giving you anxiety. He's making my back hurt. And she hasn't tripped at all. That's he had just as long to prepare for this, and he's a professional, as the other side had to prepare her for this.
I think that's the biggest tell for me
Yeah.
is even with all these stupid questions where he could trip her up, she's just like, she's correcting him or answering just straight up. And it's like not a,
Audra has it right here. She's tripping him up more.
yeah. Cause she's like, you got that. That's not how that happened. That's not when that happened. Well, before this. And then you see him get all tripped up and he's like, well, you tell me what. It's like,
Yeah.
because you don't know.
And what happened next? When? Yeah, just tell me what happened. When? Yeah, I was mad yesterday, but after today, I'm surprised of the ineptitude. Can you? I know you can ask for bad counseling for your lawyer, but can the state say, well, we didn't send our best team. Let's have a do-over.
I just wanted to like see it as a whole. And because like once they got to her, well, this morning was good. Once they got to the actual event of happening and she reacted and it choked me up a little bit, then I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
they should have done
Let's
that. Oof, this guy.
let's hope there's 5 or 6 of your type in the jury. Then she's
I hope so.
home free.
I hope so.
First pulled up. I don't remember. I mean,
If
I
the
don't
way you
I don't
parked
know.
the truck
I don't
made him
remember
hate you.
driving up
What
and
a
noticing the
stupid
dining room light
idiot.
on, but I don't, it's again, 5 years ago. I don't know.
But you did tell me a few minutes ago that those are the big side windows we saw
Yeah.
of that house.
That is correct.
Okay, so you didn't notice that light on when you drove up.
I mean, I might have, I don't, to this day, I don't remember. I don't know.
So Ms. Phillips, you're going into a situation where a potential abuser is located. Is that fair?
A sleeping abuser is what was in my mind, yes.
And safety is your sole priority. Is that fair?
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Yeah, let's move on, council.
Okay.
We can talk about pulling up the driveway, but go on to other issues other than what you keep on saying over and over again. Go ahead.
Were you in a state of heightened alert of any variety as you're going up the driveway?
So move on.
Okay.
And he goes right back to asking the same question.
They're like, move on, sir.
He's such a.
That's a picture of the driveway, request to publish.
Yeah, it's been published before. Go ahead.
He's so annoyed.
What exhibit is it?
I believe it's 20. Ms. Phillips, can you point? Do you have the laser pointer? Ms. Phillips, can you direct with the laser pointer the direction you would have taken and angle it towards the stopping position of your driveway?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't catch it.
Can you take the laser pointer and direct us the direction you would have taken into where you parked the car?
So I went up and parked the car, like more so over here.
Can we indicate on the record where the laser pointer was?
The laser pointer seems to be going straight up the driveway up to about where the embankment ends the corner of the driveway and then wraps around towards the stopping position that is the driveway between the man cave and the house. Is that accurate, Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
It is a lot of snow.
Yeah, and again, at 2 a.m. in the morning, she drove up this one. He should be around here
So Ms.
somewhere,
Phillips, once you get inside and the dining room light's on, it's unusual.
covered in
What
snow.
happens next?
It's really hard.
I
to
went and
see
laid on the
someone.
couch.
Okay.
Mhm.
And at some point,
Well, I apologize. I turned the kitchen, or I locked the door and turned the light off.
Yeah, 2 a.m, it's pitch black. And if you're in a big truck, you're not gonna, it could easily be missed.
It's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Is this where you're gonna end off? Just yell at her. You killed her. Killed him, didn't you? You know you did.
You
Maybe
were
that
upset.
would work.
no further questions.
What?
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor.
How much of a
Lori,
how much of a dumpster fire
were you
is
aware
his
of whether or not Mark had multiple
closing
pairs
gonna
of
be?
same tennis shoes?
Honestly, I don't know if I did know that or not, because they're identical. They were identical.
Did he have 2 pairs of the same shoes?
He did, come to find out, yes.
Now, referring back to the text message that Mr. Burdick was asking you about, was the entire text about going to Bismarck without you, was that entire text intended to be facetious, Ms. Phillips?
Absolutely not.
What was your intent with the text with regard to everything but good luck in Bismarck?
I mean, to let him know that I wasn't going, but I don't believe I was being malicious.
Lori, is the reason that you fled from Mark because he was degrading or degrading you or for some other reason?
That I fled from Mark is to get to safety.
Because you were scared?
I was scared of him, yes.
Just to clarify an issue on,
Yeah, again. Yes, your
rule
business
of
was
completeness here.
Wisconsin.
I'm gonna page 21, start at line 647. 647.
Sorry, Attorney Zach, is that my copy or your copy?
That is my copy.
Okay, I just saw the highlight. I want to make sure I didn't leave my, okay.
Lori, are you there?
Yes,
You remember when Mr. Burdick asked you to read, and then I was like, F this, and then I took off?
yes.
All right. Going immediately to the next page on page 22, starting at line 648. Investigator Leinfelder clarifies immediately, quote, so he was right at your door, end quote, and your response was, mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Meaning affirmative, yes.
Is that to refer to the fact that when you took off, Mark was right at your door?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you still cared about Mark, still loved Mark, even after everything that had happened?
No, I just don't recall.
Yeah, sustained.
Lori, at this point, is it fair to say that you don't, or you know exactly what happened with Mark on that evening?
I have no idea.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
No.
All right, thank you, may step down.
Thank you.
You need to be the exhibit.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Do you have any other witnesses?
Judge, could we give 5 minutes maybe?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 5 minutes. My hope is that we'll be done at noon with this testimony.
I hope we've been done by noon with closing arguments.
So I have good news and pretty much just good news. Just so you know, the defense has rested at this point. The state has an opportunity for something called rebuttal, but what you call rebuttal witnesses, they've decided not to do that. So the case is now completed and submitted to the jury for final jury instructions and deliberations. Just so you know, I'm just going to repeat one part, because we don't choose the alternate until we're completely.
What? No closing arguments.
What? Did you just say that? Wait.
At this point. The state has an opportunity for something called rebuttal, but what you call rebuttal witnesses, they've decided not to do that. So the case is now
I can't fix
completed and submitted to
Jamie.
the jury for final jury instructions and deliberations. Witnesses, they've decided not to do that. So the case is now completed and submitted to the jury for final jury instructions and deliberations.
That's no
Just so
closing
you know, I'm
arguments.
just going to repeat one part, because we don't choose the alternate until we're completely done with everything right beforehand. There's 2 random alternates who will be chosen.
Get her
I can't
cookies.
tell you how, and I'll tell you at that point how that's done, but it's completely random, by the way. So during this time, I think lunch is coming up. We will not start, I'm hoping to start right back up at 1 o'clock. There's a number of things we have to do before we can be ready for that last little part. So thank you for your patience on all this, but
Well,
we will
I'm
be up
not
at 1
mad we
o'clock.
don't get
Again, I know it's tempting since all the evidence is in. Please do not talk about the case. Wait
no
until
closing
all
arguments with
closing arguments
this
are done and
doofus.
the final 12 people who will sit in the jury are deliberating.
It
we'll
sounded
see you
like
there
it.
then. An hour and a half.
An hour and a half.
Yeah, sounds like it's going right to the jury after lunch.
An hour and a half, so that's 1 o'clock your time. No. Yeah, no. 2 o'clock
2.
your time. 1 o'clock their time.
Yeah.
We could have this case done and dusted by today.
Oof.
But you know what that means? That means that I get to have dinner. And Iris gets to have her favorite part of the day, word crack.
They
Um,
did, and apparently aren't doing closing statements. So we're going after lunch. We're going to the jury.
well, if they have
Wow.
46% NG, that's then she's walking right out of there. But let me end my poll, and then I'm gonna put up a new poll. Because this, yeah. So defense rested, and they're doing, as far as I can tell, they are doing jury instructions after lunch, and then it's off to verdict watch. Totally, you missed a very inept ADA. No, closing isn't part of the trial. It's not evidence. So we don't do it in Denmark. We don't even do opening statements in Denmark. It's just the lawyer's time to talk. But how cool is the Baker Master? I'm not as cool as Sawbird. 7 to 10, 30%, 4 to 6 is 14. And Sawbird put me at 1 to 3. That's not nice. But I'm gonna get the word crack up on screen, and then I'm gonna go make me some lunch, and then we'll be back in an hour and a half to see what happens. If he misspoke, or they really are going straight to deliberations, because then I could be in bed before midnight. But
Party animal.
Wilhammer, please don't spread your hate. Yeah, yeah, but it's. He said we only need this little short thing. And he said we'll do closing arguments, and then it's in the jury's hands. He didn't say there would be closings at the end.
Yeah, I didn't hear it.
He said that it's in the hands of the jury. Come
Yeah,
on.
it's okay. Play it again real quick.
Why?
All right, everybody may be seated. So I have good news and pretty much just good news. Just so you know, the defense has rested at this point. The state has an opportunity for something called rebuttal, but what you call rebuttal witnesses, they've decided not to do that. So the case is now completed and submitted to the jury for final jury instructions and deliberations.
Yeah.
Just so you know, I'm just going to repeat one part, because we don't choose the alternate until we're completely done with everything right beforehand. There's 2 random alternates who will be chosen. I can't tell you how, and I'll tell you at that point how that's done, but it's completely random, by the way. So during this time,
No, he said the
I think
defense
lunch is
closed.
coming up. We will not start. I'm hoping to start right back up at 1 o'clock. There's a number of things we have to do before we can be ready for that last little part.
That's
So,
last little
thank you
part.
for your patience on all this, but we will be up at 1 o'clock. And again, I know it's tempting since all the evidence is in. Please do not talk about the case. Wait till.
No closings. He just said the defense had rested. So no closing.
And
I
then
have listened many.
Going to the jury.
He said it was going to the jury. Yeah. Well, we'll be back at 1 to see. If you're not staying for word crack, follow me. I didn't hear it that way, Justin. But I could be wrong, and I will still be here at 1 o'clock to see it. If you're going away, getting some lunch while while the rest of the class is playing. Yeah, you rest then close, but it's prosecution isn't bringing a rebuttal, no. But you rest, and normally you would have closing arguments. But closing arguments aren't part of the trial. It's just a summary by the state or by the defense. it's not evidence. They are very specifically told it's not evidence. So you don't have, he didn't say it yet. And I have to go back and find it.
Since all the evidence is in, the final 12 people who will sit in the jury are deliberating. We'll see in a bit then. An hour and a half.
No, he said that they will pick the alternates. That's what he's saying. And hey, Cindy.
We'll wait till all of the food before we can be ready for that last little part. So thank you for your patience on all this, but we will be up at 1 o'clock. And again, I know it's tempting since all the evidence is in. Please do not talk about the case. Wait till all of the closing arguments are done and the final
closing
12
arguments
people
are done.
who will
Okay,
sit in the
well,
jury are
sorry,
deliberating.
Justin, Cindy, I owe
we'll
you a
see you in a bit
cheesecake
then.
I will never make.
An hour and a half.
Well, I might make it, but you don't want me to send it to you. Well, let's see if they will. He just said it's in the hand of the jury now. And again, closing arguments are not part of the evidence.
We've seen them not do openings, but I think it was weird because I feel like they'd want to do a closing just to kind of wrap it up and be like, see,
I would take both of the DAs out back, go old yellow style on them, and put some new ones in to do the cross.
Yep.
Justin, okay, I was wrong. You were right.
You know how hard it was for him to admit that, guys? Give him a break.
Well, I was just happy that I could be in bed before midnight and this case could be over so I could go to Germany and buy stuff on Monday. But now I have to be here on Monday as well. I'm gonna do the pay the piper thing, and then we're gonna put up word on stream. And follow me on Twitter. I will put up when we're going back live, or you can just be back here at 2 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Central Time.
Mhm.
Boom, 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 boom. I still haven't put up some new music instead of the corn music we always play. But Iris liked that kind of music. I don't know why.
Yeah.
She can get a little. We can do this today.
For Nikki. For all the birthdays that Bobby says are happening today.
That's upset. Everyone, have fun. I'm gonna go make me some dinner, and I'll see you back in about an hour and 15.
Goodbye.
And play nice and let Iris win, because she gets mad when Nando wins, and I haven't seen him today.
It's a woman, by the way. Nandor.
I don't see color. I don't see gender. Jamie, stop being a bigot. See you later. And we're back. And I hope you liked the little culture, Farrell. That was an Die schöne blauen Donau. You could need a little culture instead of yelling at me all the time because I didn't put on the right music. But let's get to closing.
Now, members of the jury, the court will now instruct you upon the principles of law, which you are to follow in considering the evidence in which and in reaching your verdict. It is your duty to follow all these instructions, regardless of any opinion you may have about the law is or ought to be. You must base your verdict on the law I give you in these instructions. Apply the law to the facts in the case, which have been properly proven by the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during this trial and the law as given to you by these instructions. And from these alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any member of the jury has an impression of my opinion as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, disregard that impression entirely and decide the issue of the fact solely on as you view the evidence. You, the jury, are the sole judges of the facts. The court is the judge of the law only. Statutory definition of the crime. Second-degree reckless homicide is defined in 940.06 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin is committed by one who recklessly causes the death of another human being. State's burden of proof. Before you find the defendant guilty of second-degree reckless homicide, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. Elements of the crime that the state must prove. 1, the defendant caused the death of Mark A. Phillips. Cause means the defendant's act was a substantial factor in the death. 2,
Is there no
the
closing?
defendant caused the death by criminal. Examine the evidence with
Sorry,
act with judgment, reason, and prudence.
what did you say?
Presumption of
Is there
innocence.
no closing argument here?
Defendants are not required to prove their innocence. The law
I thought there were no
presumes that
closing,
every
but then
person
people yelled
charged
at
with
me,
the
and then
commission
there
of
will be
of
closing.
an offense to be innocent.
But
This
he's reading the
presumption
instructions
requires a
before the
finding of
closing.
not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies.
But closings are not evidence. Why must you do closings?
Well, closings is the opportunity for the attorney to shine because they make their arguments, right?
Yeah, but
So it's one
legally,
last fun. Huh?
legally, they don't have any bearing on the trial.
I mean, you can make an argument from a fundamental due process right that there's no need for a closing argument, but it's written into the law generally, at least the court rules in Michigan. I don't know. I don't think you can dispense. You have the option. You can voluntarily dispense with them, but I think the court can't say no closing arguments. This is a bench trial or a jury trial.
It's a jury trial.
Jury, yeah, it's reading jury instructions. So it'd be really weird to not have closings, but in theory, you could waive them.
Yeah, but it was just the way he said it, because he said we'll do closing and then it's in your hands, and then no, we do jury instruction and then it's in your hands, and then he said, oh, we'll do closings later. So I thought that they didn't have it.
Oh,
So
weird.
now we're getting the jury instructions, and I have to. My phone is ringing.
Satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty. State's burden of proof. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Reasonable hypothesis. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the defendant's innocence, you must do so and return a verdict of not guilty. Meaning of reasonable doubt. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or to hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to search for the truth and give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt that remains after carefully considering all the evidence. An information is more than a written formal accusation against the defendant charging the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against the defendant in any way. It does not raise any inference of guilt. Evidence is, first, the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witnesses. Second, the exhibits the court has received, whether or not exhibit goes to the jury room. Third, any fact to which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated or which the court has directed you to find. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. It is not necessary that every fact be proved directly by a witness or by an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find the defendant guilty. If you find that the offense charged was committed by the defendant, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the offense was committed on the precise date alleged in the information. If the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt the offense was committed on a date near the date alleged, that is sufficient. The state has introduced evidence of statements which it claimed were made by the defendant. It is for you to determine how much weight, if any, to give to each statement. In evaluating each statement, you must determine three things: whether the statement was actually made by the defendant, only so much of the statement so much of a statement as was actually made by a person may be considered as evidence. Whether the statement was accurately restated here at trial, whether the statement or any part of it ought to be believed. You should consider the facts and the circumstances surrounding the making of each statement, along with all the other evidence in determining how much weight, if any, the statement deserves. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence. If remarks suggest certain facts not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. An exhibit becomes evidence only when received by the court. An exhibit marked for identification and not received is not evidence. An exhibit received is evidence whether or not it goes to the jury room. Attorneys for each side have the right and the duty to object to what they consider are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the omission of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over objection of counsel, the court is not indicating any opinion about the evidence. You, jurors, are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight of the evidence. Disregard entirely any question the court did not allow to be answered. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been if the question itself suggested that certain information might be true. Ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. During the trial, the court has ordered certain testimony be stricken. Disregard all stricken testimony. The weight of evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of other witnesses or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you may take into account matters of your own common knowledge and your observations and experience in the affairs of life. It is the duty of the jury to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of witnesses and determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In your determination of credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, based on the witness's race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender identity, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristics. And determine the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each witness. Consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or lack of interest in the result of this trial, the witness's conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clearness or lack of clearness of the witness's recollections, the opportunity the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters to the witness testified about,
Hey, Baker, I
the
gotta take off.
reasonableness of the witness's testimony,
Yeah,
the
go have
apparent
fun.
intelligence of the
All right,
witness,
see you guys.
bias or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives for falsifying testimony, and other facts and circumstances which the defendant during the testimony which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony. Then give to the testimony of each witness the weight you believe it should receive. The defendant has testified in this case, and you should not discredit the testimony just because the defendant is charged with a crime. Use the same factors to determine the credibility and weight of the defendant's testimony that you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. There is no magic way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience. In everyday life, you determine for yourself the reliability of things people say to you. You should do the same thing here. Ordinarily, a witness may testify only about facts. However, a witness with specialized knowledge in a particular field may give an opinion in that field. In determining the weight to give this opinion, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which the opinion is based, and the reason given for the opinion. Opinion evidence was received to help you reach a conclusion. However, you are not bound by any witness's opinion. During the trial, a witness was told to assume certain facts, then was asked for an opinion based upon that assumption. This is called a hypothetical question. The opinion does not establish the truth of the facts upon which it is based. Consider the opinion only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it is based have been proved. If you find that the facts stated in the hypothetical question have not been proved, then the opinion based on those facts should not be given any weight. Carefully consider the closing arguments of the attorneys. But their arguments and conclusions and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence and the instructions given you by the court. So I'm going to stop right there. We'll finish the instructions after closing arguments. With that, the
I was
state will
so
begin with the
hoping.
closing argument.
Come on. Short and sweet.
While Attorney Skemp is queuing up the PowerPoint, I do have a request. Since the court had asked us to keep our closing arguments at or under 45 minutes, may I have my cell phone in the area?
Go right ahead.
Okay, and I will keep it on silent, and hopefully there will not be any issues.
No
And
problem
no one in
having a
court
timer.
will write you.
If people could you fill into the seats, please? If we prefer if you could find a seat. Move over if you would. That'd be helpful. Thank you, everybody.
I
If there's any
can't
more
wait
seats.
for this PowerPoint.
Can't have you standing in the back. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
May it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, congratulations. We have made it to the end of the presentation. You have heard the cases of both sides. The evidence is in, and now closing remarks, as the judge had indicated. This is an opportunity for me to tell you about my case, but most importantly, to prove what I have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. I have an opportunity to go through the evidence that's been admitted. The judge has instructed you about evidence. I'm going to tell you and argue to you what I think is persuasive, or in terms of what you should find, what you should consider. And I'm going to use that to kind of bear my burden and talk about why the state believes and is arguing to you that we have met our burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And then because I have the burden of proof, I get what's called a rebuttal after attorney Zacher in the defense's argument. And that will be the conclusion of this trial pending your deliberations and instructions. So judge had indicated that this is a reckless homicide case. I wanted to start off with the elements that I have to prove and how we kind of think we get there. The first one is cause.
Okay.
So I have to show to you that Miss Phillips was a substantial cause in the death of Mr. Phillips. So what is the cause of death here? This. Whoops.
Whoops. Yeah.
Whoops.
The 2019 Dodge Ram that Miss Phillips had driven on the night of February 22nd.
You didn't prove that
she
though.
left the driveway that night. And how do we? So now that how in terms of knowing that that is a substantial factor, given what we had seen, that is our
Only
theory on
pros
cause.
use,
That the
Lego
death of
truck.
Mr. Phillips was caused by that 2019 Dodge Ram. How do we know that? This is a clip from Dr. Reichert's autopsy report. It wasn't known at the time when the investigators got there, when they were on scene, when they started doing things, but this is a snippet of Dr. Reichert's testimony. And I'm using the laser pointer to highlight the third paragraph. And I won't get in, we saw the pictures, we saw the details, but significant injuries, the blunt force injuries of the torso, the blunt force injuries of the extremities, including the upper limbs, left deltoid, etc. You heard evidence about the subdermal hematoma, you heard about our brain bleed, you heard about the 3 to 9 multiple compound cracked ribs. You heard that they were on the left side. You heard Dr. Reichert talk about how he ruled out other causes. And in many ways, Dr. Reichert is getting to his determination and how he's looking at the evidence in the same way we kind of talked about at the very beginning of the case when we were circumstantial evidence, ruling out process of elimination, ruling out causes, getting to a determination of what the cause of death was by excluding all other things that couldn't be the cause of death. Dr. Reichert testified to you that it was a crushing injury on Mr. Phillips, a compression type injury that ultimately caused Mr. Phillips' death. That death could have been caused by a combination of the significant amount of blood in the chest cavity as it compressed Mr. Phillips' lungs and the brain bleed that I just talked about. So, Dr. Reichert also testified in terms of the things that could cause Mr. Phillips' death, in that it was significant enough that we can start ruling off common household injuries, other things. This isn't, he's found in the snow, not hypothermia. The injuries are too severe. This is not a slip and fall. Mr. Phillips, from a standing position, could not have slipped on some ice and fallen in the position that you later saw him because the injuries are too severe. They're too significant. The blunt force trauma is too much. Mr. Phillips, in terms of that, and Dr. Reichert had testified that his injuries are consistent, again, with it being crushed by something, a very large, heavy object. Based on what we heard in the rest of the case, there is only one possible, and I will argue further, but only one possible culprit of that particular injuries, and we can rule out a lot of the other things that you might think. The other possibility that Dr. Reichert had testified to as far as what could cause a crushing injury like that, he did say that a fall from a significant height, if someone, in this case, Mr. Phillips, were to have landed exclusively on his left side, that could have been similar. The amount of force generated by hitting the, in this case, pavement, could have caused significant fracturing in the subdermal hematoma. So how do we know it's the truck? And how do we know it was the truck driven by Miss Phillips? And how do we know that it was the truck driven by Miss Phillips on February 22nd, 2019? Starting off here, the laser pointer, this is a silhouette of the truck. Where it was when Miss Phillips brought it home and she testified, or she indicated to investigator Leinfelder that, she hadn't moved the truck. It was there. That's how she parked it. All the pictures we saw early on in this case of the position of the truck in the driveway before it was put on the flatbed tow, that's that's where it was. But most importantly, we know she got there before it started snowing. Lisa Knutson, as part of her duties as deputy medical examiner, told you that she looked up things like ambient weather conditions and the weather conditions leading up to the morning of. It began snowing at about 2:15. It accumulated about 0.15 inches. She observed that it was about 31 degrees Fahrenheit when she arrived at the next day. In terms of the snow. So, and we see exactly that the outline of the truck, Miss Phillips, and that's consistent with her statement as well, that when she disengaged the camera, she got home. It was about the 2 range. We saw other evidence relating to the home Wi-Fi when it was accessed. So Miss Phillips gets to the home later before it snows. And then based on Deputy Examiner Knutson's report, that is a little bit after. Yep.
I'm sorry, I should have given the warning that there's a body being displayed.
This is the position of Mr. Phillips in the snowbank. I will hurry through this one because it is sensitive.
Let it
That
slide,
is
miss.
the
Let it
positioning of
slide.
his body.
You can't
We
change
know
that.
that this is important because we can see the snow that's covering him on the legs, namely there. We can infer from that Mr. Phillips arrived in that location before it started snowing. Go ahead. This is a picture of the side of the house. We see the 2 large windows that Ms. Phillips had let us know is I guess the dining room is somewhere in there, but that was where the light had kind of come out of. But that's the 2 large windows we were talking about. That's the front of the house. Up there, that's the camera on what I've been referring to as the W driveway. I submit this picture to you because if you thought that maybe Mr. Phillips, Dr. Reichert said a significant fall, Attorney Burdick, you have to prove to me the cause here. The state bears that burden, and I do. That is an inhuman jump. There is an inhuman jump. If Mr. Phillips were to somehow be in that tree you see in the top there, or the top of the roof, I won't dwell on this point, but we know that is not, I mean, the structures that we saw, what could have caused a significant amount, significant fall, a significant trauma impact type of collision. We have the garage. You saw pictures of the garage. You saw how much snow was on it. You saw how much that snow wasn't disturbed. You saw the icicles on the side of the house, a picture of that. You saw that none of those were broken off. Again, the roof of the house, there's no snow imprints. There's no anything like that. Deep enough that wouldn't have been, if it had snowed 0.15 inches. The snow depth, the displacement of snow, there wasn't that much snow. This isn't a blizzard. You also see that in the area surrounding the top of this picture, the banks, things like that, there's not an indication that there was any disturbance there, that something came through there, or anything like that. So that's one cause you can rule. In terms of the time, though, what if somebody else hit Mr. Phillips? I mean, a truck, I can't just say that a truck could have done it and there's a truck. I have to rule out other possible causes in order to get us there so that you're so satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Could it have been somebody from the road? No. The positioning of that body, you saw how far into the driveway towards the garage it was in relation to the house. It is too far from that road that it's not like somebody sideswiped him. Someone was traveling down, perhaps as Sergeant Valencia had testified to, that intersection with W and M and the blind spots and things like that. It's not like somebody lost control of their vehicle that way. It's not like somebody lost control of their vehicle or was not paying attention. Mr. Phillips is too far up the driveway. We know that other people, some other vehicle, maybe he was standing in the driveway and someone else came into the driveway and hit him with a vehicle or crushed him, ran him over. We know that is not the case because the motion cameras, they're activated by Ms. Phillips at 11:08 p.m. And that is right after she left. And her testimony and what we heard on what she has submitted to you is that, in terms of her testimony, is that, she left that driveway, he was alive, she didn't know. That was the last time anyone had testified or knowledge we have that Mr. Phillips was alive.
I'm betting it's Lafleur. He was coming
She
home
leaves
that,
based on her
back there
testimony,
to,
we know, and the other
You're right.
evidence received. That's about 10:50, 10:50, 10:55. We know that by the time she sends that text at 10:57, that she is already in the subdivision. That subdivision is already 2 miles down the road. We have a pretty good sense of the time between when she's there and when those cameras are rearmed at 11:08, a few minutes later. So at that point, the cameras are operating. Motion is being detected. If there's going to be some, somebody comes into the driveway, either driveway, and comes back, we know that the cameras are armed. Ms. Phillips indicated that she gets back to the house around 2, maybe a little bit before. There's evidence submitted. I'll go through the timeline here in a few. But there is evidence submitted regarding that. Now, this is where the other pieces of evidence, again, we're ruling out cause. The snow matters because we know that Ms. Phillips got there before it started snowing. And we know that so she turns off the cameras. That's when they're now disengaged. So the argument I just submitted to you about the motion cameras, that's no longer working as of when Ms. Phillips disengages them. I'll confirm the time as we go through the argument, but just before she gets home.
Confirm it? Because
We know, and again, because of the snow on Mr. Phillips, that he was there in the time I had previously argued, because again, the snow is on top of him, and we heard testimony about that. So at that point, we know that the positioning of his body is, he's in a spot where he is there before Ms. Phillips gets home, and not after, because of the accumulation of snow. We also know that when Ms. Phillips got to the back door, the lights were on, the door was unlocked. So it's a you can rule out the possibility that maybe he went out after the fact. Maybe he had left, he left the house, not with the lights on, not with the door locked. In that small window between when the cameras are turned off and when it starts snowing. If he were to come home significantly later, again, we have that window where we can rule out those other causes that, maybe he went out and got dropped off with his friends, and one of his friends ran him over, his friends being the people at the bar. We can do that. Or some other person comes up the M driveway that is just unknown, because the snow versus the door being unlocked when Miss Phillips gets home. He didn't leave after the fact or come home after the fact.
He is awful.
Oh, sorry. Before you do that, that's cause.
how do you
Ruling
know
out
that?
other causes. That's where
How
we're at
do
as
you
far as
rule
what
that?
could have
Rule that.
caused Mr. Phillips' death. And it is, in fact, consistent with everything we've heard in terms of the testimony. And it is ruling out those other possibilities. So that's element 1. Now let's talk about element 2, the other elements. Ms. Phillips' conduct created a risk of death or great bodily harm to Mark Phillips. Ms. Phillips' conduct in this case is the driving of that truck.
Okay.
The risk of death or great bodily harm was unreasonable and substantial.
Let's hear it.
Substantial. Focusing on that is unreasonable and substantial. It's the kind of thing that somebody would know, they were aware. Well, I guess I'll just finish this. Lori Phillips, the last element, was aware of her conduct created the unreasonable and
You
substantial
have worked
risk
on this, and
of
this
great
means
bodily
that,
harm.
I'll
That's
just
the
finish
reckless
this.
conduct piece of this.
Oh my
Ms.
God.
Phillips has to cause the death of Mr. Phillips by criminally reckless conduct. Recklessness is a state of mind. It's different from an
It
intentional
didn't
state of
prove
mind,
she drove drunk.
but it has to do with her subjective awareness. She doesn't have to know that she caused his death. She has to know that her reckless conduct created an unreasonable and substantial risk. We're talking about a vehicle. We're talking about a truck. We're talking about something that has significant weight and impact. It is common
But
knowledge. It is
that would
common
mean
understanding
everyone driving a
that
truck
traffic accidents are
and
serious,
someone dies
that
in the
a
vicinity
vehicle
should
is
have
not a
known.
toy, that driving is a privilege, we all, if you've driven in your life or, you know, are aware of that, you know that driving is a responsibility. And it's because of how significant the damage can be, the risk of, again, great
Yeah, but
bodily harm,
it's still a
death,
legal,
that kind of thing. We're
drunk
talking about
driving is a
vehicle.
legal term.
The unreasonableness, well, I'll get to more on recklessness.
Fucking
This is the
Christ.
second time within a minute he can't even keep track of his own closing statements.
What is happening? This guy,
Yeah, and
the chick wouldn't
What?
have been any better.
no, she can have claimed she was drunk. Yeah, but then you know as well as I, you will have to give them a blood sample, and no blood was ever drawn on her. They could have backtracked it and say because of the amount of time she must have been around this limit, but no one says she. And they haven't put DUI in here at any point.
Yeah, and like you said, the way he was saying that, it means anybody driving a car could be considered reckless
Guilty.
if you
Yeah,
do something.
everyone is reckless because everyone knows a car can kill someone.
Well, of course it can. It can kill you too.
Yeah.
You driving it. So
Yeah, Dave, I'm pretty sure that doesn't make it legal. But again, you can't even object to speculation because this isn't part of
oh my God.
the evidence. This is just him summarizing, and he's not clearly lying as someone else we saw, but he can't keep track of his own 45 minutes. And let's get back to it.
And again,
listed
part of this
30
is,
minutes
I'm
in.
using this to highlight the common affairs and knowledge. This is a picture of a yellow light. If you drive and you know, in terms of what you can be aware of, we've all been in that situation where you're going somewhere, the light is about ready to, you know, it's green, and then it goes to yellow, and then it goes to red. And you
Okay.
see the yellow light. And in that 1, 2, 3 second just a window, you have to make a decision as a driver. You have to make a decision as to
Blow through it.
the speed you're traveling, whether you'll make that light, whether you won't make the light. You have to be aware of other people around you. You have to be aware of what other cars are doing. You have to be aware of if there's some pedestrian in the road. You make all of those determinations in that window, that tiny window. You assess that risk and you assess, am I going to make it? What are the risks if I don't make it? Will the light turn red? Will I go in the intersection? Will I cause a collision? Will I hurt someone? That is all something that is common knowledge when we talk about being a driver or a vehicle. That is
through that intersection.
the result of
Yes.
those kinds of decisions, and you have to take them seriously, and you have to make sure that you are assessing that risk appropriately. And as I had indicated, you also have to make determinations, not just of the cars, not just of the time of the light. I'm not arguing that, you know, I mean, I guess you do have to think if you'd get a ticket or not, if you miss the light. But, you know, if there's somebody who, a pedestrian that you didn't see wants to cross the road, maybe they have the walk sign, maybe they don't. Those are all the things you're aware of when you are getting ready to start a vehicle. Recklessness, drinking and driving. Another situation where it is common understanding that the relationship of alcohol and driving is not a good one. That contributes to the recklessness. Awareness of the risk. I've already, you know, I'm arguing to you in terms of that this is a vehicle, that this is the kind of injury or issue that could create substantial harm to somebody. The unreasonable piece we'll get to in a minute, but awareness. Here we have a picture of the truck. We have a picture of the back door. The truck this is a picture of the truck afterwards. We're talking about the truck that was parked not in this direction, but towards the W driveway, which you saw many pictures of.
I feel like the judge is giving him the
You're
side.
aware of that tight space. You have to make a decision on how much distance we have here. You have to avoid the trash can. You have to avoid the snowbank. But you're aware of what you're dealing with in the same way that you are when you go through the yellow light. You have to understand the intersection you're dealing with, and Ms. Phillips did understand. This is her home. She testified about the snow. She knows how it's laid out. She lived there. We saw pictures of the driveway. Further awareness, the headlights in the truck are on. It's illuminating the
Yeah, we
area.
are
You can see down the
about 20
driveway. You can
minutes
see
into
where that
45
snowbank
minutes of
is.
closing arguments from
You
the
have
state.
a good idea of the estimation of the distance, how much space, again, how much space you have to play with. In the situation that Ms. Phillips, the way she had described
Sally,
things with Mr. Phillips
absolutely
in
no
the
damage on the
driveway,
truck.
the passenger door is open. I'm arguing that you can conclude or think that, I guess, that the interior lights are on, if the door is open. I'm making that inference. There's the side view mirror. We've heard about talking about that. I'm pointing up there. But you have to know that that side view mirror, that's part of the clearance of your vehicle. Your vehicle, you know, it's a part of the vehicle that you're driving. That has to be taken into consideration. That's another factor when you're weighing the risk of, can I do something? Can I do something? Is it safe to do something?
Not in every case, sadly.
So now we're getting into the unreasonableness part of this.
So we've learned what today, folks?
It is not enough for me to submit to you or argue to you just that Ms. Phillips created a substantial risk. It has to be unreasonable. Ms. Phillips
Exactly. She has to be aware that
Ms.
the
Phillips
situation she gets
tells us
into
what here, this is line
could be potential
621 through
lethal.
623.
Yeah.
And that's what we argued yesterday, me and Mass, because if her belief is him standing next to the truck,
I love your drawings.
her belief is he's standing 2 feet away from the truck when she floors it. She isn't doing anything reckless because she shouldn't be thinking this would be a potential murder situation, because every time you would be stopping at a stop sign, and I know not all of you do that, then you should be aware that you could kill the pedestrian at the light at the stop sign. You don't do that. If another thing, if they had proven, and if he had gone really, really hard into him being here next to the car, really close, maybe even grabbing onto the handle, then you could get into, well, you should have known that could be very, very dangerous because you have the side mirrors. But we know she said he wasn't in front of the car, he was next to the car. And that leaves you, we don't know how far the snowbanks were from the car. So he could have been a centimeter or a meter away. And for you Americans, that's a thimble and a hatful of yards. But yeah, that's my problem is you have to prove that by this action, any reasonable person would have known this could be potential lethal. Everyone knows the car is a way bigger unaliver than most of the things people are complaining about. I bet you a lot more people die by vroom vroom than pew pew every year.
Yeah.
It's a weapon. It's a deadly weapon. But again, you have to say this situation had such an unique circumstance that she should have known she could have unalived him. That's my problem.
I don't think they've gotten there at all.
Yeah, I hate you when I drive in the US with the stop signs.
We
We don't have those.
You don't have stop signs?
No, we just have we call them shark teeth at when we have
Like
crossing
yield
roads.
signs? Like you just yield everywhere?
Well, we know that we should always yield to the right.
Oh my God.
A normal, if you have like a T-junction, one side will just have these shark tooth, and When you come to that, you stop and then you go. You don't have to have and what's wrong with you Americans? You put a stop sign in a wide open road, and I have to slow down for that. Even if I can see for miles around, there's no car. I have to come to an almost stop. I probably should come to a stop, and then I can go again. You have so big cars and so little talent in driving them.
This is Investigator Leinfelder's interview with her, her statement.
I'm
Go
not
ahead and
wise.
get your stuff out.
I'm just
So
making
he was
stuff up.
like getting everything out. And I don't remember what happened. But then again, he got all pissed off again, like he was gonna come get me. So then I was just like, F this. And I was out. I'm gone. That's
Okay.
Ms. Phillips' frame of mind. That's how she described it when she met with Investigator Leinfelder. She met with Investigator Leinfelder. When we talk about credibility of a witness, their representations, their memory, there's been a lot of pieces in this trial where people and witnesses have talked about this was 4.5 years ago. This was within 2 hours after police arrive. Or whenever she gets to the home and police station. We're talking about a matter of hours. This is the time when it was most fresh in Miss Phillips' mind. This is the time when she is remembering and processing the night before. She is emotional. She is grief-stricken. That is fair. But this is her statement. And again, we call that an excited utterance in terms of, when you're not thinking, when you're not processing, when you're just reporting, this is what I understand and this is what I'm saying. Those are her words. And then Ms. Phillips tells us a little bit more. There are lines 535 and 547. So Investigator Leinfelder, at some point he leaves the passenger side around the front of the vehicle. Ms. Phillips, And Ms. Phillips, he was running for me, yeah. I'm surprised he didn't just go through like he could. And then Investigator Leinfelder clarifies, so he gets around the front of the vehicle. He's coming, Ms. Phillips, yeah, to my door. Ms. Phillips, again, in case she made a mistake the first time, and then I was just like, F this, and then I took off. That's the second time she says that. That's how she's describing what had occurred. And here we have, she knows that Mr. Phillips is in front of the truck, or at her door. She knows he is in close proximity to where she is going to drive that vehicle. She has to make those same snap decisions that we talked about, or I argued in terms of the yellow light, the decisions every driver has to make. And she's doing it right then and there, and she's been drinking.
How about, oh my God.
So this is the layout of the property. Again, this is not with the snow. This is the aerial photo that we've talked a little bit about. We have the back door. We talked about the clearance of that back door. We talk about the space that we have to play with. We talk about where that truck is. And then there's the snow and the way it's shoveled. The trailer, which is not in this aerial photo, is here because the Phillips were moving. That's the situation where Miss Phillips takes off. And she does it. Now, in terms of judges, we've heard a lot of testimony about what her version of events is. Here, the corroborating evidence is that she was mad. She was upset. She was not upset because Mr. Phillips was going to hurt her. She was mad because of the way Mr. Phillips was treating her. She was mad because Mr. Phillips is jarring, I guess, for lack of it, he's saying mean things to her. He's saying what he did. We heard the testimony on that, and we know she's mad because she takes
and he
the
grabbed
cozy,
her a few times.
the one that he just insulted her with, and she throws it back at him. You heard a lot of testimony
15 minutes.
from Ms. Phillips and other witnesses, and we start talking about how do we get to knowledge? How do we get to what somebody understood? You cannot reach into the mind of another person and know for sure what they were thinking. None of us are mind readers. The cozy, her description, the I'm, yelling, I hope the cameras are on. But that Mr. Phillips was coming around. Now, at this point, and again, we've heard lot of evidence about what happened at the dive bar, what happened, you know, previously. And that's a different, you know, that's a similar but different piece to this. At this particular point,
And 14 minutes.
she testified that Mr.
I
Phillips,
hope he
that was
has
the
the same
worst she's
time
ever seen
to
him.
do
That was the
rebuttal.
most emotional she's ever seen him. In that brief window is when it all clicks and he comes around the truck. But the reason she made that determination is because of the look he gave her. After, you know, after everything we heard, after what we heard in the dive bar, it was just the look. The eyes, the presentation, I mean, just the evil look that he gave her in that 2 to 3 seconds that he came around that truck. That's what caused her to get the F out of there. That's what caused her to hit the gas. And she did that knowing he was there, knowing he was around that truck, knowing how much clearance she had to work with because it's her house. She takes off. This is a picture of the M driveway. This is a picture of one of the cameras. The state bears the burden of every fact. Judge told you that, and it's true. I have to bear the burden of the elements. I have to make sure that that happens. I will tell you right now and argue to you, it is not enough. I cannot prove this case by just saying Miss Phillips' story was
Yeah,
not consistent. I can't bear my burden like that. And I can't bear my burden by saying that if Miss Phillips didn't know or didn't have the awareness that she created the risk that she did, that I can, and finds out much later
make sure he
that Mr. Phillips is there.
track of the time.
You know, if that's when she discovers the body, either when she comes home or in the morning or, you know, sometime after that fact, that is relevant only to things, you know, in terms of her credibility. It is relevant to the indicators of guilt and the indicia of guilt, the acknowledgement of guilt, because we're getting to what she knew and what she believed and what she understood. The element is not that she knows she killed him. It's that she knows she created the unreasonable and substantial risk. But I will argue, I am offering this though. This is a picture of the driveway.
Oh my God.
We're looking at what Miss Phillips indicators in terms of how she presented the version of events. This is the driveway. There's that porch there. We can see the snowbank here in the top right. We can see the clearance. Those are not her tracks. These are not her tracks. None of these are her tracks. This is after the scene. But in terms of the man cave,
this PowerPoint
coming around, we can see how much space there is to work with during that event that she described. And we can, in terms of her coming back the other way around, when she came back that night, we can see that Mr. Phillips is poking out of the snowbank. And she indicated that, you know, in terms of how she drove by him, that she didn't see him.
How can you see? Did you recreate it at night?
The picture here, this is exhibit 20, I believe. If Miss Phillips had come into the right, gotten onto County Road W, and then goes up the driveway, this is light, granted, but that's Mr. Phillips' body right there.
Okay.
With the white sheet of ME or Tri-State put on him. Mr. Phillips was wearing dark colors at the time. Mr. Phillips was at night previously. That affects visibility. But this is the straight on shot. And you can see him even with the white on white. And that this, when Miss Phillips would have arrived in the driveway, that this would have been 0.15 inches less snow accumulated on the side of that bank. The ambient light here, she talked about how the dining room light was coming through in terms of her testimony, these big windows on the side. And she has headlights, and we saw her headlights, or not her headlights, we saw Sergeant Valencia headlights, how they would have projected. So Miss Phillips pulls into the driveway.
Quit trying to tell
and Miss Phillips
how she would see it. You don't
avoids
know.
the sunglasses, the same sunglasses we saw that have the glare, that have the reflection, that even if it's dark would have refracted the light back at her. These sunglasses. And and we can see the distance between that and Mr. Phillips' body up in the right corner.
Yeah, I'm not
we
sure
can
if
see
I'm gonna
again Probably
shut
cuts
down
here,
if they are getting the case.
going
This
up to
one
that
needs to
narrow
be done
area between the
immediately.
man cave and the door.
It could be a short one.
It's stupid. She's a lady who needs glasses, who's driving a big
The
old
driveway,
truck.
the angle of
Who
the
is-
snow, how it was set up. This is not only the clearance on the other side. This is
And
the last one. Okay.
Didn't you make this PowerPoint?
these Pete's. These people.
If I'm going to do a crime, I'm going to do it in Wisconsin.
I'm turning over to, now that I'm in terms of the cause and the scene, I'm turning over to some of the things we know about the timeline.
8 minutes,
And speaking of timelines, I'm just going to check how I'm doing on time.
very badly.
God.
8 minutes.
Sir, get your life together. Look at the judge. He's so judgy.
This is later, Mark
Exactly.
and Lori
Yeah,
at the
that-
dive bar.
But light from the
This is
dining.
that picture at 8:31 of them coming back. Go ahead.
You have to remember, snow reflects a whole lot of light, especially if she's coming back with her high beams on. Two,
Yeah.
she's in a kind of tall seated position, and he is covered not by a 1.253 inches extra snow, but covered with some snow. There's light from the house spilling out. There's snowbanks along the way. And she should have seen him there without no problem.
2 a.m, probably had cried her eyes
No,
out.
not in the morning. At 2 a.m. at night, after
yeah,
being
2 in the-
half asleep in a car park.
2 a.m, that's what I said.
No, that's at night. 2 a.m. is in the night. It's
No,
not in
and
the
2
morning.
in the morning to me is two at night or whatever. You're goofy. No, but yeah, like, and she probably was crying a lot, so her eyes are probably all foggy and yucky. And I mean, you've been there.
Yeah, it's just she should have. Well, why didn't you recreate to see how easy it was to see it?
Exactly.
Well, maybe the defense should have done that, but then they saw Gomer Pyle was the one who's running the show and thought, well,
Yeah. And
we're
I
not
thought
going to put in the 18.
short, so if she's like a shorter lady in a big old truck, I mean, come on now.
As American Gorilla says on Rumble, sometimes the best camouflage in the world is black when you're dealing with snow. Yeah, because it just looks like a shadow in the snow.
Everything is
And
blind.
snow is hella reflective.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and he was poking out. It sounds like he was sitting there looking out. No, his hand was poking out.
Mr. Phillips re-entering the dive bar. The
Come
text,
on, brother.
the surveillance camera of them leaving.
I mean, it sucks.
At 10:04, this is now where we're getting to the end of when they go back home. You saw this video, or in terms of this particular part, you can see Mr. Phillips standing here. You can see Miss Phillips standing here. You can see that she's saying something to him.
Okay, what does that prove?
I would argue that it looks like she's arguing with him.
She said she was arguing with him.
Yeah.
10:07, this is the text she sent to Miss Klinsky,
But what does
and that
that
she's
matter?
deleting this text.
What does that matter?
She
To show
testified
she
to
had
you, and
premeditated
you heard
the hit.
her version that she did that because she didn't want Mr. Phillips to know that she was sending that text. This is the 10:09 when they leave.
Very much.
Hi, little peanut.
Miss Klinsky responds. This is 10:51. He just freaked again. He was at the passenger side of the truck and tried to come at me around the truck, but I took off. I don't even know what to do. He has lost it tonight. He promised me
12 to
he would never
6
touch
is
me. He
light.
lied. That's 10:51.
Yeah.
At that point, Miss Phillips is in the subdivision.
6 to 9 is morning. 9 to 12 is before noon.
After midnight, it's 1 a.m. or 1 in the
More
morning.
text between her and Hannah. This is the one 10:53. He's out of control. I am done. He can go to Bismarck on his own. His issues big time. Miss Phillips at 10:55 tells her version of the events regarding what at this point in the timeline seems to be relating to the truck incident. That is
There is a
very
boat.
similar factually,
Yes,
especially
of course.
relating to the earring about what we had heard at the dive bar, which was several hours sooner. At 10:57, this is another one where we can see where Miss Phillips, her mental state, the frame of mind she was in. I wish you the best, but the best will never be with me. You lost everything tonight because you let your mind get the best of you. I cannot believe you put your hands on me. Good luck in Bismarck.
Yeah. And
Miss Phillips indicated that Mr. Phillips' jealousy got the best of him, that he became someone she had never seen before, that she was unsafe, that she needed to prioritize, that this is her safety, that she took out of the driveway because she had to make sure that she was safe. 10:57. This is right after this incident happened. This is when she's in the subdivision. This is when she's looking back to see if Mr. Phillips is chasing her. She said she sent that text. You heard her testimony, but she sent that text because she wanted Mr. Phillips to reflect. She wanted Mr. Phillips, the person who had just acted this way, the person who was delusional, the person who was had become this jealous monster. She wants him to reflect. She's mad. She sent this text facetiously. She sent this text right after the fact because she just left the driveway. Because she just left the driveway after this incident, and just like when she had indicated to Deputy Stoutinger, she had reason to believe that maybe she hit Mr. Phillips.
no, she didn't. She didn't show any sign.
Offered for knowledge.
You liar.
And her emotional state, it's not consistent in terms of the version where she was attacked. This is consistent with Miss Phillips leaving the subdivision, being mad, and now checking. Again, that Mr. Phillips is so jealous that, the second he realizes you're leaving, he's going to come get you. But you're sending him this text.
You didn't know their relationship, jackhole.
Miss Phillips then looks into the hotels. Go ahead.
Not any good ones. So
Miss Phillips arms the cameras at 11:08, and then she begins checking them. And it's worth noting the times on these, but she's now checking for Mr. Phillips. At this point, she knows, you've heard testimony, that those motion detectors are operating, that she's armed them, and she is saying that she's looking for potential people coming and Mr. Phillips going.
Yeah.
She's checking to see the scene
No,
that she just
she's not.
left.
You
She's
are
live streaming it.
You're lying.
And she does it 3 different times that night while she's
So?
going through her version of events.
Because she thought he was going to bring other chicks over, or maybe he was going to leave.
This is the Baymont Inn. This picture right here. Miss Phillips indicated that she had booked that room for the wrong night.
I live stream my driveway all the time.
I like.
And Miss Phillips has indicated that,
well.
she was going to stay at the hotel. That would have been it. And that's so that she could be safe. She could be safe for Mr. Phillips.
When my dogs bark, I live stream my driveway.
My time has just
If
run
anybody
out, so it must be close to it. We talked.
Here's the Woodman's parking lot.
Yeah. Why would she be checking if she knew?
Miss Phillips indicates that she's sleeping in the truck. That Mark had sent a text to his friends to go out. That's the happy hour text. We heard evidence that text was, I think, the 21st. But my words aren't evidence, so whatever you would remember, heard, experienced. But at this point, Miss Phillips is in the Woodman's parking lot. She's continuing to check the video. She's continuing to check the video because she knows.
You whispering is weird. Stop it.
Yeah. Did he say sorry or son of a?
And she knows she knows.
I don't know.
Because at this point, Ms. Phillips has an opportunity
Are you gonna say it?
to go to stay with the Klinskys, to go to Winona. She has an opportunity to go with her friend. She has an opportunity to have her friend's stepdad come to her. Ms. Phillips has an opportunity to be safe. The
Maybe she
hotel
didn't
didn't
wanna
work,
go
but Ms.
anyway.
Phillips has an opportunity to go somewhere. She has an opportunity to go in the truck, but she
Don't
doesn't
go in
do
your
that.
truck.
She
She
continues to
told
check
you.
the cameras. At this point, motion sensors are still activated. She still has the ability, she's live streaming. She's looking for, in her words, comings and goings.
Yeah. Cause he was talking about chicks.
This is the part where Miss Phillips, I guess, can't have it both ways in terms of her version of events. It's either she's scared, this is the worst experience she's ever had, this doesn't make any sense, I'm so terrified that I am unsafe and I need to focus on my safety. Or is it that I needed to get home for a reason, or is it that I wasn't concerned for my safety? Because at this point, this is about the time she goes back. She turns off the cameras. She says that that's not to disturb Mr. Phillips.
And it isn't. So don't
She
make that
indicates
bad.
that,
Truth.
I guess she didn't indicate this, but I'm arguing she's going.
Don't make that something bad. That is the stupidest thing because I turn off my cameras all the time when I know, well, never mind. It'll put out my personal business, but
Whenever
like you have to deactivate
customers come
them,
over to
or
buy
they're
a
gonna
little
be
of the.
ringing off the hook all the time when you have things happen.
Yeah, and again, she to me gave a reasonable explanation. I have waited for some hours. I thought he had come down. American Gorilla, she has a point about she kept checking the stream. Well, I think her explanation was pretty good. She wanted to see if he left or if someone came over because he had said, I'm going to get some of those 304s, I think is the internet name for it. And again, she checked if the coast was clear, went home, knew that he would probably have fallen asleep, and normally they would be good friends in the morning when he had excused himself.
Oh, exactly. I
Back to
that 100%. I believe that she
the
thought
situation, not the
we're good.
situation, but she's going back to a house alone after turning down potential law enforcement help or thinking that it was a cop in the subdivision. She wasn't looking for help. The neighbor that pulled into the subdivision, she's not looking for help.
What does that have to do with her unalive?
Any of the time period that happened after that, not going to Onalaska, not taking an opportunity to go with the Klinskys where she would have had people to watch out for her.
So she went home and did
look
it?
over the place,
What
call
are
law enforcement on her
your
behalf if
claims?
necessary. She's chosen or is indicating that she's going to go back to a residence alone with Mr. Phillips, the same violent Mr. Phillips that we heard about, the same, terrifying Mr. Phillips, the possessive Mr. Phillips, the drunk Mr. Phillips. That's where she's going to go back. She gets back at around 2 a.m. She drives right past where Mr. Phillips' location is. She arms the camera, she goes to bed. You heard her version of events in terms of what she's doing there. And then she gets up, rearms the camera system before law enforcement arrive when a little after she calls 911 at 6:29.
I would really, no, I don't want to hear from any ladies in the chat who have been in those kind of relationships, because I hope none of you have. But if you know how to tread around eggshells, at around this
that
time
she had a real good idea what
I
happened in
can
that
go
driveway.
home and we'll figure it out in the morning.
Her behavior, what she did, how she did it, again, acknowledging what had happened, the checking the cameras, the making sure, the nuances and how the system is or isn't armed.
How much time did he have to talk
The
about
fact that she didn't
the
go
accident?
to Winona, and we'll hear argument, but she has her version of events.
Judge,
Um,
45 minutes.
She
You
said it,
switched
and I
the slide.
believe her, that if she went there and he.
no, that's fine. But in terms of that, how she comes back, all of that shows that Miss Phillips knows. She has the acknowledgement of what had happened in that driveway. She knows that Mr. Phillips is in front of her. She knows that she took the F off. She knows that she did so
Front of her?
because he was
in front of
they
her.
were having an argument. This was, despite the other evidence, the non physical part of the argument, and that based on the look, that is with all of the understanding of how that driveway was set up and everything else, that's when Miss Phillips takes off with Mr. Phillips in close proximity to her.
You just said in front of.
She goes over him with her truck. She causes his death. That is unreasonable, and it is substantial. It is unreasonable because it's not based on her need to
But you didn't
flee,
show
as she
any of
indicated.
that.
It is based on her anger. It is based on her being in the heat of the moment. It is based, and perhaps very probably, based on Mr. Phillips and the way he acted that night, that he mistreated her in some capacity is going to be not in dispute.
He didn't talk
That leading
about
up to that moment, again, she's acting in the heat of the moment out of anger, not out of fear, not out of safety being the number one priority. And the reason you know that is because her actions after the fact are so inconsistent with that narrative.
What are you talking about?
I just wanted to touch on this. This is from the autopsy in terms of discussing other things. Did Mark punch the window at the dive bar?
what?
It is worth noting that
What?
as hard as he had hit the window at the dive bar, that Mr. Phillips did not have damage to his hands.
Which proves what?
What,
This
yeah,
is
what does that prove?
the truck. We've heard a lot of evidence. There is no problems in terms of, there isn't denting. The truck's in good situation. The truck did not have damage
Yeah.
on either side. Mr.
Yeah.
Phillips pushes Miss Phillips up against that truck, does so with significant force, but there's no indication of the damage of that. Is that the none? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're about at the time where I'm at the end of my opening,
he went
closing
over the
argument,
time.
I guess. We have ruled out cause. We've ruled out that there is only one cause, beyond a reasonable doubt, that truck is what was what crushed Mr. Phillips, causing his death.
Him before he
That
started
Miss Phillips
talking.
drove that
Now I
truck.
hate him even more.
That she knew, even though she was emotional, even though she was upset, even though she was mad, what she was doing. She assessed the risk. She understood the situation as far as what was going on and what could have happened. She did it anyway. Maybe she knew she killed him right then and there. Maybe she just thought she hit him, but she knew. She knew right then and there.
She did not.
And everything that happens after that is a narrative that is inconsistent with the evidence that is presented.
You didn't have any evidence present, you stupid haired man.
Mr. Zacher?
I
Thank
don't
you.
know.
Wait, hold on, let me ask, does the jury need a break, or can we just move on?
Take
Okay,
a
looks like everybody's fine with moving on. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This demeanor is so like, get
Your Honor, everything this guy just said.
this.
There was never going to be a good outcome on February 22nd. There were only two possible outcomes, and they were both bad. It was a lose-lose game that Lori Phillips was forced to play. I told you at the very beginning of this case that this is the story of an ordinary woman in an impossible situation. Case where somebody was forced to react, and she reacted the best that she could in the few seconds that she had. Lori Phillips isn't perfect, but Lori Phillips isn't a murderer. It's often been said in the legal profession that accidents happen, but crimes are committed. This is not what we call a strict liability offense. Mere fact that somebody's dead is not a crime in and of itself. The difference here is on what the mindset was leading to the fatal injuries. And as Mr. Burdick noted, the state has several elements they have to prove. They have to prove actual physical cause. They have to prove that Ms. Phillips's conduct, not Mark Phillips's, but Ms. Phillips's conduct, created a substantial and unreasonable risk of his death or great bodily harm. They've got to prove the why. Was this so unreasonable under the circumstances that it constituted criminally reckless conduct? And finally, they have to prove knowledge at the time that she knew, not should have known, but knew that she, Lori Phillips, was creating a substantial and unreasonable risk of killing her husband. Listening to the state's theory, I had one question during Mr. Bird's closing. What is the state actually saying happened?
Yeah.
We have this version of events of Mr. Phillips is dead and Ms. Phillips must have done it. And then in the middle, there's kind of an ellipsis of ... fill in the blanks. She must be in the wrong, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't like the fact that Mark Phillips is dead. They can't tell us that how this accident supposedly would have happened. The state can't come up here and rule out Ms. Phillips's versions of events. The state can't come up here and tell you that she was so unreasonable under the circumstances because of this rage and not the fear that she expressed repeatedly in her contemporaneous text messages to Hannah, to Adam, to her statements to Officer Lionfelder after the fact, to her statements and her testimony at trial here, ladies and gentlemen. The state can't tell you any of this because they don't know. It's the state's job to know this. It's the state's job to fill in these blanks. And effectively what they're relying on is this assumption that she must be in the wrong without feeling the need to prove exactly why that is the case. I found it offensive, ladies and gentlemen. The state came in here and said, this is how a domestic violence victim should feel. This is how she should react. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has no business telling Lori Phillips how she should react. You're not going to know how that's going to go until you're in that situation yourself. The same thing with the trauma. There is no right or wrong way to respond to the death of your spouse. People respond differently. And the state seems to be relying on this assumption that, well, Ms. Phillips should have behaved a certain way if this was innocent as opposed to not. The state doesn't know. One of the parts of the state's case that I want to address here is the inference that Ms. Phillips was drunk when she got into it with her husband. What evidence did you actually hear in the course of this case on that? Nobody asked Ms. Phillips how much she had to drink. Nobody asked her if she was drunk. You heard from Investigator Lionfelder, who was sitting across the kitchen table from her. He didn't see a need to run her through field sobriety tests. He didn't ask for a legal blood draw. And you saw that video at the Baymont Hotel front lobby. She looked drunk to you when she walked in there normally, presented her driver's license and her credit card, had a discussion with the front desk clerk about why the reservation didn't work, and then walk out without the clerk calling the police and saying, hey, some drunk lady is just driving away from here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a red herring. It's something that the state is throwing out there because they have no explanation to support their version of events. And ultimately, what we're going to ask you to do is go back into that jury room and come back out with the truth. And you know what? I will be the first to acknowledge that that's a difficult thing. In many cases, it might very well be impossible. But the law gives you some guidance on how you sort through the evidence in a case where we don't have all the pieces to the puzzle and how you put it back together. And that comes in the form of the burden of proof. So what is it? Judge Levine told you that you can't convict Ms. Phillips of homicide unless the state's proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of this offense. Willing to bet that most of you have heard that phrase probably 100 times in your life, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. But I'm also willing to bet that unless you've served on a jury before or spent time in the legal profession, you probably haven't spent much time thinking about what that actually means. So what do we know about it? We know that it's the highest level of certainty in the American legal system. That it's the type of certainty that you would require when you're making the most important decisions of your life. Ironically, perhaps for this case, it's the type of certainty that I've always thought of as you would have before you decide to get married, buy a home, have a child, undergo a life-threatening surgery. In other words, you've got to be really certain about something really serious. And if you don't have that level of certainty at a baseline level in Ms. Phillips's guilt, then you know that you're not at proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And I found that it helps
You've served
to
on a jury,
define
and you
what
know
proof
what
beyond a reasonable doubt is
reasonable
by
doubt is.
comparing it to what we know it's not. We know that it's more than a simple accusation. It's enough to get somebody in the defendant's chair. We know that it's more than something probably happened, because that's the definition of probable cause, and in the criminal justice system, that's a pretty low burden. We know that it's more than the civil burden, where you're looking at both sides of the story and deciding which one is slightly more convincing. We know that it's more than the intermediate standard, what you'd use to commit somebody to a mental institution against their will, where you're looking at both sides of the evidence and
I
one
don't
has
like
to
this
be
description.
substantially more convincing than the other.
It doesn't make it clear.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is unique in the sense that it's the only standard measured against itself. Because as Judge Levine told you, there's a second part to that. If you can reconcile the facts of this case upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with Ms. Phillips being innocent, then you must do so and find her not guilty. There'd be 100 different explanations for what
all
happened
your
here.
might.
But if even one of those explanations, ladies and gentlemen, is plausibly consistent with Mark Phillips's conduct and not Lori's created the risk, then your decision is very easy. If one of those explanations is plausibly consistent with Lori was reasonable to flee Mark under those circumstances, then your decision's just been made very easy. And if one of those explanations is plausibly consistent with Lori wasn't actively, personally aware that she had created a substantial risk of death or great bodily harm to her husband at the time that she fled, then your decision is very easy. Because those are the outcomes that you have to adopt and find her not guilty. Think about it like a deck of cards. Used this example before, but
Does
we
he
could
have
pull a
them?
deck of cards out and I could throw one down. There's an accusation. It's enough to put somebody in the defendant's seat. Might take a third of the deck, pull it out and say, that's enough to say something probably happened. Probable cause. We want to do a civil case where we're deciding whether or not Ms. Phillips was wrongfully terminated from employment, for instance. I take out both sides, measure them equally, slap one more card on, so we have 27 to 25. That's preponderance of the evidence. And the clear and convincing standard might involve taking 48, 50 cards and leaving a couple other there so that one side is substantially more convincing than the other. For proof beyond a reasonable doubt, all of the cards have got to be on the deck. So what do the cards tell us in this case? I've described this already as like a puzzle with half the pieces missing. I wish that I had more information in this case as well.
Wouldn't have been funny
We
if
know
you.
for a fact that whatever happened happened very quickly. We can tell that from the presence of the sunglasses on the driveway. We can tell that from the fact that Lori had to drive off when the passenger side door was still wide open. Everyone seems to agree that this wouldn't have been a prolonged incident. It's something that happened in the instant, in the moment. We can also tell from the evidence that Mr. Phillips was not upright when he was injured. How do I know that? Well, we know that from Dr. Reichard's testimony, first and foremost, that he doesn't have the avulsion pocket injuries or the bumper type injuries that he would typically see in an upright pedestrian. Meaning that we can rule out a scenario where Ms. Phillips sees her husband in front of her, sees red, and then guns the engine and runs him down. That didn't happen. We can tell that from the autopsy findings. We can also tell that from the condition of the truck at the time that it was recovered. It was pristine. It was spotless. Don't tell me for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Phillips can plow into Mr. Phillips with enough force to kill him with the side view mirror and it's not going to leave a single scratch. It's not going to leave any damage. Nothing on the grill. Nothing on the paint. Nothing to indicate that this vehicle had been involved in an accident. At some point, Mr. Phillips went from upright to down. And the state's own pathologist agreed with several possibilities entirely consistent with Ms. Phillips being innocent. He agreed that while this could be crushing, yes, it could be traumatic injury. He agreed that Mr. Phillips may have been caught and drug. We saw a picture of that belt that appeared to be clearly damaged, consistent with being caught on something in that position where he was eventually found. You saw and heard evidence about the aftermarket steps that were on the driver's side, well, both sides of the truck actually, that stuck right out. And think about this from a practical standpoint, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Phillips is running around to the side of the truck. He's about to reach that driver's side of the door, and then Ms. Phillips hits the gas. That's exactly the type of tripping injury that could cause him to fall over and get those left-sided head injuries that Dr. Reichard testified about. Left-sided exterior, left-sided subdural He said hemorrhage instead of hematoma. And what else did Dr. Record say? Said that Mr. Phillips had bruises on his legs, consistent with that tripping hazard, ladies and gentlemen. He agreed that he can't rule out that Mr. Phillips was running after and jumped, or tried to jump on, or tried to hold on. He agreed that he couldn't rule out that Mr. Phillips fell over in the process of running over to the side of the truck. The point is, the state's own forensic pathologist testified that
Looks
he
more
can't
like
rule
a
out
pig
the
than a
innocent
leopard.
explanations for what happened on that evening.
It's like a little
And that's
grip.
a really big deal. So let's talk about the salt film. You saw the photographs. I know what I think I saw. Certainly use your own judgment on those. But in Wisconsin, all of us who drive our cars around know that unless you're washing your car regularly, you've got that kind of scummy salt film that builds up on the side of your car. And what we have on the side of the driver's side of the truck towards the back, we've got something that appears to be clearly wiped away with a couple, at least, finger-sized marks coming downwards on the body of the truck. Now, if this is consistent with where Mr. Phillips was when he tripped, or when he started to fall, or when he tried to hang on, this is consistent with Ms. Phillips' side of the story. This is consistent with Ms. Phillips telling the truth and Ms. Phillips being innocent in this matter. I acknowledge that could be anything else too, but I bring it up to show that this is a piece of evidence that was right in front of the state the entire time, and they just skipped over it. They refused to acknowledge it. We don't have that luxury. And I want to talk a little bit about the fiber on the drive shaft. So let's assume that we don't have all of these issues with the fact that the truck had been driven outside of protocol and we have no idea what kind of contamination did or did not occur at that point. Let's ignore the fact that this cotton fiber could be from Mr. Phillips's jeans or from any other source of cotton anywhere in the world, and that Ms. Hank had no idea when it was deposited and by what method. But let's assume that it was from Mr. Phillips. The fact that it's there isn't important. It's where the fiber was that's important. It's at the very back end of the drive shaft weight, consistent with whatever happening outside of Ms. Phillips' field of vision. And if the state can't disprove an innocent version of events, then it can't prove its case at all. The state can't disprove these cases. They cannot show you that what Ms. Phillips told you happened in the course of this night didn't happen. And you know what? Do I know exactly what happened? No. But the difference here is that it's not my obligation to prove anything to you. It's the state's version, or it's the state's obligation to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's not right.
You don't need to
And
talk
one of the more
about
frustrating things
15
about this,
minutes.
ladies and gentlemen, was this ability to corroborate, discredit, or confirm the version of events by the data that was available to them readily. We heard the testimony on why the sheriff's department didn't pursue this data, but ladies and gentlemen, that's nonsense. You saw the filings, you saw the emails. They said, we recommend that you download it. Worst case scenario, Trooper Marquardt loses an hour of his time and they don't get any data out of that. But even in the case of the telematics, they expected that data to exist for months. The type of data that could either credit, confirm, or discredit exactly what happened here. Ladies and gentlemen, had they gone through that step, had they done their job and collected that data, there's a pretty good chance that none of us would even be sitting here right now. Because that data, in particular, the front-facing hazard detection,
15
would have
minutes.
told
I
us
would wrap it
exactly
up now.
how that injury occurred.
You don't need to go much further.
And
You can only talk them
what
to
the state
death
seems
now.
to be suggesting in this case is that you convict on bad feelings alone. That it starts with this assumption of guilt, that Ms. Phillips must have been angry and not scared, that Ms. Phillips must have had no good reason to behave in the way that she did. And they're asking you to assume the worst and fill in the blanks. And effectively what the state's asking you to do is vengeance. You know what? Vengeance is easy. The basic human response that all of us experience. Eye for an eye. That we see somebody that we love, that we've lost, and we want there to be a bad guy. We want there to be somebody to blame. Because it's so much easier to strike out in anger than focus on our own feelings of loss and grief after losing a loved one like this. But you all promised you wouldn't do vengeance. You promised you'd do justice instead. Justice is more difficult than vengeance. Justice requires you to look at the facts instead of the feelings. Justice requires you to make difficult decisions. And I'll be the first to tell you, justice doesn't always feel good. Nevertheless, that's what each and every one of you swore that you would do. And I told you from the beginning of this case that it's okay to have empathy for Mark. It's okay to have empathy for his family. Mark isn't somebody who was 100% pure evil. Human beings are much more complicated than that. We're not some one-dimensional cartoon characters that can either be classified as hero or villain. And I have no doubt that in his life, Mark was a good dad, a loving brother, a son, a good friend, the life of the party. But you know what else I don't doubt? That when Mark was drunk, he was an abuser. And that was the Mark Phillips that confronted Lori on the last night of his life. Which leads us to the why. Assuming that you conclude the state has met the other elements, you have to ask, was this reasonable under the circumstances or not? And we're not viewing this in a bubble. We're viewing this from Lori's perspective at the time that she acted. And in my mind, the very definition of reasonable doubt existed the instant that the state's witnesses acknowledged that they would never tell a victim in Ms. Phillips' position to simply stay there and find out what abuse is coming next. Now, the state didn't want to answer questions about what 911 dispatchers might say, but use your common sense.
Thank you
ladies
so
and
much for
gentlemen.
joining and
You
watching.
really think that any law enforcement officer or dispatcher would tell somebody calling saying, help, my husband's coming to hurt me, help, that they would say, you can't take off because that might put him in danger and we don't want that. So you should probably just nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, the state used the example of a green light turning yellow and turning to red as an example of assessment of risk. And, you know, if this were an ordinary traffic case about whether or not somebody caused an accident at a four-way intersection, yep, that'd be a fair comparison. But in this case, if the light turns red when you haven't properly assessed the risk, it's not going to jump out to your side of the car and strangle you. Those were the consequences in Ms. Phillips' case. That's what she had to decide in a period of just seconds, whether or not she would stay or go. And in this case, I think that the fact that there's a history of domestic abuse was both acknowledged by the state and corroborated by the evidence. This is something that happened in private. It happened in public. You heard from Mr. Gierach. He had the audacity, and I'm not going to say that word myself, to scream that at her and pull her off of a bar stool. You heard from Ms. Phillips about that terrifying moment when Mark broke into her apartment and strangled her in the middle of the night. You heard from the others at the dive bar about how upset and how out of control Mark was, and you saw that footage for yourself, flailing his arms, pounding his hands, getting right into Ms. Phillips' face and screaming at her. He was out of control. And on that night, Lori had never seen him in that state before. She'd never been more scared of him. Direction that the direction of travel would be as she happened to pull in to that portico between the house and the man cave. And in order for the state's theory to make sense, that this was an act of jealousy and Ms. Phillips knew when she was combing the cameras, hoping that something bad hadn't happened, all of this prior evidence would have to be an act. Her text messages, her responses to Hannah, physical evidence in the home, all of that would have to be a ruse concocted by somebody who, despite being accused of committing a crime of passion, would have to have an awfully good understanding of Wisconsin criminal recklessness law in order to come up with her story and come up with her version of events and fake all of these text messages and comments throughout the night. Ladies and gentlemen, the simplest explanation is usually the true one. The true explanation in this case is that Lori Phillips didn't know that Mark was injured. And in order to prove otherwise, the state would also have to prove to you that her reactions on those video surveillance systems from the home were also faked. You all saw that. If that was an act, then let's get this woman a statue. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that was the reaction of somebody who saw her husband for the first time dead on the side of the driveway. She didn't fake that. She didn't fake her panic 911 call. And she certainly didn't fake it with the three officers who interacted with Ms. Phillips that day, Sergeant Valencia, Investigator Lionfelder, and Deputy Stollinger, all of whom described her as extraordinarily upset. So upset she couldn't stop shaking, distraught. The reason that Lori was so distraught in those videos, in that 911 call, in front of the officers, is because she was telling the truth. She had just experienced the worst moment of her life, finding this man that she had a complicated relationship, but a man that she loved nevertheless, dead on the side of the driveway. And if that's what the evidence suggests, then ladies and gentlemen, the state can't possibly prove that she had the required knowledge at the time that she left the driveway. Knowledge that she was risking Mr. Phillips's life. So where does that leave us? I'm gonna go back to the deck of cards, ladies and gentlemen. Remember,
No.
I told you that proof
Stop.
beyond a reasonable doubt. You're not comparing one side of the story.
Thank you, Audra. And Jamie and I are doing this anyway, so we're just happy that any of you want to join us.
Yeah.
And we really hope that even though we do make breaks, we do make fun, we do use a little humor, we do get into yelling matches, that we entertain you, even though cases can be long-winded, and sometimes frustrating. Thank you so much for the super chat, Audra.
Yeah. And we appreciate you.
To the other.
We appreciate every one of the 61 on YouTube and 66 people on Rumble. Thank you all so much.
You're comparing it to yourself. And in fact, you're comparing it to see if all the cards are back in the deck. So is there reasonable doubt in this case?
They are
Absolutely.
equally split 43,
There's a corroborated
43.
history of physical abuse.
Oh,
There's
that's
Mark's behavior in the bar, captured by witnesses and videos. There's his blood alcohol concentration of 149. Dr. Reichard's agreement that this accident could have happened in a way consistent with Ms. Phillips's innocence. Mark's perfect concealment behind that snowbank. Lori's video reaction in 911 call. The corroboration of all of Lori's movements after the fact and her cooperation with law enforcement in providing her phone and camera login information. And that fight or flight instinct that each and every one of us can understand. And you know what? I am a true believer
Teach me how.
in our system of justice here in the United States. And that I believe that a group of 12 people selected randomly out of the voting rolls, that's how we found you're all good citizens, can come to a better conclusion than any one of us could individually. And I respect the fact that in the course of your deliberations, the 12 of you might be able to take some of these cards and put them back up on the deck. But before you reach the result that the state is asking for, they've all got to be there. And they're a long ways away from that. So the way that this works is that the state gives their closing argument, and now I'm giving my summation, and since the state does have that highest burden of proof, they get the last word. When I say thank you and sit down, that'll be the last that you hear from me during this trial. I'm confident that whatever Mr. Burdick says in rebuttal, you'll treat with the same degree of careful analysis if you've treated the rest of the evidence in this matter. So if there's any one thought or theme that I want to leave you with as you go into your deliberations, I want to bring you back
Thank
to
you,
that
Iris,
final
for the 5
confrontation outside of the
memberships.
dive bar.
Lupoy, Jess
Mark has Lori
Ruby,
slammed up against the truck,
Unbronzed Aussie,
and you
Judge
heard her
Maddie,
testify that she raised her voice.
and
Stop, Mark.
Matt
Stop. You've done enough tonight.
got the 5.
Hoping that the people in the parking lot will come to her rescue. Hoping that somebody would put a stop to it. Nobody did. Nobody came to her rescue at the home. Ladies and gentlemen, the 12 of you who deliberate have the power to come to her rescue 12 years after the fact. You have the power to say that what happened to Mark was awful. It was tragic, but it wasn't a homicide. Lori Phillips is not a murderer.
Can you give her one of these?
The only proper verdict in this case is not guilty.
Uh-oh. Is it not
Thank you
working?
for your time. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for your service in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Zacher.
Sure, it only does it when it wants to.
We have rebuttal. Usually it doesn't take as long. Is everybody okay? All right. All right, go ahead.
No, this happened in 19.
Why do you
20.
think?
19 or 20.
Yeah, 19. But he said 12 years ago. I don't know what he was referring to.
No. Sorry, I just had to get my drink because coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
He used 25 minutes.
I want to start off with some of Attorney Zacker's points, and I'm going to kind of work through, and I get an opportunity to address his points with the last
hear it.
word. Attorney Zacher starts by saying that there's overwhelming evidence, or I guess not starts, but he says there's overwhelming evidence that Ms. Phillips didn't know that she caused the injury to Mr. Phillips. Ms. Phillips would have you believe that she was so scared, she was in such the heat of the moment, that she was unable to feel or experience anything. If you've hit a small animal, if you've gone over a speed bump, if you've hit a curb, if you've hit a pothole, if you've done any amount of driving, you know what happens when you go over that. You know how your car feels. You know how you experience it in the cabin. You know that moment when you go over the speed bump and the whole car feels like it moves and jars and shakes. What about a 220-pound man? What about a 220-pound man the size of Mark Phillips? You can't say she didn't know. I showed picture, the exhibit about the trash can's behind the house. She didn't think she hit the trash can.
Only
Snowbank,
a year and a half before
pulled to the
this
side,
happened.
it tapers off at the end, goes over the little bit of snow there on the end. Didn't think she hit a snowbank. That she experienced nothing, felt nothing, heard nothing during that incident is not the truth. That is not accurate. You use your common affairs and understanding of life, you can make that conclusion. There is no way she didn't know. Overwhelming evidence, I would argue, is not true.
Sure thing. Weird hair.
Mr. Zacher also says that oftentimes the simplest explanation is the best explanation, and here it is. People just don't find themselves under trucks. Gene fibers just don't find themselves on drive shafts.
Well, tell
The
us
tears
how
on Mr. Phillips'
that's
jeans,
stupid.
consistent with everything we've heard, and that
Can
thread
we
that was found.
object?
Attorney
Because
Zacher pulls out a deck of cards and tells you
it's closing
to kind
arguments.
of work it down and what we could do and the different types of standards of proof. I would at least note that Mr. Zacher is using a process of elimination approach to get to that final card. The same thing that I argued to you in my initial closing argument about the cause, about what we can rule out, about what we know. Same type of reasoning. But it is important to also remember that while I have to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt, I do not have to prove to you all doubt. The standard that doesn't exist in terms of in the law, that every possible speculative possibility known to being theoretically possible, I don't have to rule that out. That is not my burden of proof. It is beyond a reasonable doubt, consistent with the evidence. Going through, Mr. Zacher wants me to pick a mechanism for how Mr. Phillips perished that night. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's substantial factor. I don't have, in terms of the causal mechanism, that which tire, back tire, front tire, whether Mr. Phillips, what happened in the undercarriage once he has been gone over in the truck by Ms. Phillips, that's not substantial factor. That's a causal mechanism. That's somebody were to say, a battery case. I don't have to tell you which fist the person used. It's enough that they cause harm. Criminal damage to property, substantial factor of cause. I don't have to tell you which side of the brick hit the window and it broke it. I just have to tell you that that was the substantial factor that caused that criminal damage to property. Emotional distress, causing emotional distress, for example, I don't have to tell you or prove as part of that substantial factor cause which neuron in the brain caused which emotion to misfire. That is not my burden. The truck here, the evidence you have, a substantial factor that when that truck went over Mr. Phillips' body, it compressed him in the pavement and it crushed him. And it crushed him on the side. Consistent with the evidence that we saw, we know that Mr. Phillips was in front of that truck. We know that Mr. Phillips is looking or at the driver's side window of that truck. We know that the truck crushed
How do we
the left
know
side of his
any of
body.
that? How do we
You're
know
facing the way I'm facing you.
of that?
And ladies and gentlemen, I guess I'll turn my back and look ahead. My left, my right. That's looking at the garage. And I'm on the driver's side.
What are you talking
And
about?
that vehicle passes over me. Which side is it going to crush? It's going to crush my left side. The momentum is going to pull me back. And I'm going to end up down the driveway in that situation. Exactly consistent with where you saw that body. The positioning and everything about it.
And Sir,
How?
what? So he is in front of the car and then got hit and moved around. What
And
are you
got dropped.
talking about?
No evidence.
Ladies
of
and gentlemen of
this.
the jury, in terms of this idea of Ms. Phillips
No
not
damage to the car.
corroborating or, Ms. Phillips covering it up, that is what I'm arguing, that she did. That she knew, that she went to the subdivision, not because she's an expert on criminal recklessness, because that she was afraid. She reasonably believed, knew, was aware that she just hit her husband, went over him, and she went to that subdivision. She's not awaiting her rescue. She's not looking for any help. She's afraid she's going to get arrested for an OWI, operating while intoxicated. And this is not that case. Did I prove that Ms. Phillips is drunk? Of course I didn't. But that's her words. And then later in the text communication from Ms. Klinsky, what does she tell her? Don't drive. If they see you in the parking lot, they'll arrest you. That's the person who was with her almost all night. Those people know how much Ms.
Yeah,
Phillips
but you
drank.
didn't prove it.
Those are the two
homeboy.
instances we do have of how
You
much Ms.
can-
Phillips had to drink.
You can
If
say
appear
she
intoxicated
said
on
she
the
was drunk, but
videos,
you can't
say
prove
that
it.
she did. But did
And
Mr.
this is
Phillips?
why I hate that the state
Saw him move his
gets the
hands.
last
You didn't see
word.
him stumbling. You didn't see him fall down drunk. You didn't see him look particularly drunk, but you know what his BAC was.
You don't know what his baseline is of being drunk.
Miss Phillips wasn't
That's
covering
what-
up what happened after because she is a expert in criminal recklessness, but she did cover it up because she was afraid of getting in
I
trouble.
just hope that the
because she had been
jury
drinking, because she had just
isn't
did what she did.
convinced
and
by
because
this
she
guy,
didn't
but
want
I'm
anyone
afraid
to
of
know about it.
juries. I've seen enough of them.
Mr. Zacher wants to bring up that Miss Phillips, her field of vision. And I think that goes back to, let's look at the instruction. It is aware of a substantial risk, aware of a substantial and unreasonable risk. It is not see right in front of you. We have the mirrors. Can you pull up that?
What?
This is the side of the car. The car itself has everything in terms of what we're looking at. We can see that the foot rail doesn't go outside of the tires. We can see that the mirror does in fact extend a little bit out of the door, but that's part of the operation of the vehicle. That's a part of what you're aware of. That's a part of the actual vehicle itself, the part that is going to cause that substantial and unreasonable risk.
But he was in
That's
front
what
of the
you're
car, you said.
Aware of.
I know.
That includes what's around the vehicle. That includes what you know. That includes your rate of speed. That includes the mirrors. I mean, if you were to drive into let's say a parade or a parking lot or something like that with the mirrors out, and somebody gets clipped by that mirror and then goes under the car. Well, I mean,
No.
he hit the mirrors. That's good enough. No
No
is
evidence that
part
he
of the
hit the
vehicle.
mirrors.
That's
Your
part of
own
the
expert
risk that
said
she is aware of when she took
no
off the
evidence.
driveway that night, and she did it the way she described. I will not belabor the point of whether those two small indicators are fingers or not next to the gas tank.
No, because
But again,
no
that goes to the
evidence said
mechanism. Once
it
Mr.
was
Phillips is under that
fingers.
truck, and once Ms. Phillips takes off, creates that risk, is aware of the risk, knows that we're exactly where he's at, knows what what's happening, knows that there's the driveway and the clearance. I mean, if he goes under in his last efforts to try to right himself, grabs that gas can and then drags while
It's
he's
not a
being
gas
hit by
can,
the
it's a
truck or
gas tank.
crushed by the truck. The truck's still a
Underneath the
substantial
car.
factor. And Ms. Phillips drove the truck.
Prove that either.
That's still your substantial factor. He's under the truck.
I'm sorry. This is stupid.
Let's talk about some of the text to Hannah and things like that. And Judge, how am I doing on time?
I'll
You're
give you
doing
Oh,
another
really
5, 10
bad.
minutes.
5, 10 minutes. Then I will be brief. The text to Hannah,
No.
they show indicia of guilt. Here's why. Because the first text in that chain, the one that happened at the dive bar, is shit just got real. I'm deleting this. And then you know from the Cellbrite data that she does in fact delete that text. Now that's at the dive bar. That's in the bathroom at the dive bar. That's consistent with the time. But Ms. Phillips says that the reason she had to do that was because Mr. Phillips takes her phone and he looks at it. And she's worried about what's going to happen next in the days, et cetera, when he gets her phone. So she doesn't delete any of the other texts in the chain. She talks about domestic violence. She talks about, the hit. She talks about everything like that. All of those things that would have made Mr. Phillips mad, that whole communication with her and Ms. Klinsky, they're not deleted. She didn't have to. Because she knows. Because she knows what just happened. She knows how things had happened, and now she's trying to create this record. She's getting in touch with Hannah. She's using details that are similar from the dive bar. It's out of context, out of text. While she's doing that, she indicated that she is pulling up her phone and live streaming it. Miss Phillips' version of events is consistent with somebody who is trying to cover up what had happened. She's creating a record. She's making sure that everybody, and that anybody who has the opportunity to see this, that she has, I guess, for lack of a better term, an alibi. Also, she knows that she needs to create a significant enough time period that when she eventually makes her 911 call, she has to be sober.
Finger marks.
Otherwise, people will start asking questions, and that, based on her statements to Investigator Leinfelder, is what scares her. Knowing what had happened.
I'm sorry, but the way she acted afterwards gave me no indication that she thought she just ran over her husband.
No. And the friend said it wasn't the first time she told her to delete messages.
Yeah, because he was stalking her phone. We know that.
Judge, this is my last call.
He's not improving anything. He's making no sense to me, because now you're saying he's in front of the car. If you hit a human being with the front of your car, you'd have some damage.
We're almost at the end of our presentation. I will go through this brief as I said I would. How do we know
Every time you stop to say you'll do it brief,
this is her with Investigator Leinfelder. I didn't respond because I was so pissed off. She said that twice. Next slide, please. Ms. Phillips discussing her version of events. You put your hands on me, you just live and you let go. She's being provocative. I made a scene outside. She's mad. She's mad at Mr. Phillips. This is at the dive bar. Next slide, please. Ms. Phillips, I took the phone and I said, leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens. She's talking about Adam Stevens. She's mad. She's mad at the bar. Mark has embarrassed her. Mark has embarrassed her in front of her friends. Not his friends, her friends. And she made special note of her friends, their family, that being their first impression. Ms. Phillips is embarrassed. And she's mad. And Mr. Phillips is being a jerk. And he's being loud. And that is making her mad. Leave Stevens out of this. Quit calling Stevens. She's mad. Next slide, please.
As it's totally reasonable to be if your drunk husband is calling someone to try and pick a fight.
Regarding, this is what's concerning Ms. Phillips.
FD never listened to me. I'm an idiot.
Text to friends asking to go out drinking. I'm sure he'll hook up with yet another chick in our relationship. This is after she has told him she's done, completed, she's moved on, she's escaped. Next slide, please. This is her sending what is I've referred to and asked about is a facetious or a sarcastic text, and that was some of the testimony to corroborate that. Next text. She's mad. This is right after this happened. He told me when he was taking his stuff, he was going to go to HG. So I assumed because he's I was going to use these 2 bar chips I had tonight. When she testified, she talked about that Mr. Phillips is in the car saying that he's going to hook up with other women. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's going to go out to the bar, and her texts corroborate that. And then she told us that she's checking the live feed because she's afraid that other women are going to come back to the house. She's jealous. She's mad. She is not happy. And then those HG tips, that is what happened in the front seat of that truck. That is what happened in that particular period. That's what she's talking about. That's what set it off. And that's when her jealousy causes her to take the F out of there. She's mad. Mr. Phillips is not physically abusing her at that point. She's mad. He's being rude, sure. They're arguing, sure. But that's what set her off. And then she takes out of that driveway, and this is the last slide. Why didn't Miss Phillips? The point of why would Miss Phillips come back to the scene at all? It's a fair question. This is from Deputy Valencia, or Sergeant Valencia's squad car. This is what we saw. This is one of the first things we saw today. Oh, thank you. Miss Phillips has to return home. She can't go to Winona. She can't get a hotel. She can't stay somewhere safe. She can't stay, get the neighbor for help. She has to return, and she knew she had to return before she did because of this. This was 250 to 300 yards is what Sergeant Valencia said. This is what everybody that morning, she came in the other way. I can't represent, she came in the opposite way. She knows this is what everyone on Saturday morning is seeing. That's her window. That's the time. That's how much time she has
For 15
to
minutes.
figure out what she's going to do about the situation.
And he had
that
5
she's
to
in.
10 minutes left before.
Right there. That's what everyone's seeing.
Right.
And that's what's going through Miss Phillips' head. And she knows that if she doesn't get home, she loses the opportunity to control the narrative. She loses the opportunity to tell her version of events, her side of the story.
What?
Because of that.
Sir.
If she stays in a hotel, she stays in Winona, she goes somewhere else, she can't control that story because someone else would have found Mr. Phillips. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration throughout this week. I ask that you define the defendant, Lori Phillips, guilty.
That makes
This
no
was-
sense. That makes no
Ladies
sense.
and gentlemen, the following two forms of the verdict will be submitted to you for your consideration concerning the charges against defendant Lori Phillips.
I'm
I'll
getting
give you a
heated.
second there.
Yeah.
One reading, we, the jury, find the defendant Lori Phillips guilty of second-degree reckless homicide as charged in the information. And the other reading, we, the jury, find defendant Lori Phillips not guilty. It is for you to determine which one of the forms of the verdict submitted to you, you will bring in as your verdict. This is a criminal, not a civil case. Therefore, before the jury may return a verdict which may be legally received, the verdict must be reached unanimously. In a criminal case, all 12 jurors must agree in order to arrive at a verdict. When you retire to the jury room, select one of your members to preside over your deliberations. The presiding juror's vote is entitled to no greater weight than the vote of any other juror. If you need to communicate with the court while you're deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the presiding juror. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you communicate with the court only by written note. If you have questions, the court will talk with the attorneys before answering, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for an answer. The court will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. When you have agreed upon your verdict, sign it and dated by the person you have selected to preside. After you reach a verdict, the presiding juror will notify the bailiff that a verdict has been reached. Everyone will return to the courtroom. The verdict will be read into the record in open court. The court may ask each of you if you agree with the verdict. So at this point, we will swear the officers. Come on up, the bailiff.
Do you swear that you will, to the best of your ability, keep all jurors sworn on this trial together in some private and convenient place until they have agreed on their verdict or are discharged by the court, and that you will not, before they have rendered their verdict, communicate to any person the state of their deliberations or the verdict they have agreed upon?
So today, we now we'll select the two alternates, and what I usually do is I just take the date and have those as two numbers, and just so you know, you are randomly given a number, and then it's randomly put on a list, and then we give two random numbers. The two numbers today is the November 10th, so 11-10 are the two numbers.
I haven't seen that
Go ahead.
before.
Gavin Martin and Todd.
No, it's court
Mr.
officers.
Martin and Mr. Newman?
Oh, doxing
Oh,
them.
that's very odd. You're both at the end. So you are the alternates. Thank you so much for your jury duty through this. If you'd like me to answer some questions, yeah, you can go ahead and have a seat. I will be out in a bit. We have to take care of a few things, get the jury out. What I want to do is first have you two go out, grab your things. If you'd like to, I'll meet you in my chambers. Or if you'd like to go, you're welcome to go. Thank you so much for your jury duty over the whole week. I hope it was good. So we'll have you two go on out. And Terry, why don't you just take those two? Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna stand up. And remaining, Once they're out, we'll have you go into the jury room and start deliberating. See you. You can even start heading out. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they had the lady. She could take care of that. Becky was her name. Well, then I can change. Jamie, are we staying live or are we?
I say you just
Do
go.
we believe they come back fast?
I don't know.
It's 3:00. Will we have a verdict today? Or will he release them in 1 hour?
Is he going to release them or is he going to make them stay?
I don't know.
I feel like he's going to make them stay because he wants to get this done today, hopefully.
You're closer than me. You go ask him.
I think he'll make them stay. But I think we'll see. Because I know.
Am I tired? Well, it's 10 p.m. my time, so I'm not tired, but I can feel. Remember, I'm this stupid guy, so I went to bed at 2 a.m., was up again at 7 a.m. and streamed a little bit with MG, hit the gym, had an hour's nap, and then I've been here for 6.5 hours. There were some complications on Monday. I don't know if it was another trial or whatever it was, but he was very angry. And I don't think they have to write not guilty 12 times. They have 2 different pieces of paper that they just should bring back in. The one they passed up the chance for the last 3 break offers. That's right, yeah. So a smoky break, a coffee break, and a discussion break. And yeah, Jamie, let's just let's hang around. Maybe the good people can find something to entertain us with. Well, we don't know if they can come back in the morning. That's I don't know how he's running his courtroom. We saw it in which case was it when they were back in on Saturdays? That was the Texas trial, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they talked about it, but they made a verdict at no, it was the Tronis case because they made a verdict at 10:30 when I was asleep. They were supposed to come back.
This one, the Texas one, they came back at like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. So
everybody was like in their PJs trying to live stream.
Yeah, I was sleeping. Can we watch a crazy testimony from another trial? Do you have any crazy? Well, I have looked at it to see if I could find a countdown or timer I can have as an overlay on Chrome, but I don't know if it would work. They had all of them had mixed, but they went out. I have a timer in my watch. Not that one. I have a stopwatch. That's what I'm going for. I'm just gonna hit start on that, and then no, I wasn't gonna do that. Stop. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna do this. And I will forget to check it when they come back. I can't see it taking too long unless he convinced someone with his final speech. So do the state opening in the Chandler Henderson case. Is that a good one?
No, me and Farrell watched that one crazy guy, and that was probably the craziest one I've seen so far. That Anthony
Okay.
guy killed his whole family.
We watched that crazy guy, and that's the craziest guy I've seen. Okay. What's
Anthony,
that?
the Anthony, what is his name? Anthony. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Hang on.
I'll put in Anthony. It doesn't really show me.
Farrell, you know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of his last name. We did it on Sal's channel a while back.
We want to check in on the Vice scene. I'm not even sure that they're still going. I could look into it.
TODT or whatever is his last name.
They are on break in the Vice scene.
Of course they are. That guy was a lunatic.
That one has the word murder.
It seems like there are jury
other
instructions.
offenses.
I hate her. Now I just hate her more than ever.
Yeah.
Because she just talks too much. The finding would be no different, that it's not appropriate to instruct the jury in this case.
So a
Primarily
28-day case done in 14 days.
There's
That's
a
pretty good.
denial of intentional behavior related to Lynn Hernan's death by Ms. Kershevsky. Why don't you just go back up to the, so she can see, go back up to the, we all can see, I should say. Attempted. Yep, we got that in, attempted. So
Are they
you would
going on?
feel free to, Teresa, include me on the email because I have access to it. And if there are any things that come up over the weekend, I could go in and change it upon agreement of the parties. If there's anything else that
It
you
seems like they're gonna do
we'll make
closings
sure
on
what
Monday.
with the email will be all the separate verdict forms.
Did you ever
So
finish
that very quickly Monday morning we can just
the
do a
Ronnie
final
guy?
and we've reviewed it. And
The Ronnie
okay.
Ronnie
I don't think
O'Neill
I've
guy?
overlooked anything, but anything else from
Mass,
the
it was
state?
it was slotted
Anything
in
else
for
from the
28 days.
defense? No, thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the hearing. Good luck as you prepare your closing arguments. I look forward to.
Did she take the stand? What the F is going on? They've been on break forever today. Have they not been?
Statutory violation. Making those. I reworded a little bit just because I thought it.
So they just had a hearing today to do jury instructions. Well, I'm not gonna listen to that angry old woman. Boom, 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 boom. Did we ever figure out what names it was?
Yeah, well, Anthony Todd, T-O-D, D as in dog, T as in Tom, was the guy we were talking about that we watched. That he's a nut job. And then I said, "Did you ever finish the Ronnie O'Neill guy too? Remember?"
But that wasn't that much in that one. It's the opening statements or whatever. What were you looking at?
No, we were looking at when he testified because he was the defendant. His testimony. I swear you were on that live with us, but maybe you weren't.
I'm not anyway.
But him testifying on his own behalf was absolutely ludicrous. So that's, I mean.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Todt, you are sitting between
probably
some
going
very
to Germany on Monday if
experienced
this is
trial
done.
attorneys. You should consider their counsel in the decision as to whether you wish to become a witness in this case or exercise your constitutional right to remain silent. I want you to understand that at your request, Should you choose to remain silent, I would have instructed your jury that they are not to consider your silence in any way whatsoever in rendering a verdict. Ultimately, the decision as to whether you wish to testify in this trial is yours and yours alone. Have you had an opportunity to discuss that decision with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you need any additional time to make that
I'm
decision?
gonna
Decision has been made,
grab me a
sir.
little
All right.
snack so
It's
I
been
can
represented to the
keep
court
my
that
blood
you
sugar high.
wish to testify in this trial.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that
I should
the
put a
state will
plan
have an
together.
opportunity to cross-examine you just as they have with any other witness. Do you understand that? All right. Thank you. All right. That's the only discussion that we have at this time. Thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
I have that lectern back.
You want it up here?
I thought that that's where typically they, where do you want it, Judge?
Okay. I was under the impression that closing arguments were done and you were going to question the defendant from the podium. Is that correct?
That closing argument, opening statement.
Excuse me, did I say it closing? Opening statements are concluded, and so you can question from this podium, and we'll bring Mr. Toad up when the jury returns, swear him in.
I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's return our jury, please.
So, or, oh, we-
All rise, the jury.
May be seated. Thank you. Defense, you may call your first witness.
You're going to recall Anthony Tote.
oh boy. Well, I was gonna try to say before Baker went away.
Mr. Toad, if you'll please remain standing, we're going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
May be seated. Thank you.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Tote,
What is your age?
46.
Mr. Tote, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Tote. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
And were you in fact married to Megan Tote?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was high school of 1992
And where was that?
in Montville, Connecticut. Sorry. Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did you and Ms. Tote, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it tonight. Make it hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also become a student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy And then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was it in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, she concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work sometime in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment and partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself.
Vealhammer.
Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which was, they say Lyme disease goes into remission. They say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her,
All right,
with a heart issue.
Pause. Everybody keeps asking me who this is. So everybody, this is Mr. Anthony. He is, well, he's been convicted of killing his whole family, even the dog. And he was with them for, I think, like almost 3 weeks before they were discovered. And yeah, he's got some really, his version of how things went down is just absolutely crazy. And of course, as you can see on the stand, he thinks he is the smartest guy in the room. But this was a trial I watched. I think this happened in last year.
It's a year ago.
Yeah. And I was just like, when they said he was going to testify and he was the only defense witness, I was like, oh, wait a second. And I watched it and I was just like, oh my God, this guy is absolute. I can't believe this guy is a garbage man. Garbage human being. Like, and just wait until he gets into what happened that day. Because it's ridiculous and unbelievable.
I'm going to set up my iPad so I can hear if they come back in court.
Yeah, I was outraged for the dog because, excuse me.
Yeah, Old Yeller, you don't like that movie.
Well, I mean, yeah, his version of things is that his wife got into she's sick with Lyme disease and all kinds of sickness. Mind you, they did have people come in and say that she was not like, she was fine. They don't know what he's talking about. So if you want to go back and watch the whole trial, you can, but it was very short. But just him as a person, it's probably the most unbelievable testimony I've ever heard in my life.
My verdict poll with 80 votes says 55 not guilty, 88 should just shave it off, 27%, and 17% guilty.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting to see who was right. It's 48-43 at our friends.
Yeah. And he was also, he had charges of like fraud because he's a physical therapist and he had a bunch of like Medicare fraud and stuff going on before his, family was all in alive. And, so yeah, he had a lot of stuff going on. So anyways, carry on. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I'm just going to stand up for a bit. My back is killing me. Oh, that's nice.
This heart issue, they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time. We used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
Ask your next question, Mr. West.
I'll try and ask you more questions to have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
So sorry.
And then, when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
Oh yeah,
And then,
I hate it when they look at the jury.
did there come a time when Megan
Yeah,
began
but did you see
began
his
to have
face
health
when they
problems?
Yeah.
He rolled
About
his
when
eyes.
was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug.
What?
It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Through many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry. First, I apologize. Let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged and trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called
Especially the ones who
drug-induced
look like
hepatitis.
Texas.
So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you've ever seen in your life. I swear her eyes could.
So,
Yes.
Did there come a time then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds.
Yeah, I like him. He seems.
She couldn't keep
I
weight
trust
on.
him.
She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff, saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion, okay? Valves pump on rhythm.
He is.
Her valves.
Did they bring in
sorry, not
any
valves, her
medical
chambers
expert to talk about
were
this?
beating all irregular.
I remember everybody in the trial was
It was
like,
basically, you take 4 wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge.
That lady should just shut up. She's
Mr.
ruining
Cook,
my
have you,
show.
what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in the hospital, case review charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background. Now, as your wife continued with her health issues, what was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Yeah, I think
Her
it's a
demeanor went
spit
from a
guard.
very vibrant young woman in which literally we were best friends. As dating, we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family, okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were, okay? She
Were
went
they
from
Alabama?
even though she remained the light of my life,
Florida.
whenever she walked into a room,
Oh, it's just
literally, after almost 20
her
years of marriage,
grandparents were my
stomach
grandparents.
would
Her
have those
family was my
butterflies in
family.
it,
That's not
seeing my
Alabama.
wife.
They
You
were.
didn't get the joke.
Well, I have heard you too. Sorry, but they were
I
like.
just said that her grandparents were my grandparents. Her family was my family.
Oh,
It reminded me of Alabama.
I gotcha.
A quarter of a
No, but
beer in and
they're
I'm
from-
flying.
They were from Connecticut, and I guess they had like a place down in Florida, like a vacation place in Florida. But this all happened in Florida in their like rental home or something. And he claims that she's the one that unalived everybody and herself. And he was just like, just wait until he gets to his explanation of like watching your. Oh, hi Sal.
Hey, Salbert.
How are you?
Watching your wife unalive herself, and you just hang out with everybody after that. Okay, he's a peach.
Yes.
Do you know this case, Sal?
I just did his part of it. Oh no,
Oh, you
actually,
have covered.
I covered his testifying. I think I watched it at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You should move closer to the East Coast so I can watch your streams. It's always when I go to bed. No, what's you've been in the chat the last 2 days. What do you think about the Laurie case?
I haven't seen all of it. What I've seen, I don't think there's any evidence.
No, I don't think. I thought he did okay with the rebuttal to the closing arguments, but only okay, not great.
He did the rebuttal.
Yeah.
I didn't see that part. Okay.
It wasn't.
Yeah, and
it wasn't anything spectacular either. It was just, well, once he started saying, oh, he was in the front of the truck.
Yeah.
And all that BS, I was like, dude, there was no damage to the truck at all, anywhere. So that really makes no sense. And then if he was hit with the front of the truck and then flipped around or whatever, then you would get that damage, wouldn't you? They would have that damage report. Because I don't think they pulled
probably
it.
have
I think they were
have a
gonna
little more than just a little bit of fiber if he was struck.
Bumpers are
because
pretty.
he was supposed to be struck down the driveway by the truck.
Yeah, and there would be, I feel like you would definitely have some kind of blood or something from that.
Yeah. And bumpers are so flimsy nowadays. It's not,
especially in the cold.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, correct. Exactly.
You just look at them wrong and they start denting or.
Yeah.
Well, but maybe
DNA
we should tell Sal what cold is.
I would like to know.
Yeah,
I've
it's not
seen
70
snow
degrees.
once. How cold?
70 degrees isn't cold.
Oh.
What's it gotten down to?
54, I think.
Like your lowest?
Yeah.
Wow. That's like summertime up here.
It was like 72 in the afternoon today.
Yikes. No.
Yeah, that'll be close to a heat wave in Denmark.
I know.
We're watching Anthony Todd testifying on his own defense in a trial Sal have covered earlier. I never seen it. I like him. I think he and Jody is wrongly convicted.
Oh my God. Yeah. After you hear his testimony, you'll think twice to be like, my God, how did he get convicted?
I know. I can't believe it either.
Can't believe it.
No, I
And he
just
seems
love this guy.
sincere. He cried twice already.
Yeah. Without any tears, really.
Oh, yeah. And then Cross is even
And
funny.
it stopped really quick. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, he seems fun.
Oh, just
Stray, you're way...
all the stuff he
you're-
does too. Like, it's going to be a good time, guys.
Well, yeah, we have some time to fill because I don't know if he will come back and send him home at 4 o'clock or whatever. But we'll see. I poured me a drink, so
there you go.
Yeah, it's Friday.
I needed that. Yeah, it's Friday.
I existed, but she went from.
Objection.
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
At the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less
Yeah.
her demeanor changed.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with 2 wonderful boys.
Aw.
Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid. Okay?
Aw.
To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. We hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper. Okay?
Hey, Miami.
In which to come in,
Miami.
help bring the
Miami.
kids to school, which is something my wife.
I'm sorry.
What?
First, her grandparents were my grandparents. Her family was my family. It was kind of Alabama. And now he was her third kid. Dude. That's first Smins missed, and now
He's trying to be cutesy, and it's just gross.
Now he's a weirdo.
I was a big kid too. She just took care of me too. Oh, he's so gross.
And he took care of her.
He sure did.
What I'm gonna ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
Do you and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Roman Catholic, the Catholic Church?
I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church. However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
When, as you progressed as a family, did Megan seek other religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick,
Not as much as 3
we
years
were
a
under
branch.
under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative, or she went more alternative, I should say, because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church. And her progression, her religion, through that religion and her following, also took over her
Imagine being one of the jurors.
medical
I'd be like,
Yeah.
outlook.
It
And
was
her
like
medical
Amber Heard
treatment
staring
of
at the jury.
herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time.
Yeah, we are
Um,
rewatching
was there a
Anthony
calamitous
Todd
event
talking about his
in the
wife's
life of
religion and how
Megan's parents?
she stopped breathing after that.
Before
We are on verdict watch.
before the birth of my first son. In November of 2002.
He was a
Her
physical
father
therapist, right?
yeah.
hung
Yeah.
himself.
Nothing else.
She was very close with her father.
Yeah.
She was not close with her
We
mom.
were trained in medicine. Nope.
I was very close with her
Imagine
father.
his
He
hands
was
on
my
you.
cousin. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things
One of the few
I
males you trusted.
totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that
He
close
was
with
in contact with his emotions.
Right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug,
Aw.
and before the whole progression of the disease.
Do you
She was
think
in the
it's a
process
June
under
bug?
it. There was,
Yeah,
of course,
some mean
depression
bastards.
and that
They
kind of
just
stuff for losing a baby.
Fight.
And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very
Go get it.
happy, dancing,
Yeah.
singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever.
Oh, God. She was
And,
Imagine, imagine him on top of you.
Ew.
we lost the baby.
Sal, I know it's
And
Friday,
it
but
affected
not
her
that
big
late.
time.
Ew.
And obviously affected me, but she went from that singing, humming, dancing person to not to days that she didn't even get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she
I
had,
did that last weekend. That's
migrated
called
towards?
drinking.
The Eastern religion. Did you ever attend their services with your wife or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did
Please
not
wipe away your non-existent tears.
understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect. I might.
Yeah.
Repeat your question, Mr.
The
Ward.
question that was asked.
What was that eye roll?
The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect. I might.
Repeat your question, Mr.
The
Ward.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question, so we're no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends.
And
You
normally you
mentioned Lyme
blame
disease, and that's somewhat
pregnancy,
prevalent in
pregnancies
New
and
England, is that
STDs
correct?
on
Seems like
bugs,
everybody has
not
Lyme
the other way
disease,
around.
yes.
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on
So
that
do you remember?
on your wife? That you
I
noticed?
believe
It was like the Medicare.
Medicare
When the Lyme
fraud
disease became apparent and positive,
became
she had
polite.
breathing problems, heart rate problems.
Oh, so he didn't
Chronic
report it for a
pains.
long time after, so he can clear the checks
When she
or
had
something.
what was called exacerbations,
He was making like
so
fraudulent claims.
Yeah.
without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain or couldn't breathe.
Did you like shaving her legs?
Does your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her? What was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her healthcare was. She even followed a book from a
You want
guy
those smooth,
who listened
silky
to a
legs.
ghost
Yeah.
who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group
Straight, it's
about
his
an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
But the means of
No.
technology.
And argue the objection with her.
Thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations.
You're
So
screwed.
her, as you asked,
I'm not Roman
wait.
Catholic.
please repeat
I'm
your
not
question,
sure.
just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an
Is anyone?
Baker would have went crazy if we were watching this together at the time. I swear to God.
Well, my dad actually wanted me to become a priest, more because I could make it fun. But I'm not sure that you inherit sin. We have the original sin. Jesus took that away. And Jesus' teachings are you are a sinner if you do sinful things. And you get redemptions through your belief in God.
Yeah.
That's the baseline. That's the golden model. Believe in him and he believes in you. I don't inherit my dad's sin because my granddad took a short drop with a sharp pain too. And I don't inherit that guilt.
Unless it's some Old Testament thing. Because that
No,
was
he
kind
says he's Roman Catholic. Roman Catholic is straight up.
Okay, yeah.
It's a personal sin. Well, your family can go and pray for the deceased.
Yeah.
That's why they made all those money when they sold those letters back in the day.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Luther was against. But I don't know which Roman Catholic church he was in, but that's not how it works.
No.
You're born pure. You're baptized, so you
Yes.
will be in the light of God. Then you're confirmed,
Yeah.
You confirm you believe in God, and He makes you pure.
You're born innocent, and then
Yeah. And that's why you get baptized, so God will recognize
Yeah.
you when they come to pick you up in the end. It's not like because my grandma was a sweetheart, but um, still, I don't inherit her faults. I like
thank
this
God.
guy.
Or I'd
Oh,
be
she was just,
screwed.
oh, she made the greatest cakes. That's why I became a baker. We used to bake together.
Oh, really? Oh, my grandma was an asshole.
Well, we can't win
In her
all of it.
defense, she survived World War II Germany, so
Yeah, well,
she had a few baggage.
That can take a toll on a woman.
Yeah.
But again, my grandpa, I
Yeah.
never met him. I met neither of my grandpas. Both of them were
Really?
a-holes.
I only met one of my grandpas.
Well, some ladies really like to be smooth when they are in tremendous pain.
Yeah, I'm sure Mo's biggest priority on a bad day is to make sure her legs are shaven.
Yeah, just in case that she has to go out.
Really
well,
care.
Food Fairy, I am. We're Lutheran in Denmark. We have the Danish People's Church. So our priests can do whatever they want. We can even do it with our. We can even be on Flux's team and be priests.
As long as you have a good coffee maker.
Yep. They love their coffee.
Yeah, and no, but my dad always said because we have these councils that take care of the church and talk, and yeah, they are kind of like the ones who runs them and hires the priest and stuff like that. And he always said, at least I could make it fun because he had his perfect sermon was it couldn't last longer than 15 minutes when he read the sermon of the week. Maximum 15 minutes, or else he was a bad priest, and you had to be in and out within 45 minutes. So
I love that church.
Yeah, he always wanted me to become a priest because apparently he thought I talked a lot. I don't know where he got that idea.
Yeah.
Straight. It's his story. It's the first time in 2 years he can tell his story.
Yeah, guys, let him tell his story, which is so.
You're very judgmental. I don't like judgmental people. That's why I didn't become a priest.
Afterlife component of this religious practice.
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma,
we don't
the
really
current
do
life,
religion
they
in
reached the
Denmark.
salvation in which they were
It's
reincarnated
mostly
to a
for
better
Christmas
life.
and when you come into the world and go out of it.
And was her desire to seek better health?
That's
through
what
this
I'm here for,
process
to
by
make it
going
kind of
into
fun.
another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had abused her and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
Okay.
That's the karma.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently corrected from Detective.
He apparently
Coleman to
retyped her.
Dr. Nara.
Too.
Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me. Yes.
You retyped it because it was full of errors.
But I had no knowledge of it before. I came
That's a
home
lie,
that day.
right?
Yeah.
And what was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was very.
Looks like it.
The whole aspect of it
My favorite part is when he gets to cross.
was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, and I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life.
I never spoke
How dare
badly
you.
to my ex-wife
But
as
the whole
well.
demeanor
Never.
of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Oh, he so want to
Talking
go
about
down
your
and slap
own
her.
Demeanor and.
Dude, you're
what-
making
how
those
your
facial
countenance-
expressions at the jury.
My own demeanor when I found out what
They
happened.
can see you
I
making
puked.
that face.
I cried. I was in total denial of what happened. I couldn't understand.
Sure were.
And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this.
Oh,
Just
okay.
get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her to have a good life, period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
He's a good guy.
Try and work
Oh,
on
and the
shorter
slow turn.
sentences so that everyone can keep up, and I'll be.
My apologies, sir.
He's looking at the jury like the prosecutor was
Have
staring
you
at the defense
progressed in
attorney
talking
today.
About the afterlife, talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
Which day
I
exactly?
don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead.
What about your dog?
No. Forget about the dog too.
It was the most horrible day of my life.
Well, you did it, so you should
What I
know.
mean, more horrible is
I still
My
believe
wife-
he's innocent.
Yeah.
died in front of me also.
Why did the wife who unalived
Because there'd
herself
been
take
a-
the kids with her?
I believe
Because-
it was cooked in the
Because of her
house.
new religion.
According to what she told me.
Watch. Here he goes.
Objection hearsay.
And
Well,
Just a sec, Mr. To response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person if you can.
thank you, sir. When I came home that morning, I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight.
he was
I came home
not.
that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie.
Pudding
I
pie.
can't really tell you exactly what it was.
Pudding
She
pie.
told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust.
Wait, so
And
Bill Cosby did it?
The kitchen,
It's a
it
Cosby.
was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple, bluish, grapish, melted
Bluish grapish.
pie, I guess you want to say, the pie dish was
Grapish?
sitting there on the counter
Yes, he is
with some
talking about
residue
Cosby.
on the kids, that the kids places on their plates.
Yeah, he was trying to lose weight.
At
Come on
that
now.
time,
He
you
was
came
proud of
in,
it.
You
you
didn't
saw
want
that
any
there
purple
were
grape
desserts that
pie.
had been served up on the table.
Bluish
I saw the
grapish.
remnants of it, yes.
And then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no. I had gone upstairs.
Jamie?
Well, I had
I think so.
too much information, but
I think so.
I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs.
You see, I have a prostate issue.
Yeah.
My house was very quiet. Very unnormal having 3 kids, one 13, one 10 at the time,
Yeah.
the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways, because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went
That's
into the
mighty
rooms
white of
and
you,
found them
Roxanne.
dead.
I believe him. We'll see about Cross, but I believe him so far.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th.
Oh, I remember
you told
this
Melanie
now.
Oh, yeah.
I came in
another
around this time.
investigator in a
I was
tiny
drunk.
room talked to you at length.
Guys, he literally doesn't remember being in the police station. Like, he literally talks about, he'll go over it, but it's hilarious, where he says, I don't know what happened. His family was unalived, and then all of a sudden he realizes he's in a jail cell. He lost track. He has no memory of talking to the police.
Yeah, and he
There
drank
was
motor oil.
interrogation video, and he confessed to everything, but he doesn't remember doing that. So
Really bad from the state, really good for the defense. Okay, redirect from
oh yeah,
from
State.
the state.
yeah. Oh, the defense closing I thought was amazing. Yeah, because I remember he was like, I hit my head or something to the effect of he just has memory loss apparently, and he just
Yeah, but he didn't he suffer very long memory loss?
well, he also tried to off himself too, but he just couldn't do it. Like, he
Yeah,
tried to
oh yeah,
drink-
that's over like 3 weeks. He's trying to off himself. And he's just like taking more and more Benadryl.
Anyway, yeah, it's craziness. Well, they found the photos from the crime scene, like when they went in and found everything. He went and bought like 800 Febreze like plugins because he thought that was gonna help with like the smell, and there was like millions of bottles of Benadryl like in the like trash. Apparently it didn't work. So I don't know.
So you take like 15 or 20, pass out, wake up, do it again.
Yeah, and then
Not enough to actually die.
Then he got himself like a pellet gun or something.
Oh yeah, and he tried to execute himself with a pellet gun.
Yeah, so it was a lot of things. A lot of things.
They got it 53 minutes ago. So we're waiting to see if they get sent home now at 4 o'clock, or he believes they can get done today.
Yeah, hopefully.
Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs.
Yep.
And smacking my head on the stairs, which I resulted in a fracture on my neck.
Oh,
Next thing I
no.
knew, I woke up here.
He's okay.
And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
He woke up, he hit his head, and then he woke up in court.
You said in a statement that you stabbed the children
God.
and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June. So maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here, when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Sure.
Why did you say that you performed the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
No.
After I saw everybody die,
Yes, sir.
after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
He did all the things, and nothing.
Did you
How do you
try
fail
to,
hanging
poison
yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
This guy cannot be unalived.
Now, I think there was evidence that you
Hello,
remained in
I'm
the
Brad
He's
house
Highlander.
up
I
to
haven't
3
seen you
weeks
before.
after the day that changed your family.
This guy literally may be Highlander. There can only be one.
During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
Hi, Jamie.
I would have to go through them to count because in my head I can't count them. Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15
minutes.
seconds and try and formulate.
Hold your breath for about
the
15
answer.
minutes, sir.
You should close your eyes. Close them.
Stop staring at the court reporter, sir.
On conscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times. So 10 times
Great.
at least.
Sir, did you consider saying you have information that will lead
And
to the
was
rest of Hillary
Benadryl the
Clinton?
primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself?
Do you really
You're
think?
freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No way.
What do you think this
I
is?
chickened out,
1940s Japan?
yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit or what happened?
Well, sir, why did you use the children's
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy.
Oh my God! Thanks for giving us a educational.
The first time I took it, I
He's a
didn't know what I
medical
was doing.
professional. Remember
I had
that.
no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family.
But who speaks?
I woke
about
up,
this?
I don't know
You saw your
when,
people
how long.
unalive.
Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the children's, which is no different, it's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared. Okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I
you can have
took,
2 liters, half a gallon.
when
in
going
your
back
stomach.
and looking at the
Can't have
dates and whatever,
5 glasses.
it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
Sir,
Sir, have you considered just some good old-fashioned
In the
antifreeze?
Why don't you throw yourself
punching
back in-
photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
What?
A
What's
Huffy,
a Huffy bicycle?
a
Were
bicycle.
you prepared to assemble
kid's
that
bike.
bike?
It's a brand of bike here.
Yeah, it's just a brand, but it's a bike.
Oh,
It
I
can-
thought
It's a regular kid's
Huffy. I thought Huffy was something fun.
Oh no, Huffy. Like everybody had Huffy bikes back in the day.
I think I have one.
I did.
Yeah, this is a good little palate cleanser.
Because it's just ridiculous.
Just
This
ask
guy
Mark
thinks,
Jensen.
like, look at this guy literally thinks his story is flying.
It's yeah, that's kind of why. Yeah, go into the light, not away from the light.
See, he's saying he wasn't. His
No, but
Benadryl makes you
guys-
super tired. So I guess like he wasn't able to take enough in time
I don't get it.
before he fell asleep.
I don't
But
get
can't
why.
you fight? Can't you fight Benadryl?
Well-
Yes and no. It starts to make you hallucinate if you do.
Yeah, because I have my strong back pain pills, and if I fight them, it's kind of like if you fight a Soma or
Yeah.
what's the one
Soma.
Jordan Belfort took. It gets good.
Yeah, why didn't he do something like that? He said
Just
he
take a bunch of Tylenol.
tried to do the wrists. He tried to get him. He tried to,
Probably went down the street instead of across, or down the highway instead of across the street.
Across.
I'm
Amateur.
like, what were we saying? Like, God, this guy's such a loser. He can't even off himself. A pellet gun? Because he couldn't eat like, come on.
Could eat a gun. The pellet gun didn't work.
Why?
I don't know.
Sure, go to the gun range. Yeah, okay. We should probably not give ideas.
Yeah,
on a
no.
monetized
We
stream.
were talking about this when you streamed it.
Let me just check. Is
Sorry,
it
Baker.
yellow already? No, because the second I turn it off, it go yellow, and I still don't know why. And yesterday's stream got cleared a couple of hours ago.
He's fake boohooing too and all this, and then once we get to cross, it's just instant. Now he's
He's like so serious and just
he's pissed.
yeah.
Because she's just like tearing his story apart.
I can't see any holes in his story. I'm sad to say this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that he stayed with them for weeks afterwards, and then he claims that like she hid all the cell phones, so he didn't know where his phone was. So nobody was, apparently the town was a ghost town because everybody was up north for I don't even know, because he was like, oh, it's just a vacation area. He couldn't even yell out his window to anybody.
But he was like, didn't drive to go get more Benadryl.
Yeah, but then
So he went to the
caught,
store.
like, on his GPS, like he had been to like Sarasota and he like went to places, but he's claiming just like he didn't know, nobody was around for miles, and he helped me. So he had to,
I feel Stephanie has been very judgmental here.
Stephanie.
So far, I can see no holes in his explanations.
What is metformin?
Keep an open mind, because
Metformin was the diabetes, the Wilfred Brimley drug.
yes, it's for diabetes. And sometimes high blood.
My babies.
I love he's trying to cry and look at the
That was to
jury
be a
at the same
Christmas
time.
present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that's collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set, not bed set, I apologize. Duvet cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was even a dollhouse that we picked up for my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
least Murdaugh legitimately cried.
Mr. Toot, what could have prohibited Megan from killing her children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good. I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no
Sentencing is really good
I had
too.
no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite.
Yeah.
Did you try taking any Amica cream?
Sorry.
Maybe that would have helped you unalive yourself, so.
I'm sorry.
Collect yourself.
Tissue or something. I'm sorry.
Tissue.
Dude, you don't have anything coming out of your eyes. He's got to turn to the jury and look at him.
Hey, Blueblazy.
He
Yeah,
like-
he got all the facial expression, and I like it. He only got facial expressions when he turns to the jury.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, sir.
Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around?
Yeah. And
Yeah, we don't
pinch
wanna
your nose,
see-
so
Ugh.
His face is dry AF. What he's
It is now because he just blew his nose and
Remember
wiped the tears
religious
away.
groups sending messages and having, I guess, prayer or singing sessions in Megan's memory and, information back.
I really do not understand that question, sir. I apologize.
Was the person who was thought to be the leader of this Indian or Eastern Indian religious group called Gari?
That was one of them, yes. That was the primary one, yes.
And they had individual contact with Megan, would leave messages for Megan and contact her?
Yeah, contacts would be via phone, via, like I said, the Skype computer thing, FaceTime sometimes.
And did they contact you or give you information that Megan had crossed over?
They didn't tell me directly. They had contacted my sister, and my sister told me that she had a conversation, that Megan was at rest and she crossed over. I don't know where that, I don't understand it. But to hold it in my heart, she crossed over and she's at peace and not suffering. That's all I can hope for.
Somebody married this man and procreated with him. Ugh, so gross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, just gives me hope.
Thank you, Mr. Wesley.
Was that the entire
direct? Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, Cross is great because they just go through everything that happened and it's just hilarious.
It took them 44 minutes. And
Because they had nothing. They didn't have anything. Every time they would cross a witness, it was just terrible. Because, I mean, they couldn't do, like, there's not much they could do.
Well.
But, yeah, he hates this woman. And it shows. And then all
she's going to do the cross?
Yeah, she's going to do the cross. And he just drives right up. And he's just... Oh, it's
yeah, I bet a lot of women have done that when they met him.
Yeah, the minute just drier than the Sahara Desert.
Yep. Blueblazy, it's a rewatch because we are on verdict watch. So it's a guy who allegedly.
No, he's been convicted.
Yeah, but Jody got convicted and she was innocent as well.
Okay.
But he allegedly took his entire family out and lived with them for a couple of weeks.
Because he couldn't find his cell phone, and apparently nobody was around for miles. So
He couldn't drive to anywhere and say,
couldn't
"Hey,
drive anywhere and say, my family unalived themselves. I don't have a phone. Help me."
yeah."
I mean, he went and
I
got
like him.
freeze and Benadryl and a couple items to help himself unalive himself too. So
A pellet gun.
pellet
Oh
gun.
yeah, half Irish. We don't mention that. Jamie will get teary-eyed if we talk about that part of the
When they
case.
talked about it, I was like, he what? Are you serious? Like, come on.
Now cross-examination.
Oh, when he got convicted, his whole speech, I didn't do this.
In December of 2019, what was
Everyone go
Megan's
check
medical
Fedorowski's.
conditions?
Megan's medical
channel
conditions
out,
consist
if
of
you
neck
like.
pain, back pain, hypothyroidism, Lyme disease, heart rate.
If you like great nature videos and a little humor too.
Yeah, well.
This trial couldn't have been that long if the entire defense lasted 44 minutes.
I think it was like, I'm going to say it was like 3 or 4 days. So
Yeah, it was a short one.
it was a short one.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, I'm sure his attorney did not want him on the stand.
Oh, yeah. But he was raring to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Issues, breathing issues.
And did all of these medical
the wife
issues
and the
make
3
her
kids,
frail?
but the dog.
That's bad enough.
That's
but
too much.
Frail is a very subjective term. Can you please be more descriptive? Please?
Did all of Megan's medical conditions make it hard for her to engage in everyday living?
Yes.
Did Megan's medical condition make it hard for her to walk?
At times, yes, but she hit it very well.
So going back to the date that you remember coming home to your family being gone, how was Megan walking that day?
She was walking fine. She had woken up pain-free the day before because she had told me that the light had
I couldn't watch
interceded and the light had enabled her to do so.
Okay, so she was walking around fine.
Correct.
And did she complain to you at all about, you said she was pain-free, so she didn't have to take any medication?
She was on a whole list of herbal stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Okay, so she was engaging in holistic practices.
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had gotten diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen.
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct. And she had exacerbations. Like I told you before, the diagnosis.
My question was a yes or no question. Let me ask my next question.
Well, allow me to elaborate.
My question was a yes or no question.
That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
After she was diagnosed, or you were told she was diagnosed with Lyme disease, how long was it before she experienced
He hates her so much.
symptoms?
He does.
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
Like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth.
Okay.
She got diagnosed initially.
I don't have any other questions.
Allow me to finish, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
He's a jackass. See how he dried right up? He's not
Is it your testimony that
Oh, yeah.
Nope.
from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Was there any
Prior to
evidence
the
of that?
day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
He
Most definitely.
exaggerated it.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously every day for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain so that we can get her to the regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving. Forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope. There's nothing more that can be done.
Okay, so what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that, my apologies, ma'am.
My apologies, ma'am.
Manual therapy in which I was trained under. Different things I would go to school for or continuing ed for to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you specifically did. So if you were
I'm telling
going
you
to
what I did.
treat her,
Yep,
what were the different things that you did?
that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook
Tomorrow
recipe in
at
physical therapy.
9
It's treating
a.m.
her
Eastern,
ailments and
we will
treating
do
her
stat
pain.
today.
Okay,
So
you
whether
did
or not her
Have
liver
a
was
great day.
inflamed, I did myofascial release to help release the liver. She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
Exactly.
The mother's helper hired was
Hey, Jude.
initially after Tyler was born to help
Daily
here and there
rocks.
to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt who helped finance her and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny,
No longer. Never.
worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assisted help?
At what
Month
point?
and year?
After year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016, she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
Okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through this couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away.
It's a
You
Bennett drill.
still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things are bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall and my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Objection,
there was,
non-responsive.
Ask your next question.
It's
What was that look?
Yeah. Oh, gotta wipe
Yeah,
this
remember?
You
dry.
Oh,
are
Right.
a practicing, or you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find, I'm a Christian base and migrated to more Christian base. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time did Meg, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well,
when did she do that?
Let me correct your chronology if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for
this
going
is
here and
about
there
the
and
worst I
practicing
ever
Easter.
seen.
Okay.
I saw
When she got her
books.
yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in
when?
When?
That was in 2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications.
His
and
interview is
her courses. And then
online.
in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Yeah, I love him. I think he's wrongfully convicted.
Oh yeah,
Excuse me for one second.
he thinks he is too. Don't worry. He's like, "Can I speak?" And he's just does this whole speech.
Going to the day that this happened.
I don't know. I need John for this. I know there was the big yoga scare that if you do yoga, you will end up being a Hindu or something. It's why? It's I've done yoga, and it's a lot about falling asleep because you're lying on the floor. I never really got the spiritual part of it, but maybe it's because I do it wrong. But it's a heck of a good sleep for 45 minutes with someone talking.
Right.
I like it. I fall asleep within the first 5 minutes and just relax. But apparently she got very, very much into something of Eastern medicine and things.
They said if you unalive yourself and your whole family, you'll all go together so you can
But
live.
Buddhism and Hinduism don't operate with a heaven.
Yeah, well, that's
They
what
have reincarnation.
Yeah. But
and life is sacred.
Sorry, not the afterlife. I believe he said it reincarnated, but you reincarnate all together, so you can still be together.
But a bad person reincarnates on a lower level. I'm not sure they thought this through because I had I don't know how you do your classes in the US, but in high school in Denmark you can take the entry course, that's C level, then you have B level and A level.
Oh my God.
I did religion B level, and part of that was Buddhism. And I'm pretty sure they never talked about, you can go to Nirvana, but life is sacred. So unaliving yourself for someone else would kind of put you down the scale. It wouldn't put you up the scale.
Like, wouldn't that be something? Like, we're all gonna go together. Like, well, you suck, so you're over here.
Yeah, something like that.
Maybe. What if I reincarnated as a June bug and that would be the worst. That would be my
Yeah.
punishment.
Yeah, if you unalive someone, you will come back as a June bug.
I'll come back as a June bug.
And you'll just be flying around hitting every windshield.
Yeah, and then they live like 2 minutes because they're just stupid bugs. Yeah, that'd be my life.
Don't go to Florida to the amusement parks and get bit by a 6-legged insect with a red mark that looks like Texas, because
Yeah,
you'll pop like a balloon.
because you'll.
It's but I'm just not sure he did religion in school. But I don't know if you have that in the US like we do. But I took it, and I got an A+, so I think I remember parts of it. I'm not sure that unaliving your entire family made you go to Nirvana.
No.
That's
No.
That you said you came home. Where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues of the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning?
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
When you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner.
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished.
Yeah,
dinner,
but you'll
yes.
be fixed,
Did your
Yamaha.
children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
Did you said it was your job to clean the kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There's nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't
But
clean
the
any-
dishes, you said you
I
should
don't
clean the
understand
dishes.
what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay.
what's it called? Hummus toast.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
quite a mix.
Don't get defensive,
And
sir.
you said you weren't hungry? Or you?
I had a
guys-
shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And
I love how he was on a diet for
Megan
so
eat?
long.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
I like his girlish figure.
And
Well, when he was arrested,
how
he
long
was
after dinner did you
like
go over to the condo?
way bigger.
Yeah, that's true. He has lost some weight in
He
jail.
lost weight in jail, but he was a big
Good for
man.
him.
So
I know. I'm proud of him.
yeah, good for him. But it's just funny because it's like, no, you weren't, sir. You were not.
I wonder if he's on paleo diet in prison
God,
I think he's on a high protein
or carnivore.
diet. Yeah,
Doing
lots of
Atkins.
meat, lots of protein.
Real?
After dinner,
Yum.
it's hard to say.
It's a
30,
sick-
45
sick
minutes after
thing.
everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Not stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August. No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October.
Hope it wasn't a balloon mortgage.
October 2005.
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
The condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full time?
What do you mean?
Did you
Did you
ever
live there
live
full
in
time?
Not
the
a trick
condo
question, sir.
full-time?
No,
My wife and I
I'm
lived in the
Danish.
condo.
I understand it.
From October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2005, or 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented the condo out.
Okay, did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes,
When?
full-time, as an
Was
Do you know
facing
that,
Medicare
Dolly?
fraud charge. So I believe, like, it's one of those guys who kind of snaps when everything comes crashing down and unalives his family instead of facing it. I think that
And was too weak to do it to himself.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, that's he's not giving the best vibes. Let's just say that.
yes, Bill.
Yeah, instead of owning up to it, just remove all the people who can ask questions.
after selling the house, I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So, but my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, and she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters furnish it. I moved all that stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo. What do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in. Realized it wasn't there, so I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No.
And you tested. So what do you do with the van?
Left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys. I'm like, "Did you guys forget something?" And they looked under the basketball hoop, and they're like, "Oh, the van was locked. The tools are there." So we wrestled a little bit, and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played
That's good
basketball for a
advice.
while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here, hour and a half, I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30. It could have been 4. All depended on activity. If they ate early, we had a.
Sir.
My family was a weird family because we always had dinner at 5. Everyone was, why do you eat so early? And
That's what mine was.
yeah, and we did that. My parents did that till the day they died. Even when my mom passed away, my dad still sat down for dinner at 5:15 every single day.
Yeah.
You don't run a 4 to 8 schedule, especially with kids.
Your body is expecting to eat at a certain time.
Yeah.
So you're going to be starving, metaphorically, if you wait until 7 or 8.
Yeah, especially if the daughter was what, 4 years old?
Yeah. Or
yeah,
one of the kids was 4, I think, 4 or 5. Well, okay, that's when I was growing up.
That was back when he was a young man. He would stay up 5:15, 5:30 wasn't unheard of.
No, I'd have dinner and go to bed around 6:15, 6:30.
Yeah. But this is just and maybe I don't understand, but don't he sometimes I know I say stuff that sounds kind of weird, but normally I try to send the thoughts through my brain before I put it out my mouth. He's just combative because he knows his timeline doesn't add up.
And a woman is in charge of him right now.
Yeah, no
I think he
woman
has
should talk
problems
like
with women.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Well, some people do, and we know that's a problem for some guys to talk with women.
Yeah, I don't like women.
Sal, beware. When you finally meet that sweet side
Yeah.
crosswalk girl in Mesa, just remember you could end up sitting here. That's
I'll keep that in mind.
Just look out. Don't buy her Benadryl and knives.
No.
And let her do yoga.
And don't let her get into Eastern Indian practices.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Well, everyone I grew up with had kind of regular schedules, because then either one of my parents would go to work, or they would have activities, or we would have activities. When my kids were small, I did it on a regular, so they knew sun is going down, we're going to bed.
Yeah,
because
kids
if you
need a
eat at the
schedule.
same time, then you go do your homework, then you go take a shower, then you get to see a movie, and then you go to bed. It's a way easier way to run your kids than saying today it's 8 o'clock, tomorrow it's 4 o'clock, so the next day it's 6 o'clock.
Unless there's
So,
like a sporting event or something like that, but then you prepare in advance and you don't change
Yeah,
your schedule by 4 hours day to day.
No, it's the day-to-day 4 hour swing.
Yeah.
That does make, especially if your wife is very sick and you would try to do everything so regularly as possible when you have to, because she couldn't walk, she was in bed and she was very painful, and he had to do everything. Then you would try to put everything in systems, so it was easier to handle 3 kids.
Yeah.
When my brother and sister got their kids, the first thing I told them was make sure you have a routine where you put them to bed at almost the same time every night, and then put them in the shower, put them do this and that, because kids are creatures of habit. It's kind of like dogs, but they don't bark as much.
They do bite.
Some of them do. My youngest one loved to nibble on my nose. I don't know why.
Really?
Farrell, this is hearsay.
Yeah, Farrell's not admitted.
Yeah, she was like, I mean, they said she had, I believe she did have Lyme disease, but the extent that he is saying it, like, just debilitated her beyond all belief is very exaggerated.
Yeah, he seems kind of like a teller of tales.
Yeah, because I mean, if you listen, they did a lot of alternative medicine, so stuff that wouldn't be on the record of anything, and
Yeah, it's it's always a good excuse. Yeah, she did holistic spiritual stuff. She smoked a lot of catnip.
Later night snack.
Okay. So what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay.
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going. Good night. I'm going over.
Do you know anything about this? If
I
she asked
haven't
for a
heard
divorce?
that.
As far as I know, I don't think so. I don't think that was on the,
Yeah.
I think a lot of it was leading up to his fraud stuff. Like it was coming to light.
Yeah.
Because it was around Christmas time all of this happened, and the family was expecting to see them and they didn't, and it was like they were the ones that actually called like welfare check-in.
Yeah.
Because he was pretending, he was still kind of like sending messages like
wasn't he trying to pretend to be them?
Yeah, I think he was sending messages from her phone and his son's phone.
Okay.
So he had phones too. Stupid ass.
He didn't have any phones.
He didn't know where to do. I just picture him like opening a window and be like, anybody help me. And I just can't, I don't know what to, like, it's just the stupidest thing in the world.
I believe him.
Just remind mommy, I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, what's it called? The studio apartment above the garage, because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
Did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What
That's
about
not
when
what
you
she
were
meant, sir.
in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay, so how do you get back to the
No,
condo?
a china closet is way smaller than
And
a china shop.
what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of what they call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay, so you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van? What do you do with the van?
I realized that the phone, when I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking in the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger.
Nope.
So I sat in there, decided to take a rest.
They've been out
because I was
for an
exhausted
hour and 41
as I
minutes.
charged the phone.
Okay, so how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
It's a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at
Don't get too technical.
202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
So how long were you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point
Yeah,
and went back to sleep.
I'm
It
not a
was
fan
that
of
current. I
about
used to
2
fall asleep
hours
in
and
the
they're having
pickup
dinner
line to
maybe.
pick up my kids to school.
They had
Okay,
to
so
have a
did you sleep
smoking
in the
break.
front seat, the passenger?
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So do you drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I
Unless
walked.
he meant like the drain pipe, maybe.
Why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated it in the first, which was already said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hand.
Yeah.
So I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So you get back and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door and what do?
Go to pee. After I walk through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay, so you see
But you
everything
said
still on the table,
everything
you
was thrown
walk,
away.
you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs. to
Yeah,
go to
After I
the
went to the
bathroom.
bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
No.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the stairs then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know. Didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs. That's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see
Words
the
to
doors to
live
the
by.
library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike,
That was a-
you don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the
think
library?
that was something
when you're
Confucius said.
standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No.
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing and how is she appear to you?
She's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay, and what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray Hydra Works shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Man, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, I'm sorry I'm late.
You didn't notice it?
Okay, and so what happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay, and what happens next?
We start communicating. And like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways.
Communication is good for a
because of
marriage.
the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me, I puked.
Okay, and so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if Megan's in the bathroom.
But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Do you want the whole chain of events or do you want?
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
So I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alec and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with a pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, I thought you stabbed her. She says, I thought I did. I didn't know. It bounced off of her.
Okay.
Bounced
So
off.
after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so
Indigo,
Where's Megan?
just like every woman he ever met,
Somewhere
he
behind me.
dried up
She was
real
following me,
fast.
talking to me. At one point, she was standing in the doorway, talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said,
Valhalla, this is because we are on verdict watch. In the other case, we are rewatching Anthony Todd testifying in his own defense. He's doing a bang up job.
Yep.
The female prosecutor is just being mean to him.
Yeah.
So
For him, don't you believe him, guys? Come on.
I do.
yeah, him and Jody are the most innocentest of the innocent I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So
But
it's one of the best cases so far. I would have loved to see him go pro se. I think he could have done it.
I feel
think he could have won.
really wanted to
Yeah,
because he knew better.
yeah, especially the way he talked to his lawyer on direct,
Oh yeah.
like they never met before.
Yeah.
So this is just a light dinner entertainment.
This guy was this was like 2022. So it was last year.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't think it has been a nice home to be in.
No.
He doesn't seem like the good father type.
Well,
But he got his kids a bike.
yeah.
Yeah, he tried doing it with a knife a couple of times. He tried with Benadryl. He tried with diabetes medicine, and a pellet gun.
Yeah, and even some hangings. I said a couple. I don't know
Yeah.
how you. Yeah.
It's
Did he
he
not?
seems like a guy who
I wish he
really.
would have. I wish he would have, but here we are. Sorry.
Valhalla, you're so
That's
judgmental.
probably too far.
But he's not even been convicted yet.
Yes, he is. And he's innocent.
I thought it was
He's innocent.
that the kids.
Do you know how
Okay,
many innocent people are in
so-
prison?
He's innocent.
Did you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged and it was not a technical phone.
Okay. Were there other
Technical
phones in the
phone.
house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that sun was up. That's all I know.
Jesus.
And
I know in Denmark we have different rules.
after
but
you
you can only go outside your house and contact people on every
Finish
Saturday
with
that
Zoe.
starts with an
What do you
odd
do?
number.
Megan was standing there trying to plead
The
with
rest
me
of the week
to
or
talk.
the month,
She kept
you
bringing
have
up
to
the
stay
story of
inside.
Thomas to
You
disbelieve
can't
her
tell them
because she
that
wanted
your
me to
entire
believe
family
what she was doing.
is not breathing anymore. It's
Brushed her out of the way.
That's a good
and I
that's the
went to
rules in
Alex's
Denmark.
room.
and who was in Alex's room?
Alec.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler
We'll
in the
find your
library?
verdict after
Yes.
this one.
So Alec, which bed was Alex?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room? Or
Alex's room?
in Alec and Tyler's room?
Yeah, Alec was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I
All of
pulled
it.
back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see
Yeah,
if they were alive. And my goal was
no,
to see what the hell happened.
absolutely
Okay.
no
My
emotion
language.
to his dead kids.
So after you see Alec, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually did the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay.
So normal father
So
thing.
after you do this with Alec, where do you go?
Tyler,
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as
Hope
she's trying
not.
to convince me to see things in her.
I hope not.
Oh, I just thought
Sorry.
you said, hold on.
light.
No, I
I
said
told her
no.
to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed.
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed of the pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and there's, when I remove the
Yeah.
blankets, there's blood there.
Especially with a straight
And
face,
do you do the same
face
thing with
talking
the
about finding
washcloth with
three of
Tyler?
his
Unfortunately, I
kids
didn't
now
go to the bathroom to
without anything.
what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's at that point standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She had some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already. And I went up there and told her she needed to get help. I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are. Because I'd asked her for the phones were initially. And she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this conversation is happening where
In the master bedroom.
in the master bedroom? Okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing
Welcome,
at the side of
Donna.
the, when I
We'll
left
hear
her,
this in
to
a
go
couple
throw the
of hours.
Benadryl bottle away and look for phones, she was
The
standing at the side of the
Muslim
bed.
mule is in Kerry
which
Richard's
side?
case.
On her side.
On her side of the bed. So
Corey
that would be the
Richard.
right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand.
Where did you go?
Into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at the vanity? Are you in the little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all place, in the closet, and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones. You're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
No, she's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
What part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay. So you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her end table. When I left her, she's standing by the end table
Love
on her side
the,
of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon.
There we
You know,
go.
like your rubber balloon, like a. At which point, I
we
poke
go,
my head
Farrell.
out as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at?
Repeatedly?
Is she in the bed? Is she
She's laying on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present. as
it's
part of the
midnight
fishing
my
lure.
time.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed
Uko.
or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green handled knife.
And I
Is
have
she
my beer.
right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands were on the knife.
How matter of fact he talks about this.
And you said that
Yeah.
the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Right back.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, what the hell are you doing? And at that point, she says, I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava.
She's having a full-on
She
conversation.
said, I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava.
Guys,
The court reporter's like, what the?
Did you go
F?
for help?
what?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for her to tell me where the phones were. She asked me not to leave her. She did not leave the boys.
So my question is, did you go for help? Yes or no?
So,
The answer is no.
After Megan dies, how long, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
No.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I do? I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was
Yelled
some
out
weird
win-
sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house, we liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my decision-making, the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her. I was trying to convince her, trying to talk in her language, saying, obviously the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sir.
What do you
Objection.
do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the
202?
phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
Aw.
Oh, is that sweet?
What do you do after this?
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? It's the morning. What do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long.
Oh my God,
I was in
Val.
a state of confusion.
This poor
I
guy.
was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired with purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun that I was planning to give my
Damn you
kids, my
liberals.
boys, a Christmas present with. I left and came back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I know
No,
about buying a gun?
Cindy.
No. And first of all, if he's going out to
Are
buy
you
a
aware that the
don't
wait
say,
period
I
doesn't
need
apply
help.
to a
My
shotgun?
family just offed themselves.
Yeah,
Or my
I
wife
never
just
bought a
offed my
gun
whole
before.
family. Help me.
Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the
I gotta get going, but
awards
I'll see you guys later.
on December 14th,
Bye.
2019?
That was the Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alec and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both attendants. They played the recital.
So how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
See, now
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So,
See, he's so mixed up on his days. Oh, I only know the sun's up. That's all I know. But I know 2 weeks before that, I did this. Like, dude, you can't have it both ways. Anyways.
Oh, and Sal had to leave. Well,
Oh, yeah, you had to leave.
see you tomorrow, Sal.
Sure.
did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that
She's so
day
done with him.
and January 13th,
Look at him.
where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl,
How many times?
I think twice. I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl for that wall dry.
How many times?
Well, considering wall dry was disgusting, only once
What's wall dry?
that I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
I don't know. What is Waldron? Is it like,
I picked
oh,
up
I think it's the Walgreens
food,
brand of
Kalumpki,
Oh,
one night
okay.
at Publix.
Anywhere else?
But he still couldn't contact anyone because she hit the phones.
Not that I recall.
Did you go to
Yeah, he's
Sarasota?
out and about.
No.
He's out and about
There was
trying
no
to
way I
get
could drive to Sarasota.
that girl.
Did you leave your phone at a Starbucks in Sarasota?
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks in Sarasota?
In Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
Nope. It was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
Why?
And
Yeah, why?
you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct. I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't even remember talking to the interview that day.
So you don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail.
Have a great
I thought I was in
dinner,
purgatory with
Nikki.
the red floor and the bright
Happy
sky.
birthday one more
Okay,
time.
so, you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct. The ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to Academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to Academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife.
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death.
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true.
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note was essentially,
Because
I
you didn't
read
do
this
it.
note, but from what I recall, it said we did it to the family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, "Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What'd you do with it?
What did I do with that? I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit. And I wanted my wife to know, I want my wife's wishes
I took it
known
out of
where
my
she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with
tea-soaked
her
pants.
father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And
Oh, I love this guy.
Did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, sorry, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it. So I put the urine soaked one and the one with errors in it in that fan box.
Oh, God.
After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So was this
What?
He was having all kinds of hallucinations of like people too. So he was telling all these stories of like seeing his dead relatives while he was trying to off himself.
And fixing a door.
Yeah. Yeah.
And rewriting a goodbye note.
A goodbye note that he found in his pee pants.
Greedy bloke has it absolutely correct. It's that's what we call a good night out.
What a night. What a night.
We have something called North Sea oil. It's a drink. It tastes kind of like motor oil, but it makes for a fun night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a palate cleanser to watch someone so clearly guilty and still believing I'm gonna turn this around. I'm gonna get this.
Put me on the stand. I will tell everybody what really happened. This is what.
Now is the time to tell my history.
Yeah.
How did he get to the store? He drove.
Yeah, he drove around. Like they had GPS of his phone and stuff, like in Sarasota, like they said and stuff. Like he went to a Starbucks, went to some Walgreens, went to this Academy place, which I think it has like knives and guns and stuff. So. Yep. He's a peach.
He's good.
this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you. Sometime after Christmas.
Was this
Well,
no
couple
in
of
a pair
weeks
of pants and a
because they died
shirt?
before Thanksgiving.
In shorts?
Yeah, the one of two pair that only fit me.
So you only had two pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had two pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to,
I don't know
sorry, I
what
had a
he
pair of
got.
Umbro
Do you know
shorts
that, Jamie?
Those are the two dress shorts I had.
So how often?
Oh
did
no,
you wear
he just
them?
got life in prison.
Daily.
Like,
and
you
you
got
never discovered
tea
this note in your pocket
with the
before?
dog.
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed.
The
You saw the condition of my hair. You saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So you actually,
That's why
the
he
note
needed
that
the
was left on the green
motor
chair
oil
is something
to
that you
lubricate the
actually also
autopilot.
authored.
I actually edited. That's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair.
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there. My father-in-law that died in 2002. My aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So
I like this guy.
Just listen to him though.
in your interviews, you describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience, people
I'm
believe they're
feeling
Hitler.
sorry for you. I don't like pumpkins.
Did you conduct
and
any
cream cheese frosting
research
is just-
that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that the fact, well, I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones. And I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife. I've only.
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
Number one.
Yes or no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true. Yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question.
That is what the video, yes, showed me.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alec's room, and Alec was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alec was 13 years old, and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who is the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
Okay, so you go to Alec's room next because Alec's upstairs.
That's correct.
Right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alec's room and you stabbed Alec and you suffocated Alec. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times
I don't know if any of the
Megan was in there during
body
that killing?
language channels did
That's
that.
what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told
What?
The one, what's the guys, the like,
Dr. G?
no, the guys, it's like,
Behavior plan panel something?
yeah, like those guys. Because I used to see it like his stupid face and like when it would pop up in my suggestions. And I was like, after I watched the trial.
Yeah, he's the opposite of Branka. He's very easy to convict. But I'm still not quite sure he did it.
Oh, yeah.
The police set him up.
law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed. That's correct.
And that in fact, Megan held Alec's legs down while you suffocated Alec.
That's what the video showed. That's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true.
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well, actually
I went to
not
the library.
Tyler's room. You went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely. He was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not responsive to my question.
Actually, it is. But
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you
Yeah,
were
he
done with
he doesn't
Tyler,
come off very good.
You and
I
Megan
believe him.
go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an
And-
emotionally disturbed video of me, yes.
And
Well-
that's you talking, right?
That is
I
me
like to
talking,
be
that's correct.
the devil's advocate.
Thank God I didn't tell you I assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So after that,
Yeah. Yeah.
you
Look at
tell
him.
law
Wait,
enforcement,
look at
yes or no, that you and
Is it your
Megan
turn to the
get
jury
Breezy, the
after
dog,
her-
to come up
after
onto the
that?
bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you
Yeah.
suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video
Breezy.
showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw,
There's no question.
you didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no?
Yeah. He was
It
in
was
Dallas for a
after
short
this
while.
that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure.
Rules to this
Yes or no?
He's an idiot.
The next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you tried to, you actually testified in the video and
I had a beer
you told
earlier.
law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out
I didn't
more
expect them
quickly
to
by
go. They're
doing
close to 2.5
these
hours
different
now.
physical therapy techniques.
I didn't
But
see
it's
that in the
only
video, ma'am.
12:30.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you were asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
Which point?
At any
Physical
point, did
therapist,
you
yeah.
tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement
Oh,
that
boy.
at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Yeah, try again. Try again. Well, it's his truth.
I feel like it was really quick too. They came back. I mean, duh.
When was Tyler's birthday?
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Yes.
And based upon your testimony and the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
For Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get like birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You
They're
don't-
very good at that.
You don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, ma'am.
Oh my
Do you
God.
remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday? And
So he stole his dead son's birthday money.
I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
No, they don't have any.
Yeah,
We
not
could
doing
tell
Well,
who killed your family. When you were not involved.
oh, he's crying again.
Thank you. Mr. Tote, you may step down and join your attorneys at council table.
Thank you.
Well,
Oh,
that was fun.
Thank you.
But you said his verdict was good as well.
Well, the only part that's funny is like when he starts getting up and he's doing a speech and they basically have to tell him like you can't do this. Like after he's convicted. And he's of course, you know, he's devastated that they found him guilty because he's just like crying. He's shaking his head and can't believe it. Your Honor, I did not do this. I am innocent.
Is it this one?
Yeah, probably.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Thank you for listening to me.
Oh, yeah, you have to pass all that. Pass all this.
Any additional?
There he is.
driver family
You see him standing up.
Does the defense care to give any statements prior to sentencing?
Do you want to address the court? You want to address the court. Shall we come to the lectern?
He can address.
Yeah, I feel he's wrongly convicted.
He's welcome to stand.
This is in the Todd case.
This was a personal catastrophe in everybody's life in my family, including myself. I maintain my innocence. I provided for my wife, did everything I could for my wife. She was progressively sick over the years. There were days which were worse, days which were better. She was kept on a pedestal from me. My kids, I did everything for them. The weight gain, Ms. Kopko has said, was because I negated myself. 2 to 3 hours of sleep a night because I would be treating my wife, doing for my wife, flying back and forth. I appreciated her medical concerns. And the reason why I would call so much is because Megan would have bad days. And I just needed to know she was okay. It wasn't a control factor. It wasn't any kind of scoping things out or whatnot. It was my fear that she was, or my fear that something was wrong with her. And I just needed to hear her voice, making sure she was okay. I loved my wife.
Well, because like
children.
the whole,
I was not there the night my children
all
died.
the victim statements were about how controlling,
My wife woke up.
awful he was to her. So, you know,
I
he's
feel
got
he's innocently convicted.
Yeah.
Sorry. The Friday before all this happened, we got in a disagreement, and I begged her to go get help because she screamed at my son because he didn't do the pot, clean the pot. He let it soak per my instructions. This has been a progressive history since the miscarriage, her anger issues, her frustration issues, and it was directed mostly at me. And I took it. It's okay, because she held me partly responsible for getting her sick initially because I insisted she went to the hospital. I told her after she finally decided to schedule a doctor's appointment on the Thursday after Thanksgiving, she canceled it. I found that out the night before. When she screamed at Tyler, the Friday the 13th, I told her that she has to the end of the month to see a doctor because she went to the alternative and spiritual and all this other route. Or I would get her aunt and my sister involved. After that, she once again held it quiet in public. Okay? She was very good at keeping it from the public.
Of course she was.
We went to the recital that they did for the convalescent home on the 13th. I was walking on eggshells.
The only reasonable thing to do.
I don't like upsetting my wife. My wife was primary and foremost in my life, especially after she got sick. Finally, whatever day it was, and I apologize, I do not have the days because I was on a winter break. I went up to her one night and said, listen, I haven't treated you in a couple days. Just allow me to treat you. Allow me to work on you. And I tried a couple different techniques. As I was working, she was worried about me not loving her anymore. And I told her, no, the footprints. Remember the footprints poem? Sometimes you don't think I'm there, but I'm the one carrying you. I will do whatever you need to get ready. That's why I've supported you. She knew I didn't believe in this light and this other religion that she went into, but I supported her because that's what a husband does. Everybody has a freedom to choose their own religions. Everybody has a freedom to choose their own acts. She fell asleep, very rested comfortably. I couldn't sleep. I went downstairs. Okay?
Judge Carson doesn't have the authority to overturn the.
No, I
jury's
understand,
verdict.
but I need to let him know that everything was okay when she woke up the next morning. I kept the kids out there to keep outside to keep her nice and stress-free. That's the only reason I left to go to the condo that night, because everything was good and there was an opportunity to get things done. As Ms. Kopko said, I fell asleep at a drop of a hat. I have this weight off my shoulders that my wife was feeling great. I went to charge the phone, and I fell asleep. I woke up afraid to be on eggshells or the doghouse again because we just reconciled. I ran back because I could not get the car started. It turns out my seat was too far back. And after
I've been
that,
streaming for 9
everything
hours.
happened. And I lived nothing but a nightmare.
It's
Every single
12:30.
suicide attempt, every single nightmare would come out. I relived every nightmare, would wake up and would see.
I can't see why all
I was like, oh,
these
that's a
streamers say,
nightmare.
"Oh, I'm going to do a
Would
12
see my
hour
family
stream."
dead.
That's easy.
I progressively tried to kill myself over and over and over again because I wanted to be with them.
I just
This
need a little more
altar
energy
they speak
drink.
of
Maybe a cup of
was a
coffee.
homeschooling project from the week prior. That's all that was. There was no religious seance or anything whatsoever. It was nothing but a homeschooling project that made my wife happy because we were talking about Egyptian pharaoh and pyramids.
Yeah,
That's
I
all we were
put the
talking
bottle
about
in.
and what they bring in the afterlife.
This is,
So
this is
That's,
not
my
helping
kegels.
you from this progress on, so I encourage you to.
I'm sorry. I love my wife. I love my kids. They were first and foremost in my life. I did not do this.
Nope, we're still waiting.
I provided for my
2
wife,
hours and
provided
33
for my
minutes.
kids,
It
did
must
everything
be.
I could. I understand the jury came back.
What's the time?
I understand
5:30?
evidence wasn't heard. I don't remember that time, from the time I fell down the stairs to the time I woke up in the jail. I love my kids. I love my kids every day. During recently that I just stopped crying myself
That's
to
my
sleep.
favorite. That was my favorite. He fell down the stairs and hit his head, and then he just woke up in jail, and he has no recollection of anything.
No.
Like,
And I love that his lawyer have told him twice now. He can't overturn your conviction. You really have to
but I
wrap
have
this
to
up.
tell everybody that I loved my family, and I did not do this. Come on.
I'm gonna go make me a cup of coffee because I need some energy. You have the con.
Well, yeah.
My kids and my wife
Do
were
the dance.
everything to me. They were the center of my universe. When I came home, I was shattered. I appreciate you listening to me, sir. And I know you're in your situation. I did not do this. Thank you for listening to me, sir.
Any additional witness or testimony?
No, sir, Judge Carson.
Thank you. Court has been present during the presentation of evidence throughout the entirety of the trial. A jury has unanimously determined, after listening to the evidence presented, that you Anthony John Todt are a destroyer of worlds, that you destroyed the world of your 4-year-old daughter, Zoe Elizabeth Todt, that you destroyed the world of your 10-year-old son, Tyler John Todt, that you destroyed the world of your 13-year-old son, Alexander John Todt, that you destroyed the world of your wife, Megan Denise Todt. The jury has unanimously determined that you murdered each of them with premeditation based on the evidence presented in this room. As to count 1, first-degree murder of Zoe Elizabeth Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count 2, for the premeditated murder of your son, Alexander John Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As to count 3, for the premeditated murder of your son, Tyler John Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison. As to count 4, for the premeditated murder of your wife, Megan Denise Todt, you are sentenced to life in prison. Now, one of those lives was less valuable than the others. Those sentences will be imposed consecutively. You will be adjudicated guilty as to each count. For the murder of the family dog, you are adjudicated guilty and sentenced to the maximum sentence consecutive, which is 1 year in the county jail. You will get credit for any time that you have already served. Madam Clerk.
819 days.
Any costs will be reduced to judgment. The court will order restitution, reserve as to amount pursuant to statute. You have 30 days from today's date to appeal this judgment and sentence. If you wish to do so, you must do it in writing. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
Well, he admitted to it, Dave,
transferred
so
to
there
the
was
Department
kind
of
of
Corrections
bad.
to serve your
And he was
sentence.
arrested at the
Anything
house when
further,
they
State?
were, so it's kind of.
Anything
Yeah, well,
further
he finds
defense at
all
this time?
the dead people.
No, Your Honor.
That will conclude the trial and sentencing process. State of Florida versus Anthony John Todt has concluded.
He's in shock. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
4
That's,
life sentences and a year in the county jail. But yeah, so I was just looking for something to watch and came across this guy, and I was like, whew. He is a beaut.
he's a hoot and a half.
He is a hoot. So.
What can we watch then?
Well,
I don't know. I need something to keep me awake.
well, in like 20 minutes, I have like, there's some other stuff I have to do too.
Well, just leave me. Everyone leaves me.
Well, no, I mean, I know it's not easy just start and run right back up.
No, and if I put it down now in 5 minutes, oh, we have a verdict.
All right.
So,
I mean, are we getting any like updates at all on the other channel?
nope, no updates at all.
Like,
but Iris, you don't come on screen and help me out because I need someone to talk to. Hey, been there, done that. Welcome, welcome. I'm just looking if anything fun is on. Can't we find something funny?
I know, right? I don't know. Like, all the stuff I would love to pull up, we can't put on YouTube.
We can watch.
Not provide.
We can watch your favorite judge yell at people.
What's she doing? Who is she even yelling at?
This is from the Vicene case. Should I have to do the math. It's getting close to 5:45 their time. No questions, no nothing. No camera movements in court. I have it on my iPad. I should probably put a little bit of juice into that, or it will run dry. Will he keep them there?
I mean,
He don't want them back on Monday.
that's the whole thing.
He has, I believe he was, I believe he has a case starting up on Monday, or he has to do some. He said he couldn't do it Monday when it looked like they were going too long. So, well, it was very entertaining. Defendant's testimony would be nice. I don't think she took the stand. Today they only had a hearing about the jury instructions, and it only took them 14 days. They were supposed to go for 28. So I don't know if they have dinner normally. Someone else updates when there's stuff like that going on. We have had nothing other than the time, and I set my stopwatch, and it's 2 hours and 41 minutes right now. I would believe that within 4 hours should be reasonable.
We get stuck on this every time because we thought Cara Rentalo was going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be, and that took me 35 hours of sitting here and talking. So my dad probably was right when he said I had a motor mouth.
Well, it's just we think the juries are going to go one way, and then,
Yeah.
And who knows? Yeah, we could have somebody in there that's arguing right now, like, she did this for serious, and everybody's like, no, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Alan, you are not John Cena.
Yes, we see you.
Do you know who John Cena is?
Yes, he's a wrestler, and now it moved.
But
well, not really.
You Can't See Me was his move.
Yeah, You Can't See Me. He's a little past my time though, but I knew his little thing.
Yeah, his jorts.
I liked.
Do you like a man in jorts?
No. I loved it when it was like Stone Cold Steve Austin was my favorite. I like The Rock,
That's
D-Generation X, all of them. Oh God, they were fun. You know.
Yeah, that was back when they had fun, and then they went on the stock market, and it toned it down.
It was before the WWF got taken away from them.
Well, Ellen, we can see you now, and I can only say I was trying to watch Eric Hunley today. I was trying to watch Side Scrollers, Brandy Churchwell. Who else did I try to watch? And it was very choppy, very, very bad. So I don't know.
Did you
like The Miss?
Oh my God, that'd be so cool. Sorry. I got excited. Audra, she said, I got a Stone Cold story for you.
Oh. Ooh.
Dad took us to one of the Sunday night heats, and he was there, and it was so cool. And then we went and got the foam fingers, the foam middle fingers. Oh, I still have that at my parents' house somewhere. I should go get it.
My alarm tone on my phone is the game. I can't play it, but because I will get struck. But it's all about the game and how you play it. It's all about control. Yeah.
Oh my God, it was so much fun back then.
Yeah.
Miz wasn't. I remember that guy from Real World, and then I seen him as a wrestler, and I'm like, he's wrestling now. I remember him from
Yeah,
the Real World.
and I just have to say that his wife is a perfect example of you can go too far with plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Because she was a pretty lady. I know she was enhanced when she got into the business, but now it's just, yeah, when they go that big, they're not looking good.
I don't remember a lot of the girls that were wrestling. I remember China, R.I.P. China, but there was only a few girls in the back then when I used to watch it.
Lexi, he was only the 1, 2, 3 kid. I remember seeing when he beat Razor Ramon. That was quite an upset.
I have one of the Royal Rumbles on VHS because, my God, me and my brother and sister wanted to watch it so bad. And, of course, my parents were like, well, then you need to do all these chores and we'll buy it for you. So we busted our booty like all week long. And then, he recorded it for us. And I remember I found it one time when we were cleaning out some old stuff when they had a fire at their house or whatever. I was like, you still have the Royal Rumble on VHS. But nobody has a VCR anymore, so I'm kind of sad.
Yeah, it's but maybe it's the nostalgia. But when you still could find full pay-per-views on YouTube, I used to watch him with my youngest. She was kind of into it for a couple of years, and then I got the network, and we used to watch him when she was here in the weekends, but she fell out of love with it again. But it was fun having that thing that was mine and hers instead of
I know.
Yeah. I liked it a lot when I was a kid, and then having her being interested in it. Shawn Michaels, when he returned in 2005, I believe it was, and became a member of the DX after he sobered up and stuff like that. I liked him a lot. He was too arrogant.
I just love the suck it thing that was so big. Like everybody was doing it. Like everywhere. I just remember like it was so funny as a kid. Cause no one knows what they're doing, but it's just hilarious. I love
Yeah.
that.
I loved Jake the Snake because he never yelled. Everyone else were yelling, and he was just looking intensely into the camera and talking to you about what he's gonna do to you. I really liked him, and I think the funniest, well, not so funny because he was a massive drug addict, but he was deadly afraid of snakes, and because he was so hopped up on all kinds of stuff, he told Vince that oh, I should be Jake the Snake and have a big snake, and Vince said, yeah, you should. So he had to carry that snake around for 20 years, and he hated it.
Oh my
Him
God.
talking about the time a cobra got loose in Diamond Dallas Page's house, and Jake just bolted out of there, and he had to sit there and tell his wife that, yeah, there's a cobra somewhere in the walls.
Jesus Christ.
That's Jake the Snake. No, he was a big drug addict. I think maybe you're thinking about Dr. Death, Steve. What is Steve? I can't remember his last name. He was going to be the next big thing, and then he did he end up in a wheelchair, I believe?
I don't know. I don't remember him.
Yeah, Kane, the brother of Undertaker, he was in The Hill Have Eyes, or what was that movie?
Oh, I know what
It
you're talking about because I remember we rented it because we were like, oh, dude, he's in it. But it was goofy. What was it? Iris, what was the movie?
Yeah, I can't remember that.
But the Undertaker and Kane were great. I love like every time you heard their music, you're like, oh, like it was just so. Oh my God, that was the days. Those are the days.
See No Evil. Yeah, that's the name of it.
No Evil. Yeah,
See,
yeah,
yeah, but I saw the commercials for it, and it looks so menacing. I never saw it, but
I don't remember it being very good, but I
no,
only,
and I think it was straight to DVD or something like that.
yeah. But yeah, that
Who was the guy who fell down from the ceiling in the Colosseum and died? It was
wasn't like Bret Hart.
it was Bret Hart's brother, Owen Hart.
Owen Hart. Yeah.
Yeah, the Blue Blazer was his name at that time, I believe. House of a Thousand Corpses. Never seen it. I'm not really into those scary movies. It's never been my thing with the jump scares. And now he's a mayor in Tennessee or something, Kane. I think he's a Republican mayor in somewhere in Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Mankind.
I'm doing great, Alan. I just started on my 9th hour of streaming today, so I'm on coffee. It's close to 1 a.m. my time, so I'm really hoping either the judge say go home or something happens.
I'm
Yeah, the
hoping
good old days.
because I'm gonna have to leave at like 7.
Yeah, but I'll keep on. Maybe someone.
Oh, but I feel bad.
Yeah, don't do that. I'm the idiot. Yeah, I can just end the stream.
I know, but I mean, yeah, what you do, they'll be like, oh, we're back.
Yeah, we did that the last time, and then I woke up at 5 in the morning with 5 messages from Dave. Get in here, you have a verdict. So yeah. The Conjuring and Annabelle last night.
Oh. Yeah, Mankind was great too because he was just he did all kinds of stunts that were nuts. I just loved his character too. His character was great.
We watched oh yeah, that must have been real bad. Yeah, and they stopped the show for a bit and then went on to try and cover it up or something, and then the next day they held a memorial or something. It's yeah, that's bad. It's kind of like being at a football game and see someone break their leg. Not that it's the same, but you never forget when you see that. It's always brr. Alan, you and I can go into the night together then. I don't know if Jesse testified. I don't believe so because I really haven't kept touch. I just saw that the Baroness got angry. But let's see what she yells at the defense for.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Redirect.
I think he's the medical expert for the defense.
Get mic'd up.
Mr. Spiller, your CV is 44 pages long, right?
Yes.
There's dozens and dozens of articles, more than 100, maybe 200 articles that I didn't show the jury today, right?
It's about 220.
Okay, we did. And it's fair to say during the break, despite Attorney Nikolai's suggestion that I showed you some article about, what was this article about? Because I've never even seen that article. Acetaminophen or something like that?
Tizanidine? No, I don't know.
I didn't show you any article about that during the break, did I? About acetaminophen.
Oh,
I'm saying that I didn't show you this article that she's talking about during the break.
okay. Yeah,
True.
I think we're talking about the difference in acetaminophen, aspirin, and ibuprofen.
Right.
Is that what
Well,
we're talking about?
Jamie
That's
is a
right. I'm
special
just saying,
cat.
I didn't show you
He'll just
that. We
run
didn't
out
talk
on you.
about that
No.
during the break.
Jamie has a life too.
Objection, this was entered by defense as exhibit 626.
That's not the question.
No
The
verdict.
insinuation was that I.
Hold
talked-
on, stop. I'm excusing the jury. Be seated. I'm warning both sides. Stop with the speaking objections. It needs to stop now. And we need to be very precise on when we refer to things that I know have happened in the course of this case. And I'm referring to that sidebar. And I'm going to make a record of that right now. And then we'll bring the jury back out after I address this last objection. As it relates to that sidebar, the defense initially objected to receipt of 232. I sustained it, frankly, just because of a foundation. I thought some more questions could be asked, maybe even show the witness the exhibit. But I also know, because we had a hearing in December of last year, specifically on December 9th, where 232 was marked as Exhibit 8. And this witness at that hearing was questioned about that document. And it is fair game for the state to ask him his knowledge about it and what its source is. And number one, he's an expert. He's provided opinions today in front of this jury in forensic toxicology. These are guidelines for opinions and testimony in forensic toxicology. His knowledge of them or lack thereof goes directly to his credibility, which this jury will need to determine. I've already referenced he was questioned about it at a prior hearing, again, Exhibit 8. Of course, the defense can redirect, that's appropriate. But then Attorney Kukler accused me of yelling at her in front of the jury, which I was not doing. Out of an abundance of caution, I turned my face away from the jury box and directed it at the back of the courtroom. Was I frustrated? Absolutely. I was frustrated because I knew what this witness had been shown and testified about at that prior hearing. And more importantly, the defense knows about it because it's a transcript that is in this
Yeah, her
file
upper
that
lip
was
had a
requested
little too much
by the defense. And so I was frustrated because because the defense knows better. And I'm just making this record abundantly clear. I was not yelling. I was in a hushed tone. And I think she said, well, it looks like you're yelling at me. That's why I turned away. And was I frustrated? Absolutely. And I'm also frustrated because of the speaking objections and trying to get information in front of this jury through either making comments or testifying, which, as you both know, that's not how it is properly done. I also know I sustained an objection. I know you moved on, Attorney Nicolai, and I said I'd take it up if you so wish. Is that a topic you wish to go back into?
I can do that with Dr. Kasenko.
All right, very well. Anything the state wants to add to the sidebar?
No.
Anything the defense wants to add to the sidebar?
Just that I wondered if the court wanted me to talk to the witness since he didn't seem to remember it. And I couldn't help that the witness at that moment didn't remember seeing the guidelines. And I recommended that the state hand him the actual exhibit, and maybe that would refresh his recollection. It seems like it did.
I appreciate you adding that. And I will also add at that sidebar, I said, well, it was offered. There didn't seem to be a yes or no, but in any event, I said, that's a good idea. Let's give him the exhibit.
John, I'm
and we'll
streaming.
go on from there. So with that, we'll bring the jury back out. If there are any more objections, just say objection. If you want to say relevance, again, 1 or 2 words. I don't want speaking objections. And I am going to say this outside the presence of the jury, Mr. Spiller. This came up during our motion hearing. I know you have a lot of information and I know you want to get it out, but let the attorneys direct by asking you the questions. Sometimes they call for yes or no answers, and please just do that and not provide extra information. There hasn't been really a whole lot of objections, and sometimes that can be for strategy reasons, but it's important though that you do that and not talk over the other, the attorneys who are asking the questions, okay? You understand that?
Yes. Yes,
Good.
Your
And you're hearing okay?
Honor. As long as the microphone works.
They should be working.
Question when we broke? I'm sorry, could I ask Madam?
Well, there was a speaking objection and I dismissed the jury just to let you know.
But I don't know if you ruled on the objection.
What was the, well, I haven't called for them yet. I did not. Madam Clerk, what was the last, Madam Reporter, what was the last question that was asked?
Please slam the door harder.
If you can tell.
Yeah, I don't like women.
Do you recall where you were at, Attorney Kukla?
I think that I was asking whether or not during this lunch break, I showed
right.
Mr. Spiller any articles because I didn't. And I thought it was about
try to be
ibuprofen
alone.
or something. I was just trying to get the name of the article that the district.
What's the
attorney-
number? I believe the state referenced an exhibit.
626. My objection was to the inference that this study was never introduced by the defense today. And it was.
I'm
It's an
sorry,
exhibit.
Sal. I hit the wrong
I
button.
didn't ask that, Judge.
Well,
I
hold
just
on.
asked him if we talked about it during the break. Because did you notice that the state said, I want to talk to you about an exhibit that Attorney Kukler showed to you during the break. That's how the question was asked. And I didn't show him any exhibit during the lunch break. So that's the point.
Well, be that as it may, 626 is an exhibit.
I know that.
So it should be accurately portrayed as such by both sides if they reference it as an exhibit previously received in this case. I think you've made your point. You asked the witness if
No, I was just back to
if he saw
hear
it
Judge Mommy
during
yell
a
at
break, if you
stupid
showed it
lawyers.
to him. Madam Reporter, did you have was there an answer given?
Because that's when the objection came in. And
Right, so I'll overrule the objection.
He can answer the
And he can answer the question.
Should I repeat the question when the jury comes in?
Yes, as long as you specifically refer to that exhibit accurately.
All right.
Okay, now we can have the jury brought out.
Yeah, I won't say anything about ladies getting power.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Yoga with Adrienne.
Still nothing from the case. Well, it's easier if it isn't with 10 people within between it, but I think I got the gist of it. So yeah, the big problem is finding something we should entertain ourselves with? Why couldn't we just get some kind of inclination if they're gonna go all night or if it's gonna end soon? Because again, it's turned 1 a.m. my time. So I need something to watch. I need something to talk to. Someone to talk to, not something. I could just talk to the wall. I've done that before. I should just get drunk and start talking to the wall. That could be entertainment. Everything for content. That got me struck the last time, so I won't play that. Can we find something fun to watch? I'm just filling time because I'm tired. I've been up for almost 16 hours. Why do I only get yoga videos with guys? At least get some with girls. Why do I get all these yoga videos? John, have you been in my recommendations? I need something fun. Come on, something fun. I read that wrong. This is great content. Me looking at my feet, trying to find something to show you while you look at me. It's Inception bad. Come on. I really should be prepared for these verdict watches instead of just standing here. Because that's not good content. I don't want to watch that. Come on. Let's go down a little crazy train. Now we had Judge Mommy on.
Oh, right. He wasn't driving, but what happens if he knows?
I hope this won't get me. It probably would. What is this?
Once again, you're doing this tactic
Because
to try to
it's not a
go
tactic,
off
it's
of what
facts.
we're talking
It's
about
facts.
to some other reason.
It's facts.
to
Because
some
I
other
find it
thing.
hard to believe that
I'm gonna
all
let
of
the
a
Our
sudden
state.
nobody
favorite
hears what I
Jose
say.
litigant.
I'm gonna let the state make a
stop.
record of why they
Stop.
believe it's objectionable because I haven't let them do that.
We go over the top 5 outbursts of defendant Darrell Brooks.
Yeah, please don't talk
I'm Jesse
because
Brad of
this is
Walker
truly
Show,
confrontation.
of 6 people in
Transformational.
trees. But you between him and the legal theory proceedings, then this is why not trial?
Come on,
Called as a
we
witness
really want to hear
previously
him. We
a
don't want to
fight
hear you.
of a witness because
I think that is what the defendant is trying to do. And if we're going to go down that road, then we would be forced to counter that claim. First of all, it doesn't make her an incredible witness, if it's even true. And second of all, if we go down that road, we would be forced to counter that claim by pointing out that not only does the defendant not live with the child in question, he doesn't live with any of the other children that he has. He impregnated Erica Patterson when she was a minor in Nevada. And for doing so, he was convicted of statutory sexual seduction, pled guilty in March of 2007 to that felony offense, and is a sex offender on the registry as a result. So if there's any causation that would lead to Erica Patterson being a bad mom, Mr. Brooks has a direct role in that causation.
And that's
He's gonna be
not
mad
going
at
to
him.
that
I'm not
because
sure.
that's a lie.
Let
Because
him
at the end
finish.
of the day,
Let
if
him
we're
finish,
going to open the door
Mr.
on that, no,
Brooks.
since he want to make a record and not be accurate, so let's be accurate all on the record since you think you know so much.
Once
So
again,
we can
Mr.
open the
Brooks
door
is
on,
being
we can open
loud,
the door on how old she told me
disrespectful,
she was when we met.
interrupting.
We can ask
He's-
that question
he is
too then.
over the
Did you
top
ask that?
animated
Do you
right
know
now.
that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state
No,
finish.
I'm not going to sit here and let somebody be inaccurate on the record and lie on the record.
Right. Under Illinois versus Allen, I've warned him repeatedly. He's being removed from the courtroom. And you know what? Let me dial that back. We're just going to take an early lunch, 1 hour. We'll be back. And unless he brings that letter and he can show it is inadmissible, she will not be questioned. And under 906.11, I will declare the cross-examination closed. Thank you. We're in recess, 1 hour.
Get your facts straight. So
Get
let's
your
open the
facts
door on
straight.
all of it then so we can get all of it on the record. Since you think you know so much.
I so want
Did
to
you know
catch a
she said
case.
she was 18 when I met her? Did you know that?
Now that they didn't being
Do you know that?
totally
Do you know that?
in a nulls.
All right.
It's not a game. I don't take this as a game. That's what nobody. That's what nobody. You don't got to explain nothing to me.
Do you want?
That's what you don't understand. You think that
want
this
the
is a whole
opportunity
game
to
to me.
question?
This is not a game to me, Your Honor. Nothing about this is a joke.
I never
That's
said
what
it
y'all
was a
don't
joke.
understand.
I think Brooks wins that
And
one.
it's unfair. It's unfair and it's disrespectful to me that you think I would come in here purposely and treat this like a joke or a game.
I never said it was a joke.
What type
Now
of
she's getting
statement is
afraid
that?
of him. That's why what I hated in
Your
this
life
case.
is not on the line.
She was
Mine
afraid
is.
of him.
And you
He
think that
has
I think this is
an
funny?
officer sitting right behind him, just tasing
So,
him.
so I think, Your Honor, with all due respect, I think you should show
we're
some
gonna take
respect.
a 5-minute break, and when we come back, the jury's coming out.
This was why I wanted to see the Jessie trial, to see if she really was this bad of a judge. And I just have to say, I think she's a really, really bad judge. I thought it was Brooks that made her seem bad. I thought that she just didn't know how to handle him. She was afraid of whatever could come up in appeal. But seeing her handling, and we just saw her at that middle-aged lady crisis. I wasn't yelling at you. She's a super weird, super weak, judge is just what I feel. It's no, I think he gets the socks treatment. Yeah, she's an overbearing, micromanaging woman. Yeah, she is, and I hate her on the record. I really don't know because he didn't have the shock restraints on that he thought he had on. I truly feel they weren't prepared for a guy like him, and they should have smartened up. How long was this trial? It was several weeks. Was it 6, 7 weeks? And she didn't do what you need to do with a bully from the beginning. You need to show him who owns the room. We have a female judge in my court, and she looks kind of like Judge Mommy. And she is one of the toughest judges we have. She's laying down the law the second anyone steps out of line. She just keeps talking and talking and talking, it went too long, but that's because she couldn't control her courtroom. As soon as she found out she had the ability to throw him in the other room and cut off his mic, because I can't even remember the 405 or 942 or whatever rule she always kept referring to. She treated him like a child. I give you another chance. Okay, the next time. Oh, look who woke up again. Hey, princess. Nice to see you again. Did you get your little nappy time? Did you sleep well with your Care Bears? She was scared of him, and then she tried to rectify it by talking a lot afterwards. she wasn't avoiding a mistrial by doing this, what she was doing, because she had the rules and she kept citing them to him. And as I've said many times during the Jesse trial, when we watched that, the first time you make the ruling saying, pursuant to Rule 857 and the Supreme Court's decision, this and that, all the next time he will act like this, mean mocking her like this, I would just say, according to my prior ruling, please remove Mr. Brooks from the room. And instead of, because she let him act on stage, he just wanted to act. He just wanted to be seen. It's yeah. I wonder how he behaved. Well, again, imagine him in front of Judge Schroeder. There's just as many bad male judges and just as many weak male judges as there's weak female judges. It's not a gender thing. It's a pushover thing. I don't think Schroeder could have handled it any better. Borowski, he might even have gone down and tased him himself. But that she didn't get the deputies to remove him. You can constrain a defendant when he acts out. I really don't understand why she let him walk all over her. Yeah, I sent MG a link if you want to stop by. I'm never drunk unless I am drunk. Yet he didn't show him who was boss. I don't know if she was afraid of the R word, but I think I just think she was too scared of an appeal. And then we saw her in the Jesse trial. She has this annoying habit at really needs to I need to explain everything. Sorry. I really need to explain everything. And she goes on these diatribes. It's so stupid. I really, really don't she could have smacked him around a bit. Well, I'm going until I know something from the courtroom. We passed 3 hours and 15 minutes of deliberation. I didn't see it going that long because I'm not that smart. Well, he was naked at a pretrial hearing, and when he was naked at a pretrial hearing, I would have sat down with my deputies and said, he's not going to be allowed to run this show. The second he steps out of line, I make a ruling pursuant to judge this and this and this. You're out of here. And I would just have dragged him out every time he started his show. And I don't care if the jury were there, because she was so weak. Yeah, and now I can see why, because I thought the fame from this case would have given her a seat in the appellate court. But she's too weak for that job. She could have had his mouth. Yeah, she could. Because we know that she was allowed to mute him. But she probably didn't want to prejudice him to the jury. Judge Manning in Georgia gave a guy a sobriety test herself in court. Yeah. And I really think that you should verbally slap people around when they act like this, because this guy is a typical street thug. He is only something if he can puff himself up. The first guy who smacks him in the mouth, he will fold. He's not a fighter, he's an intimidator. And she fell for it. She got scared, and he saw it. And these people, they can smell fear a mile away, because that's the way they survive. And we have all met them during our school times and stuff like that. All the guys who thought they were the big guys, and the first time someone said no to them, they just folded. So yeah, I don't give. She doesn't impress me much. You don't, that don't impress me much. So you got a car.
And you need to call your next witness. Thank you. We are in
Nah,
recess.
you're not rushing me to judgment. I don't care what you're talking about.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Didn't you watch the trial? It was not that unbelievable.
This time. So much for the theory is that to him, right? The only violating his rights sign that he should opportunity find it this week to delay at the very least.
I'm a grown man with grown kids. Ain't nobody gonna talk to me like that. Nobody.
Nope, but they.
I don't have a problem with doing what you asked me to do, not tell me. Just like when I asked you about subject matter jurisdiction that you have yet to prove on the record. But somehow I'm being intentionally disruptive.
He's a mouth
on, man.
thug.
Stop.
He's not a fight
Just stop it.
thug.
Jury's coming out.
All right for the jury. Not gonna work.
And that is not the only time that he barked at the judge.
Make a
It
ruling.
threw people off a loop. They weren't ready for it. They scared of it. That's what it is. Come on, man.
Mr. Brooks.
Come on, man. Stop.
When you
Stop
aren't
Stop
even
it.
letting
You're a
me
public
ask
servant, Your Honor.
questions.
I respect your courtroom. I
You
respect you. You're a public servant, though. Your job is to be the referee. Is it or is it not? You stated so yourself on record that your job is being the umpire.
Your Honor, can I ask Ms. Patterson please be excused?
Yes, you can be excused. My apologies.
My apologies too, but it needs to be some truth. Especially
Yeah, when you
we're
rewatch
talking about
him,
stuff that
you-
didn't even happen, but they're allowed to get on the stand and say that it happened when they know it didn't happen.
So let me I'm going to make a record about what
This
he's
is
referring
ridiculous,
to in
man.
count 77.
Truth be told, I could do a 2-hour show on all of the is one nerve.
That we do need to take up potential as to a witness by the name of Abel Lescano. He has prior criminal history.
Thank you.
So as long as the jury's out, we should probably.
Yeah, but that's
discuss
why she
that.
should have
I would
gagged
like
him.
to provide
That's the only thing he would have
defendant and the
respected.
court with a copy
So that had
of
to be said. So it's the defendant.
That's not how it was said. I
That was how I
completely
said. You want to run the
disagree.
record back?
Mr. Brooks.
I'm the only one. I got one. I
Mr.
got one
Brooks.
ear that work, and I heard that.
This
Come on,
is
man.
to
Come on,
benefit
man.
you so
No,
that
it's
you
not.
understand
Ain't none of
your
this to benefit me,
witness
so let's be
has
clear
a
about
prior
that.
record.
Your Honor, when I leave the table, I'm away from the courtroom and I have to elevate my voice. This is the
So she had to
alleged
elevate her
record of
voice
Abel
just for
Lescano.
that.
Stop talking.
Come on, man. Like, I don't know who y'all be thinking y'all fooling. I accept the value in return for value this document.
One more interruption and you're going to be removed to the next courtroom.
That's what you want to do anyway.
It's not what I want to do. Do not interrupt Attorney Opper.
So can
Your Honor, I
can you
believe he
explain-
has 7 prior criminal convictions via OWI second from 1997, and OWI third from 1997, and OWI fourth from 2003, criminal trespass to dwelling from 2000.
I love his
Right, I
humor.
need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. It's very disrespectful. He pounded his fist. Frankly, it makes me scared.
So,
And he loved that she said that because that's the only currency he deals in. Mean marking people so they get afraid. He ain't nothing. She should have thrown him out of there faster than, yeah, I don't know what. I should probably not say that live on record, but let's go for a little
You
more
will have
pro
the
se.
sole
We don't want to go back to Brooks. Let's get to some of the more the ones we haven't watched. Let's take some. For you, those of you who don't know, this is one of my new favorites. It's Ronnie. Yeah, but that's Valhalla. How many people did you meet in the military who came from the street life, who was all up in everyone's faces, and the first time they got smacked a little bit around, they cried and went back to mommy. They couldn't do anything. Yeah, it's never say to a bully that you're afraid of him. As Iris said, it's just empowering him. He's gonna turn it up to 11. Oh, I could do this. I don't know if he has the time. But no, a guy like him, he's just a-holes. Let's watch a little more pro se.
Into a tirade.
Evidence is going to show that we are under some of the most vicious.
What happened?
Lying.
What?
Fabricating fictitious government you ever seen. By the time it's all said and done, you will see.
Audra, this is Ronnie. Oh, what's his name? His Ronnie something the third. He unalived his wife, his daughter, and tried to unalive his son. He went pro se. Ronnie O'Neill the third. Exactly. Ronnie, my boy. He is the guy who cross-examined his son. And when he asks his son, I can't even remember the question, and the son just answers, "But you stabbed me, Dad." Yeah, he questions his own son. Hey, Valhalla, hold it with the judgment. I believe this was it Ghost or someone told him to do it? He didn't do it by himself. It's I believe Jesus or someone told him to do it. And if they told him to do it, he's clearly innocent. But no, he questioned I believe his son was 7 at the time of the unaliving and 11 at the time in court. He's special. He wrote the shortest of the short bus. This trial, I think Rackets had parts of it. Exactly, that's how he did it. Did I hurt you, son? Yes. How did I hurt you? You stabbed me. I think Racket Valhalla. Do you remember if Rackets played all of it, or did he only play parts of it? I'm not sure. So, well, Jesus is in the Quran as well. So, I don't. Well, maybe the government stole them. I believe it was before Vices came along. This is an old case. I think it's a couple of years since. No, this is before JDAH. I think it's even before Rittenhouse, or around the same time as Rittenhouse. It's yeah, he's a fun one. Oh, Jeff did parts of it. Yeah, but it's quite an old case, and I think it was either it was between Rittenhouse and JD, or it was just before Rittenhouse. I can't remember, but I know that Brackett showed parts of it at his night show. So I don't think he live. I haven't seen the trial. I've only seen clips of it.
Who is the mass murderers?
Who is?
In Tampa Bay, the state of Florida. You will know why what occurred on March 18, 2018 occurred. And the evidence is going to show that law enforcement tampered with evidence to meet their such high burden of proof. because originally it wasn't enough. So we had to tamper with evidence.
Hey, expert. Yeah, this is a rewatch. I'm just filling time. I'm on Verdict Watch. We are 3 hours and 30 minutes into Verdict Watch. If I do my math correctly, it's -7. It's 6:30 in Wisconsin right now. So they either they go all night or they should be going home at some point. So and I'm coming up on 10 hours. My feet is killing me, my back is killing me. But I'm just afraid the second I shut it down, there will be a verdict. So but it's a rerun. You can hang out. You can get a link if you want to come on and watch Ronnie Boy with me. I'm trying to entice some people to come along, but everyone is out having fun or eating dinner. So, but luckily I don't have anything to stream until in 14 hours. I have to do my next stream. So, yeah, let's get back to Ronnie Boy.
Since it was such evident already,
I'm not a lawyer. I know numbers.
but we still had to tamper with evidence. The evidence is going to show.
Tickle the Baker's buttons, please. Yeah, please tickle my buttons if you're here. If you're new here, 59 people still watching. It's been a great day for me. If you're new here, throw a little sub in. It doesn't cost you anything, and I'm very appreciative of Danny and the other super chatters today. You don't have to pay me. I'm crazy enough to just do it, but thank you so much. It helps keep the lights on. The expert, I'm still awake. You just asked me. But yeah, thank you so much, Danny, and please like, subscribe, do all the grifting things. I'm not really good at grift myself because I just love that people want to watch me talk about nothing. So I'll try to find some entertainment. This is Ronnie O'Neill III, another pro se litigant. It's he's doing really well. He unalived his wife, his kid, and tried to unalive his son, and his son testified against him. Hey, Wendy. Oh, you have some of the. I can't say V because we don't use the same V in Denmark like you do in the US. But I'm really happy that you found me, and I hope everyone will treat you nice. We love new people. We love new ideas, and we love to have people hang out with us and have fun. Stephanie Bland, you shouldn't have. It's keep it up. I'll try to keep it up. In my age, that can be a problem because I'm not used to being awake at this hour. But I'll do my best. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Stephanie. I'll do the best I can. I might need to go and have to take some medicine to help me with that. Yeah, Sue is new here too, and she can tell you we try to be very interactive with the chat. If you have questions, anything, or you can talk to. Well, Iris is here most of the time, and Irish is here a lot of the time as well. They are really really nice people. They claim their names are pronounced the same way. I don't buy it. But very welcome, Wendy V. That name is going to kill me.
My son did not see me murder his mom. The evidence is going to show he did not see me shoot his mom. The evidence is going to show my son said many things that are not true.
I've never seen someone scream their open impression of my mind.
menace to
informative.
society, and I ran after killing Kenyatta Barron, knowing that authority was on the way to kill my own children. I wonder
It's my pleasure.
why I would do something like that for no reason. And I'm standing here competent as can be.
Hello, Bookworm. You are also a new one here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And you probably came inside with Turtle Boy. I'm talking to another creator about covering the Silbright and the Fit Apple Fit data in that. So yeah, I can see you have the free Karen Reeds sticker on. So there will be a stream coming up where I'll try to get into that more, because I did the overall helicopter view with Mr. Turtle Boy, and I'll try to get into more of the hard facts in the case later. You have to make up your mind. Either I'm one of the Barbarian brothers, I'm Duke from G.I. Joe, or I am Arnold Schwarzenegger. But I'll swing by FNL if this ever ends. And everyone, yeah, we'll see how late this goes. I probably will dump you off over at the Expert. That's a good hangout spot. Well, Alan, I'm not sure you can talk to guys like that. But I'll stop by and thank you so much, Expert. Yeah, I was at the gym today and I was thinking, oh, it's Wednesday, and then Thursday I have to do this, and Friday, and then I can go to Germany on Monday to buy stuff I need to bake something for New Year's. And then a friend of mine I trained with said, oh, yeah, we don't see, I won't see you tomorrow because he's doing CrossFits on Saturday. I don't know why they always have to mention that. And it was Saturday. It's Wednesday today. I might be streaming a little too much. That's why I picked up. I was looking into the chokehold case, but I was like, this. There's a lot of similarities with this case and with Karen Reed, especially the weak evidence, in my opinion, in both cases. So this is gonna. I thought this could be interesting, and it kind of seems the same way the state is arguing this one is. She must have done it. Who else could have done it? Yeah, but you didn't show anything, and I really hope that I can get to the bottom of that 60 feet, 24 miles per hour on ice with the car that the state claims she did. Oh, the light just went off in the courtroom. So I think this is a good case to kind of see evidence in the car case. They didn't download any of the car data, and this one I'm not sure they did it in the Karen Reed case either. So that'll be interesting. I'm gonna dump right into the Expert. I have 12 and a half 13 and a half hours till I need to stream again. No, it's gonna end soon. The second I turn off my stream, the second they say there's a verdict. What case is next on here? Right now, I'm not sure. Normally, Jamie and I make an agreement that we're going to take a few days off, and cases normally end on Friday, and we'll say, okay, we'll have Stabulate Day tomorrow on Saturday. That's our little fun show. I try once or twice a month to do something stupid on Sundays, and Sunday afternoon I'm normally texting Jamie saying, "Hey girl, what's up?" And she's saying, "Well, nothing much. Have you heard about this case?" And then I get 4 mails about cases, and then we pick another one. We're really bad at having days off. So I don't know if anything is on the line. If anyone has any ideas of good cases coming off, I would like to have my Monday off next week because I need to go to Germany. But we pick cases out of the blue. I'm interested in the Adam Montgomery case out of. Is it Massachusetts? No, it's somewhere up north, in northeast as well. The Harmony Montgomery case, but I believe that starts in February. I'm kind of interested in the Cole Richards, the Karen Reed case. I think Sarah Boone will be covered by too many people, and it could be a good case. And she promised everyone who covers it becomes a millionaire. Then there's the Courtney Clenny, but I think kind of like your business, you think it's going to be very interesting, and it's not. So I like these smaller cases for a week, 2 weeks. I like those. So if anyone knows what's in the pipeline, send it my way. It really ended up being a good trial to watch. Yes, it did. It's a great trial, this one. Audra, sleep is for the week. Again, I have 13 hours till my next stream. I'll get some sleep sometime. Or I'll just tell Sal and Mo to go have fun without me tomorrow. Yeah, and that's why I don't understand why we are at 3 hours and 40 minutes right now, because they asked if they could have a data dump on the car data, and they said, yeah, sure you can. And then they thought, well, nah, we don't need it. And the defense said, you can do it. Yeah, but nah, it's not interesting. And they messed up because they had a ruling against them that they couldn't search the car because they have had it impounded for I can't remember how long before they wanted to search the car. So that's why we haven't seen anything other than a picture taken from the outside of what was inside of the car, because the Supreme Court said they couldn't use that one. Yeah, please subscribe both here and on Rumbler. I'll stay up for the verdict. You just want me to stay up so I can jump in to you. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to go 24 hours, hopefully, because again, either if we get a notion from the court that they have dinner, then I might consider ending. Boone is never going to happen. At some point, it will happen. She's only on her 7th lawyer. So, and again, it's 7 o'clock. Wisconsin this time of year is kind of like Denmark. It's dark, it's cold, it's probably raining or beginning to snow. They want to go home as well. I'll get a couple of hours. It's no problem. I'm not yeah. Yeah, there's some holdouts in the room. I just hope it doesn't go the wrong way like with Karen Rintala. It's the rule of content creators. If anyone wants to watch you, and right now I have above 60 viewers, I'll make content. As long as I don't get drunk and say stupid things, it's okay. Well, I can't stay up for days anymore. And I will probably be needing a lot of sleep tomorrow. But again, it's verdict watch. I know I don't have to cover this case on Monday. So yeah. No, Boone isn't that old. It's from 20, I think. Boone is, yeah, it's pushed to February. Hey, Stacy. No, I have no one to kill my stream if I get too drunk. MG, I'm not. No one says I say stupid stuff more than I do. So, yeah. Well, let's hear my most competent friend.
Presenting myself today, and I look alone, but I'm backed by a mighty God.
Yeah, during his opening, O'Neill claimed that law enforcement girlfriend disappeared and phone call where one of the more disowned son, the boy who
Did I hurt you that night of this incident?
Yes.
I did. And how did I hurt you?
You stabbed me.
Do you remember telling Detective Dirks? After he asked, did your dad hurt you the night that he hurt your sister? And you said, no, he didn't hurt me. Do you remember that?
No.
By the way, O'Neill actually started this questioning of his son by saying, "It's good to see you, man." Wow. It was so strange. I mean, there was one point.
That son, I believe he had some special needs as well. He got adopted by the police officer who found them at the scene. So, and he's living with that police officer. There was some commotion about that because he was a witness and the police officer was a witness. But I think he was put into a home and the police officer adopted him. Yeah, that's crazy talking about it to your son like that. Marco Albanese. I only hear because you covered Turtle Boy. I like you guys' take, so I stayed. Have you looked into Lindsay Clancy? It's going on the things to look into when you're not in. I call it trial dementia because I forget everything other than the trial when I've been doing these days. So I'll try to look into it when I get out of here. But thank you so much for sticking around. I hope we are an entertaining bunch, not a bud. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't in the books from law school.
He went back to screaming at the jury and staring down the prosecution.
He showed you a fraudulent recording where they allege that I beat Kenyatta Barron to death. He talked about Mr. Khalil Brown, my neighbor who stayed across the street. But if Mr. Khalil Brown was a help to them proving me guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they would have called Mr. Khalil Brown. But I called Mr. Khalil Brown to be a witness for me. You will know the truth, whether in this trial or the next one.
And the judge finally had to step in to calm things down.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, no.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, please stop using swearing language. It's not appropriate in a closing argument.
I was wondering when she may say this is too much. And then
I did kill Kenyatta Barron. But I want you to tell it like it is if you're going to tell it.
So he admits he killed Barron, but didn't strike her 15 times as the state claimed. In fact, he seemed to argue that he was acting in self-defense, that he attacked her to protect his kids. Well, not surprisingly, the jury found Ronnie O'Neill III guilty on aggravated hearing. This happened.
I am not sorry for something I didn't do, and I am not sorry for the things I did do.
Mr. O'Neill,
All right.
Listen, stop. All right. Listen to me.
I'm not
not going to raise your voice again.
I'm not going to raise my voice again. I'm not.
I will have you removed from this courtroom. I can sentence you without you being present.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't conduct
I
yourself.
understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But I will say, I'm sorry for your loss.
19 years I've been at this job.
I'll look
human
into it
beings
during
kill
the weekend,
hands
Marco.
of
Thank you
others
so much for the
in every
heads up.
way imaginable. You name it, I've seen it. Shootings, stabbings, drownings, suffocatings, blown apart by cars and DUI manslaughter cases. Horrible things. This is the worst case I have ever seen as far as the facts go.
And the judge said that she would be haunted for the sentences. Illinois, where a man, the best person
Only
to
90
defend him
years.
was
Oh, my
Bradley
good
Yon.
friend Bradley Yon. I
Yon and a
covered this
woman,
one.
Karen Black, old woman, Tina Lohman Schmidt, on November carpet. Sadly, Lohman Schmidt, killer hijack account of homeism. But
I'm just transforming the content. I'll
Not many
give you an
smiles
update.
today.
This guy is Mr. Bradley Yon. He and his girlfriend, who has pled guilty before he goes to trial. S8 is what we can call it on YouTube. A 77-year-old lady with his insertion tool and a spray bottle of, believe, either oven cleaner or some kind of lubricant. And again, his co-defendant pled guilty to it. He is one of the stupidest people I've ever met, and I met online Brooks and Ronnie O'Neill. This case is why no one should you should never do pro se. Yeah. You know, her husband's family as well went to school. Okay. Yeah, it's always hard with the kid cases. Luckily, I only had one in my 12 years. 409 cleaner. Yeah, MG reran it a couple of weeks ago. Everyone go give MG some love too, because he do a lot of cases at late at night. So if you work late, go and hang out with MG. Alan, that's just not nice. That hurt. I'm just gonna blow my nose while this runs, so I'll be back to.
However, I did see some yesterday. I appreciate them smiles. That has brought a light to my soul as I've been stuck here in this county jail, tormented for the last 19 months. I ask that you forgive my appearance. This is not normally me. I normally have hair. I did not expect you to feel sorry for me by any means.
Okay. Just a thought, but don't think a lot of people are feeling sorry for him. Don't think that's something he really has to worry about. His opening statement to the jury was oftentimes rambling and, I don't know, maybe not the best.
I once heard that trials are based on persuasion. Who has the best persuasion in their words? Who can be persuaded by the persuadee? Incredible and impossible happenings. We all know what incredible and impossible means. Impossible means not possible. Credible means it's not credible.
Yeah. And then for some reason, Jan launched into an anecdote about his little brother and Scooby-Doo.
My little brother used to run to mother and say, "Mom, BB hit me." BB was my sister. Used to say, "BB hit me." Mom would say, "Well, my lovely young man, where are the marks to prove such?" Well, my mom, show me the marks. He could not show any marks. Mother would say, "I can't tell where the marks are." True story. Come to find out, my brother only had the remote taken from him.
The tallest of tales. Marco, put hashtag and then write the name as it's written. It's easier to do on the PC because it pops out automatically, but just write it as it's written on this. Yeah. As the names are written, I can't think anymore. It's 10 hours and 21 minutes. Whew. BB is broken baker. Yeah, BB is broken baker. Yeah, what? What? But I love his tallest of tales. So yeah, you can't get the phone to automatic autofill. You can only do that on the PC. It doesn't even work on iPads.
Scooby-Doo was his favorite. He would watch it end on end for hours. During them times when my brother would make them claims, we would all come to find out in the end that he had just simply walked away from the TV. Sis picked up the remote and he wanted the TV back. The tales he was telling, you will see that today, here, and throughout this trial, there are major tales told. Tales that are tall, simply very tall tales.
Weird. Just very, very weird. And a strange way to speak to a jury that's deciding if you degraded an elderly woman who eventually been the assistant. What are you documents? A womb made a
individual by the name of Travis Bloom attempted to enter the courtroom while the proceedings were occurring. He was stopped by security and told he could enter at breaks. At that point, he stayed outside the courtroom, but was heard outside the courtroom making very loud comments that were heard by Sheriff's Deputy Sam Smith inside the courtroom.
Your Honor, throughout my time here, my family has been repetitively denied. I understand Travis Bloom is an idiot. I understand that, fully understand that. He holds a good heart. They didn't arrest him yesterday. If he did all them things, they probably should have arrested him, right? I mean, these are very serious matters. To limit him from the courtroom simply because of this is ridiculous. If a person does not know that they cannot come in during a time that is not a recess,
and I lost my
then maybe they should be explained that, or maybe there should be notices posted on a wall somewhere.
And the gentleman in the back courtroom by the door with law enforcement, what's your name? You step outside the door and see if there's anything posted about their entering the courtroom during a recess.
There is, Your Honor.
And what does it say, sir?
It says, you may only enter the courtroom at recess or breaks.
And you were here yesterday, sir?
I was.
And was that sign posted on the door at all times?
I believe so.
Have a seat, Mr. Yan. Your motion or objection is overruled. Your, as you described, idiot relative Travis Bloom should have read the door sign before he tried to enter the courtroom, and so he was advised of the court rules.
Yeah, not the best.
I have to figure out why they demonetized me right now. I don't understand why.
Jan is questioning Tim Schmidt.
Oh, yeah, this is the husband. He's testifying. And he tries to claim he didn't call 911. And Mr. Jan is making a hell of a lot of good arguments.
The problem here is that those can't foundation.
It was a little after 6 o'clock, right after I went home.
And if I said that there.
Objection, Your Honor. I know what he's going to ask next, Your Honor, and if it's going to be an objectionable question that the jury is not allowed to hear.
Just to refresh your memory, you stated you were subpoenaed for phone records, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We just dealt with this.
Jan, the court sustained that objection.
Your Honor.
We need to go down a new path.
I'm just letting the witness know where we're at, Your Honor.
He was here, he knows. So next question, sir.
Okay. And you did provide those records. correct?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered, and we've gone down this path.
Mr.
Sustain
Schmidt,
the objection.
are you aware that there was no 911
Objection,
call?
Your Honor.
I will sustain the objection, Mr.
There was
Young.
no 911 call.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll ask the bailiff to have the jury return to the jury room and we'll address this.
And it seems to only.
I love this DA. He got so angry.
County Sheriff's Department about the phone records and whether this was a mistake or he didn't know what he was doing, but arguing suggesting
911 report, correct?
I know it is a dispatch ticket, but I
Dispatch.
believe CFS.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish this in the jury.
Okay.
It states male came and attacked his wife and broke into the house and stole the car, correct?
Yes, that's what it reads.
This is Quincy, Adams County 911 call for service report, doesn't it?
Yes,
That means there was a 911 call, doesn't it?
correct.
Yeah, that backfired. Computers, whoever did this, him.
The heinous matters that if I were that person, I wouldn't care if I was a prosecutor or not. I wouldn't sit here and call the defendant a man. I'd call him a piece of shit. Excuse my terminology, Your Honor, but I'd call him a piece of shit.
And
Because
talking
that's what
about
he
being
would've
a
been.
piece of,
I promise not to attempt
he
to
recalled
persuade
the
you,
husband to talk
to
about
manipulate you.
the attack on his wife.
I'm still not going to. But one thing I'm going to tell you before I go any further is I'm not a creep. A person who does them things are creeps. They're sick. What I think they deserve is one of them pistols right there on the man's hips to be taken and having their heads blown off. My mama taught me better than this. She didn't teach me to go out there and do these things, nor did I do them. Please stop, man.
I'm glad we got that straightened out. He also took time to critique the.
Very great. Just like Miss Keck did on Monday last week. She put on a great presentation.
Rumor has it the jury has been fed dinner at the jury room.
Very abnormal and not her normal voice. Not her normal voice at all. She come forward with a presentation that seems so unnatural just to try to persuade you people. Just to try to persuade you.
I have to keep the blood flowing.
You see the woman right here on the screen? That's from a video. Does it appear if she's hurt, battered, beat? Persuasion. You can persuade anybody to do anything with words. You can persuade them with actions. You can persuade them with evidence. Sometimes evidence isn't evidence.
So was it a good decision or was found guilty of all of and the judge in 10 years to be served in the Illinois Department of Correction? Reprehensible person I have had in court before me. That says a lot. So as we continue our cases, assault and attempted murder in Florida, prosecutors say he attacked his ex-wife, Elisa Mathewson. So what happened was back in 2016, Trevor Summers pleaded guilty to federal fraud charges. He was awaiting sentencing.
4 hours
And a few
now.
months later, as he and
I
his wife
normally
were getting
say
divorced, a judge barred the two
between
from
1 and
seeing
2
each other.
hours is good
But
for the
Summers
state.
apparently told the couple's teenage daughter in
Between 2 to
2017
4
that he
is good
wanted
for
to
the
reconcile. So he
defense, and
convinced
then
her
it's
to
Wild
leave a
West
window
after that.
open so he could get into the family home and then leave the two alone, instructing her to take her siblings and drive to his home so he can make up with Mathewson. But authorities say Summers planned a murder-suicide and held Mathewson captive in her home for days. He allegedly tried to kill her twice during that time. At one point, he put her in the back of her car, and a witness spotted the vehicle, alerted police. They swooped in, rescued Mathewson. So his criminal trial started in August of 2022, and he started with defense counsel who delivered the opening statement. But for the prosecution, their star witness was Miss Mathewson, Summers' ex-wife, and she laid out what happened to her for the court.
My hands are tied behind my back. And at this point, this is where he is going to kill me. And they're not
That's
gonna
what
fi-
you're thinking at this point?
And they're not going to find my body because this is so secluded and such a wooded area.
So what happens?
So he turned me around and slit my wrist and said, "That's for getting out of the car in the Walgreens." Pushed me back into the car, tied me back to the seat, buckled me back in with my hands still tied behind my back.
But then, a surprise. Summers decided he didn't need an attorney. He said he would do a better job of cross-examining his ex-wife, so he wanted to represent himself for the rest of the case.
Mr. Summers, you have a request of the court, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is it?
I would like to resume self-representation and discharge Mr. Marchese as lead counsel.
And you believe that to be a wise decision?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Are you unhappy with the services of Mr. Marchese?
I'm not unhappy with the services of Mr. Marchese. I do not believe that he fully understands the circumstances surrounding the events, and it would be better if I did the cross-examination from here on out.
The judge allowed it. And yes, he had the opportunity to cross-examine the victim, his ex-wife. Let me say,
I
this
don't know this one.
cross-examination was tense.
Did I threaten you to have sex?
You broke into my home in the middle of the night when I was sleeping, attacked me and tied me up. I take that as, yes, you threatened me to have sex with you. Yes.
I'm asking you specifically, before we had sex, did I threaten you or force you to have sex with me?
My answer is yes, you forced me to have sex with you.
Did I hold you down?
No,
Did I push you?
not at that time of having sex, but prior to having sex, you did push me. You did hold me down. You did tie me up. You did attack me, and you did break into my home when I was sleeping. You raped me.
And I'll tell you, Mathewson barely, if at all. How could she? And he also.
No. I came to, and there was no more pressure on the pillow, so he stopped putting pressure on it while I was unconscious.
So you were unconscious, but you knew what I was doing?
I regained consciousness, and there was no pressure on the pillow.
That's not your testimony in this courtroom. Your testimony in this courtroom is that I just stopped. Your testimony in other cases.
Objection, Judge, improper impeachment.
Yes. Sorry. As to argumentative, as to testifying, and as to improper impeachment.
Remember that this is not just some random eyewitness. This is the surviving victim testifying directly against the defendant about what she says happened to her at his hands. That's powerful. But Summers was acting as his own counsel, and he tried to convince the jury that there was more to this story, and he delivered his own closing argument.
Gentlemen, reasonable doubt, I believe, is everywhere. And I ask you to please remember that and to please focus on that element that has to be proven by the time that you make these decisions about my life, about the situation that you've been presented, about deciding whether or not to find me innocent or guilty. I ask you to please consider all of these factors and see that what I am trying to show you is that this was a very abnormal series of events, and it requires a lot more information for you to draw a conclusion that would say that I absolutely am guilty of these crimes.
But unfortunately for Mr. Summers, the jury wasn't buying it, and it took them less than 5 hours to convict him on all counts, including attempted murder, and he was sentenced to 3 life terms in prison plus another 224 years. We end today with a bizarre twist on going pro se. Lorenzo was accused of the 2003 murders of 2 men in Unity. Now, Lorenzo was convicted of drugging and sexually abusing 9 men, including the 2 victims I just mentioned, and he was sentenced to 200. That Lorenzo of Gale House pleaded guilty, agreed to work with prosecutors in their original case against Lorenzo, and Lorenzo would spend years fighting the charges, represented himself, reportedly delaying court proceedings, until he eventually decided to plead guilty. In fact, Lorenzo penned a handwritten letter from jail to the court saying he wanted to plead guilty, he wanted to be sentenced to death, and he wanted to forfeit his right to appeal. Okay. And in pleading guilty, Lorenzo had to explain what happened.
Mr. Schweikert wanted to get some experience. So we allowed him to do some stuff on Mr. Galehouse. Now, I don't know if I should add this, but Mr. Schweikert wanted to have a video done of him having experience as a master. He was trying, and I was videotaping it while he was doing this. Mr. Schweikert got carried away. He lost control. The kid started to scream and get all upset. We realized that the kid was going to probably call the police on all of us. So we had a powwow and we said, this kid can't leave.
It's chilling how calmly he explains it. Now, I'll give you a little bit more context here. According to Lorenzo's co-defendant, Lorenzo basically knocked out the two victims. He put Galehouse in a sleeper hold. He covered Wachholz's face with a rag soaked in ether. They never regained consciousness. They both died.
That's so
and
weird.
From there,
when,
Lorenzo and
same with Brooks, he got
Schweikert
to,
allegedly
talk
dismembered
to his,
Galehouse,
people.
put his
It's-
body parts in different dumpsters.
Yeah,
it's our understanding the body has never been recovered.
I'm covered. I feel I'm covered. I feel good about it. Thank you.
Let me ask you this. Throughout these proceedings, including the penalty phase, you've indicated that you want the court to impose the death penalty. Is that still your position?
Yes, that sure is.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to explain, but yes.
No, I don't need any explanation. I just wanted to make sure that nothing has changed from your desire as to the sentence that you wish the court to impose on Friday.
Yes, I sure do. Yes, nothing's changed on that.
All right.
Now that Mr. Lorenzo has presented no other argument, no other evidence, we will stand on the proceedings, the previous proceedings, the arguments, the evidence, and the sworn testimony. So that's all we have, John. Thank you.
All right.
A few days later, it was time for the judge to deliver his sentence, and Lorenzo spoke before hearing the decision.
The sooner that I get euthanized, as far as I'm concerned, the faster I can get, the sooner I can get, fetch myself a new body and come back again, a fresh body. That's how I look at it, because that's how it is. That's how it's spiritual work. We're eternal beings. So the way I look at it is the sooner I euthanize, the sooner I can come back. I've got better things to do with my time than to hang out and spend the next 15, 20 years on death row or in any prison system. So that's what I'm asking for. It's selfish. That's what I want. So that's all I really have to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I don't know if what you say is perhaps some form of reverse psychology, nor do I care. I will not consider what you want in issuing my sentence.
I know that. Yes.
All right. So I am then ready to proceed. Did you have anything else that you want to say?
No, I'm pretty good. I'm looking forward to getting this over with. It's been 5 long years.
All right. I sentence you, Mr. Lorenzo, to death. That is the punishment that you deserve for these horrific crimes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I
And
appreciate it.
Mr. Lorenzo, may God have mercy on your soul.
My soul is fine. Thank you, sir.
Interesting move by a convicted criminal. You know, I guess you could call this self-representation
call that
in this situation
interesting.
a success. He got what he wanted. And again, as the judge said, this isn't about what Lorenzo wanted. This is about justice. Given the gravity of these crimes, not surprised by the outcome. All right, everybody, that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid people who should get a lawyer instead of trying to do it themselves, because that's just stupid. But still, 4 hours, 13 minutes, 2:15 my time. They are at lunch. We can try have a look at that Clancy case that Marco talked about. This should be I think this is the one you talked about, Marco. I haven't seen it, so let's watch it together.
The parties with Ms. Clancy participating from the hospital that she is in. This is done to ensure, and it's on Zoom, that the public has as much access as possible to court business. It also ensures any privacy rights of people doing business at the hospital and helps the hospital in dealing with what they need to deal with on a daily basis. And both sides have assented to doing the arraignment this way. At this point in time, there is court staff that is at the hospital. Mr. Jackson, can you hear me? And is Ms. Clancy in a position that the two of you can hear me?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Clancy, at any point in time, if you needed to speak to your attorney.
Did it help when the audio automatically boomed up? I think it was the feed that was low. I didn't touch anything. They touched something.
You can indicate that you'd like to speak to your attorney, and we can make arrangements to go off record where you would be able to have a private call with your attorney if that became necessary. Very good. I will first hear, I've had a chance to review the court filing in its entirety. I have had a chance, there were documentation from a treating surgeon, as well as some letters that were also submitted to the court. I have had a chance to review all of those documents. Commonwealth, I'll take from you first.
Your Honor, I apologize, excuse me, counsel. Your Honor, I would request, much like we do many times with an identification issue, that rather than have the Zoom focus directly on her, you know she can hear, you know that she's able to understand what's going on based on the response by the court officer. I'd ask if they could just avert the camera somewhat so that she's not constantly center of that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Given the arrangements, I think it's fine the way it is. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, shall I arraign this young lady?
Yes, you may proceed with the arraignment, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Clancy, on docket 2359 CR 153, the court has a complaint charging you under 265 section 1, count 1 murder, juvenile 1. Count 2, 265 section 1 murder, juvenile 2. Count 3, 265 15D big A, strangulation or suffocation, juvenile 1. Count 4, 265 15D big A, strangulation, suffocation, juvenile 2. Count 5, 265 15D big A, strangulation or suffocation, juvenile 3. Count 6, 265 15A big A, assault, battery, dangerous weapon, two-way exercise rope, juvenile 1. Count 7, assault and battery, 265 15A with a dangerous weapon, two-wit exercise rope, juvenile 2. And count 8, 265 15A, assault and battery, dangerous weapon, exercise rope, two-wit, juvenile 3. Ma'am, a plea of not guilty will be entered. Please be advised while this case is pending, any violation of state, federal, or local law may result in bail being revoked and be held without bail.
Commonwealth, I'll hear from you first.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is requesting that the defendant be held without bail.
Marco, did she try and unalive herself as well? Because I read that she's appearing intubated from the hospital bed, and I can see there's a hearing 2 weeks ago that also happened in a hospital. So if you know, did she try and maybe we'll find out later, but you seem to have a prior knowledge of this case. Oh my God, the bag's under my eyes. Well, we just let it run while I cry about my bags. Oh, Sue, she jumped from the second story after she did. Oh, yeah. That's a bad one. I hate kid cases. There were the two from Flox's team who drove off a cliff in California too. They can't go to trial. They can go straight down to where It's burning all the time. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. That's why I love this community. We help each other because I can't keep up with all of these cases. But let's see where this leads us. This is in Massachusetts. Come on. Come on. Work for me, baby. Work for me. Come on. Did I lose internet? No, I didn't lose internet. Come on. Is it because I went? No, I'm not over. What is happening?
Two 6515A, assault and battery, dangerous weapon, exercise rope to whip juvenile 3. Man, a plea of not guilty will be entered. Please be advised while this case is pending, any violation of state, federal, local law may result in bail being revoked and be held without bail.
Commonwealth, I'll hear from you first.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is requesting that the defendant be held without bail based on the facts of the case, the strength of the Commonwealth's case, and the potential penalty. On Friday, January 27, 2023, using an erasable whiteboard because she was still temporarily intubated, one of the first questions that Lindsay Clancy asked was, "Do I need an attorney?" She knew that she had murdered her children, and she had the clarity, focus, and mental acumen to focus on protecting her own rights and interests. The following is a summary of the events that led to the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy. On the morning of Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, the defendant took her 5-year-old daughter, Cora, to the pediatrician's for an appointment. She interacted with a receptionist, nursing staff, and a doctor. There were apparently no issues with the defendant's demeanor or behavior as she completed the appointment and was allowed to leave with Cora without any issues or concerns. When she returned home, she went outside with Cora and her 3-year-old son, Dawson, to play in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent photos to her mother and to the defendant, strike that, to her husband. She texted with them. Nothing in the text was out of the ordinary or any sign of any distress or trouble. Back inside later that day at 4:02 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone Kids Miralax. She then searched that Takeout 3V via her cell phone at 4:13 p.m. Immediately after doing that, she used Apple Maps on her phone to determine how long it would take someone to drive from her home in Duxbury to 3V restaurant in Plymouth. So she would know how long someone would be gone if they ran that errand. She next went on the CVS website at 4:47 p.m. and then called CVS on Summer Street in Kingston. She spoke to the manager of CVS and asked if they had the Kids Miralax. The manager told her no, but they had other similar medications. According to the manager of CVS, her voice did not sound slurred or impaired in any way. She had no trouble understanding the defendant, and it was a perfectly normal conversation. At 4:53 p.m., the defendant texted her husband, who was working in his home office in their basement. She texted, "Any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day." This was an unusual request, as when the family ordered takeout, they usually go somewhere closer to home, but it was a place that they had been in the past. Patrick Clancy texted back yes, and then the defendant asked him to check the menu. At 5:06 p.m.,
My brain is stopped working. It's 7:30 right now in Wisconsin, right?
the husband texted the defendant asking what she was going to get. She responded, "A Mediterranean power bowl." She spelled it correctly, and it was something that was on the menu. He then told her that he wanted the scallop and pork belly risotto. At 5:10 p.m., the defendant called 3V Restaurant to place the order.
Thanks, Audra.
She got the order correct. She gave the correct name for pickup, Patrick. The hostess who took the call said there was nothing out of the ordinary about this call. She was able to understand the defendant, that her voice was not slurred or impaired in any way. At 5:15 p.m., Patrick Clancy headed out the door to run these errands at the defendant's request. As he left, she texted him PDLX liquid stool softener. Surveillance footage shows Mr. Clancy at CVS on Summer Street in Kingston at 5:32 p.m. He goes to the medication aisle, the children's medication aisle.
Farrell, how long have you been following cases? If you do it because you want to hide something. If you don't do it, you do it because you want to hide something. If you might not have done it, it's still wrong. Everything is wrong. And they should be admonished that they can't use her. What amendment is the right to counsel? The fifth is the right to shut up. The sixth is the sixth the right to counsel. Again, I'm not American and I can't think right now. Or 14th, I can't remember. But yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to use that against her. Scallop and pork belly risotto. What's I'm getting hungry. It's been a while since I've eaten. But what's a Mediterranean power bowl? I was more about thinking about that.
Phone records show that he called the defendant at 5:33 p.m. and she did not answer the phone. She then calls him back at 5:34 p.m. and the call lasted 14 seconds. He's there at the store unsure of which medication to get, and she tells him exactly what she wants. He had no issues communicating with her. It was a completely normal call, although he did mention that she seemed like she was in the middle of something. He is on surveillance footage during this time, exiting that aisle and appeared to be using his phone. He then heads to the register, makes his purchase, and leaves the store at 5:37 p.m. He's next seen on footage at 3B restaurant at 5:54 p.m. He picks up the food and he's out of there within a minute. When he arrives home, the first thing he noticed was the silence.
Sixth Amendment, I was
He did
right.
not see or hear the defendant or the children.
Jeepers.
He actually called her cell phone
I
at
should be
6:09
an
p.m.
American.
looking for them, and she did not answer. He went to their bedroom on the second floor and the door was locked. He was able to open it, and when he looked inside, he saw blood on the floor in front of a full-length mirror.
Please don't talk about food.
He immediately runs downstairs and into the backyard, where he finds the defendant laying on the ground. She appeared to have cuts on her wrists and neck, but he stated to 911 that those wounds were no longer bleeding. She was conscious. He called 911. During this time, he asked the defendant, "What did you do?" She responded to him, "I tried to kill myself and jumped out the window." During the 911 call, Patrick can be heard asking the defendant, "Where are the kids?" He later told police that she replied, "In the basement." So immediately after this happened, she knew what she had done and she knew where the kids were. When EMS arrived, he asked them to stay with her so he could go find his kids. The 911 call kept going. Patrick can be heard on the 911 call entering the home and heading to the basement. At one point, he calls out, "Guys." He can then be heard screaming in agony and shock as he found his children. His screams seem to get louder and more agonized as the time passes.
Lights just came on
Cora
in the
and
courtroom.
Callan were on the
Is it
floor in
an
the den area of the
indication?
finished
I don't
basement,
know.
which is to
Is
the
it the
left when you
cleaner?
walk down the
I don't
stairs.
know.
While Dawson was alone on the floor in his father's home office, which is to the right when you go down the stairs. Each child still had the exercise band that was used to strangle them tied around their necks when their father found them. Dawson and Callan were face down on the floor. Cora was on her side with her torso turned towards the floor. He removed the bands and begged them to breathe.
Yeah, I just want
He
some Dairy
continued to
Queen.
scream uncontrollably and screamed for officers
I
to come
should
to the
go to
basement.
McDonald's right now.
The dispatchers are hearing this and they send help down to the basement. And when they encounter Patrick, he yells out, "She killed the kids." The police rushed the children to ambulances that brought them to the hospital. And unfortunately, Cora and Dawson
Yeah,
were declared dead at
we
the
are
hospital.
in my longest stream
Callan
right
was
now.
med-flighted to Boston Children's
9
Hospital.
hours and 50
Medical
minutes
staff
was my
able to restart
longest.
his pulse, but not his brain activity. He was placed on life support for several days before passing away. The defendant was transported to South Shore Hospital and then to a Boston area hospital where she remains. She sustained several broken
Please
bones
call
in her
me a
back
pet
and the
rock.
rib cage. The police were able to find several notebooks in the defendant's home pursuant to a search warrant, and also notes on her phone that were similar to journal entries.
Welcome to
In
Europe.
the months, weeks, and days preceding January
I'm going
24th,
to Rome next
2023,
year. We'll meet
the
up.
defendant meticulously detailed her daily activities, her children's lives, her mental state, and her medication use. Her writing was clear, precise, and articulate. She never indicated that she was hallucinating, delusional, or had disordered thoughts or speech. In all of her writing, she appears to know who she is, where she is, the date, and with whom she's interacted. She wrote a note on her phone the day before killing the children, stating that she had, quote, "a touch of postpartum anxiety," end quote. around returning to her. The defendant was initially diagnosed, according to her husband, with generalized anxiety disorder. She was then evaluated at the Women and Infant Center for Women's Behavioral Health in Providence, Rhode Island on December 20th, 2022. There, after an evaluation, she was told in the presence of her husband that by psychiatrists that she did not have postpartum depression and that she had no symptoms of postpartum depression. She wrote in her journal that at times she had suicidal ideation in December of 2022, and she also told her husband that she had suicidal thoughts and on one occasion had thoughts of harming her children. But she did not write or voice those thoughts after a stay at McLean Hospital. When she had those thoughts, she consulted with a psychiatrist and with her husband, and then she committed herself to McLean Hospital on January 1st, 2023. She was discharged by the hospital on January 5th, 2023, and the hospital did not file any paperwork at that time attempting to have her committed as a danger to herself or others. She also kept meticulous and detailed daily medication logs in a diary that she wrote. She detailed that she had difficulties with each of the medications that were prescribed to her. And when she had issues with those medications, she detailed how her doctor had her stop that medication or wean off of it and then try something else. They were trying different medications to see what would work for her, what would benefit her. According to her husband, she was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at one time. And at the time of the murder, she was taking only 3 medications.
She was never on more than 4 to 5 medications at a time. And at the time, she was on only 3 medications. I need Jamie right now. Jamie, why did you leave me? Isn't that a lot? Being on 4 to 5 medications. I have a chronic back pain, and I have 2, normal pain medication, if you want to call that. I have 3 kinds of medication I can take, and one of them I only take if it's really, really bad. 4 to 5. Well, not for Lyme. Well, I don't know. I just feel 4 to 5. Saying like she was only on 3. It's I feel 3 pills is a lot. Yeah, we call it birth depression in Denmark. Yeah, it's not taken seriously enough by not when it's with the moms, but also that dads can have it as well. Especially the dads, they're never recognized if they have it. That's too much. It's called script bread. That's what happened when Big Pharma runs everything in the country. Yeah. Again, yeah. How do each of those connect to each other? Yeah, especially because is some up, is some down, is some. I have a friend who had some. He's on the spectrum, and he has a cholesterol problem. So he has to take some very strong medication to fight his cholesterol. And those 2 medications worked against each other. So either he could, as his doctor said, either you'll go crazy or you'll die of a heart attack. And if you go crazy, you'll probably yourself. So he was in a rock and a hard place. He couldn't do that. And when the disease we can't talk about, he was directly told, if we give this to you with that kind of cholesterol medicine, we absolutely can't guarantee what will happen. So because it's an experimental cholesterol medicine, so it's just 4 or 5. It's it's multiple mood stabilizers and narcotics. That's it's and again, if you're depressed, we just give you a pill. If it doesn't work, we just give you 2. That's the problem. with modern medicine is we just give you another pill. As I was told by my doctor when I was sent to a pain treatment clinic because I have this my back always hurts and my nerves doesn't work as well as they did once. He said, if you go to that clinic, you will come out a drug addict. Because if the first pill don't work, they'll give you another one and another one and another one. They don't teach you how to manage your pain, live with your pain. You have to do that on your own. And that's the big problem with it's too easy to give us a pill and just go and see what Oxy did to America. I have to go grab something to eat because
And said to the
this
police
has
that she
gone on
always took
longer.
medications as
We've
prescribed.
just passed 11 hours.
After her stay at McLean, the defendant appeared to be getting better, according to her husband.
This is a
She
long one.
slept well, interacted with friends and
That's what
family.
she
went
said.
out with her kids and husband to places like the Kingsbury Club in Duxbury, the Charlie Horse Restaurant, the Museum of Science in Boston, the Cape Codder down the Cape, interacting with her family and the public without any apparent difficulties. She even stayed alone with the children on several occasions without any issues in January of 2023. Her husband asked her in mid-January, "Are you still having suicidal thoughts?" And she said no. The defendant's parents visited the family the weekend of January 21st, 2023. They interacted with the defendant in person. The defendant was able to run errands while her mom watched the children. She texted back and forth with her mother, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about these text messages. In fact, the defendant texted her mother on January 22nd, 2023 to ask how her ride home went. During this conversation, the defendant's mother wrote, quote, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better," end quote. On the night of the killings, Patrick Clancy was interviewed by the police at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth Hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days. She was smiling and happy, and there was no indication that she was going to harm the kids. No one at all described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the murder or on the day of the murders themselves. On February 5th, 2023, this past Sunday at 1:35 p.m., while sitting with Dr. Paul Zeisel, the psychologist hired by defense counsel to evaluate her mental state, the defendant used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. She left a voicemail stating that she loved him. Yesterday, on February 6, 2023, at 10:09 a.m., she again used Dr. Zeisel's cell phone to call her husband. This time he answered, and during this call, the defendant stated that after he left the house that night, she killed the kids because she heard a voice and had, quote, "a moment of psychosis," end quote. He asked her what voices she heard, and she said she heard a man's voice telling her to kill the kids and kill herself because it was her last chance. Patrick Clancy told the police the defendant had never heard voices before. He also told the police the defendant had never used the word psychosis to him before. The first time she used that word psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by defense counsel and using his cell phone. The defendant actually wrote a note on her phone on October 25th, approximately 3 months before this happened, October 25th, 2022. She wrote, quote, "I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids." She then wrote that she wants to have more kids eventually. The children were killed by ligature strangulation. Ligature strangulation causes the victim to become unconscious anywhere from 10 seconds up to a minute. The more the victim...
Dave, what's going on is I'm getting delirious and having a crunch bar to try and get a little energy back in my system. I thought we should be drinking it at 12-hour streams, but not today. It's a good bar. It is exactly 2:39 a.m. my time. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. I'll put the sound back on and turn my mic off because this is a crunchy crunch bar. Oh, don't do that. Play nice. Come on.
struggles, the longer it takes.
Thank you.
After the victim is unconscious, the ligature must be held in place with force, squeezing the neck for up to an additional 4 to 5 minutes to cause death. Therefore, she had to strangle each of them to unconsciousness and then make sure the bands were squeezing their little necks for several minutes. She could have changed her mind at any point during that time and removed those bands from their necks, and she did not. The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband left the home that night. She created the situation, and she used Apple Maps to make sure she would have enough time to strangle each child before her husband returned from where she had sent him. The defendant is a danger to herself and others. She planned these murders, gave herself the time and privacy needed to commit the murders, and then she strangled each child in the place where they should have felt the safest, at home with their mom. She did so with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. And to supplement what the defense counsel has provided, I have a statement of here I can file with the court. And thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Your Honor, my request is that the court not enter what I would suggest is an inhumane order, ordering this woman to be incarcerated. We all know, as people that work in the system, that jails and prisons are woefully deficient in medical care of the most basic type. We all know that this is an individual, as Your Honor knows from reading Dr. Ricard's letter, who is in dire medical condition. We all know that this woman is, as counsel concedes apparently, a danger to herself. I question whether she would ever make it to a trial. She's suicidal. She's extremely emotional. However, she's unable and has been unable to express any happiness or sadness or cry. And in fact, sometime about a month or two ago, she made the comment, "I just wish that I could feel something." Now, our society fails miserably in treating women with postpartum depression or even postpartum psychosis. It's medicate, medicate, medicate. Throw the pills at you and then see how it works. If it doesn't work, increase the dose or decrease the dose. Then end up trying another combination of medications. We're talking a relatively short period of time from when that baby was born in October up until January, when this incident occurred, Your Honor, that she was on such significant dosage of medication. Your Honor knows that Cora was born in 2017. It was a very uneventful, normal pregnancy and delivery. No issues afterwards as far as anxiety. Dawson was born in 2018. Again, it was a normal birth. She had no significant issues as far as anxiety. She did have to have stitches and she was sore, and that was about it. Then, of course, Callan was born. When Callan was born, she ended up becoming depressed and suffered from significant anxiety, as a result of which she consulted with a number of doctors. A number of doctors indicated that she would be able to sleep, she would be able to feel, she would be able to emote once these medications kicked in. And again, as I say, our medical in our society completely abandons women with this condition. It's easy to say, come on, you have a healthy baby. You have a wonderful husband. You're able to take care of your kids in your home. You're lucky. Take the pills, you'll be okay. Well, they put her on a number of medications. They put her on Prozac, which Your Honor is well aware, is known as SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Your Honor knows that along with some of these medications, they have the black box warning from the FDA, may cause suicidal ideation, may cause homicidal ideation. She was on Ativan. She was on Benadryl. And then she ended up being told, okay, because she was complaining about the effects of the Prozac, they said, stop the Prozac, we'll find something else. They put her on Remeron. Then they added on Seroquel. And Your Honor, I attached from David Benjamin, the toxicologist, some papers with the submission. And Your Honor can see the side effects that this Seroquel causes. She was having bad thoughts. She was having worsening depression. Her husband suffered through that.
Verdict reached. Verdict reached. I'm just gonna I can't think. I just have to do my share my stuff on the X, and hopefully people who have been following will be coming back, because there should be a verdict. But how fast, I don't know. Maybe I can entice Jamie back as well. Oh. I'm not mad that we're gonna get a verdict. Hey, bud. You just came
Hey, how
just
you
in
doing,
time
man?
for. Oh, I'm very happy that I just saw that verdict has been reached in the other trial. So,
Dude, awesome. Like, I really
so
thought,
I
like, you're an
can.
Iron Man. Like I saw you on here, and I was like, "There's no way this is gonna be a rerun." By the way, my camera doesn't work, so that everything's all messed up. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, but you look lovely as always.
Oh, you're too kind, sir. You're too kind. Too kind.
Yeah.
I was
am the
talking about you
biggest
earlier today.
simp. Yeah, hopefully something nice this time. I was called a
very
pet
nice.
rock earlier.
A pet rock.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of cool.
Hey, Caitlin.
No, Caitlin, my camera doesn't work for some reason because I had to have an update probably.
I hate it, especially when you need it. It's always when they break down.
It's done it for like 3 Fridays now, and I saw it this afternoon. It was like a mandatory, like very important update. Of course, they're always important. No, but I'm not important enough to need an update.
Everybody may be seated.
This is cool.
Has the jury reached a verdict? If you could give the verdict to Terry and she'll handle it.
I'm happy to stick it out for all of you. I just hope they didn't demonetize, but they did. And I don't know why. I thought it would be easy to get monetized. It's nothing but trouble.
State of Wisconsin versus Lori Phillips, La Crosse County case number 20 CF 364. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Lori Phillips, not guilty. Signed by the juror foreperson, dated this 10th day of November 2023.
Members of the jury, as to count one, is that your verdict? I just need you to say yes in unison if that's correct.
Yes.
Right. Would either party like me to poll the jury?
No. No, Your Honor.
With that, members of the jury, you are now completed your service.
And my
You've been having
monetization
5
is
hard
back on.
days here.
That's nice.
Sorry, the food came late, but
Can you take the
this has
food
been a
with you?
difficult trial. I understand that.
No, they had the food.
I will talk to you once we're done, and we'll talk about how we go from here. I do need to inform you, or I can inform you, you do not have to answer questions about the case with anyone other than the court. There is no requirement that you maintain secrecy concerning what happened in the jury room, but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or
A little
answer
over
any
4.5
questions
hours.
about it. You are
For a verdict?
and I do give a little bit more advice, which is if you are willing to talk to somebody like the attorneys, sometimes they want to know
Awesome,
what happened.
man. I'm for you. You're
always
awesome. I can't believe
welcome
you
to
made
talk
it
about
through. You're
your
man, Iron Man.
experience. I'd ask you not to talk about the other jurors.
I'm just
and let
happy
them,
that finally,
say what
because
they
I've
would
been
like.
burned on so many cases. where
Otherwise,
was
I
always
do
pulled
thank
out.
you so much for this whole week.
So
It's been a
it's
very
nice
difficult
to
week, very
finally,
difficult to end
after
here, and I appreciate
11
all your
hours and
attention and
15
all your hard
minutes
work. I
sitting
will be
here
right
and
up
not
there.
feeling
Thank you
like
again.
I'm gonna go drink a bottle of bourbon because I'm mad again.
Well,
And
I'll
it's-
tell you what. How about this? You are 15 away from 100 likes. Come on, guys. Let's get this up there. And even if you're leaving, if you do something else, get someone else you know to come back over and hit a like. You can go back once the stream's over and add likes. I mean, you can't add likes, but you can get people in here. But yeah, let's break 100. That'd be awesome for this. I mean, Baker's
With
been
the
here
finding
doing
of
this. This is awesome, man.
The
Sorry, I'll stop
verdict,
talking
the
now.
court will find that
thank you
Ms.
so
Phillips
much.
is acquitted at this point of
I'm
the
not good
count.
at drifting.
You're released from, I don't even believe there was a bond because of
I can do it for you.
the appeal process. But the case is now concluded. Is there anything further from the state at all?
No.
Anything further from defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
One last thing is, I know this is difficult for both families here. I'd ask just for, we have court officers here. If the family, and I know there's a large part of the family for Mr. Phillips here, why don't we have you go out first, and then we'll have Ms.
Yeah, he know.
Gamoki, our family, go out
He
next.
knew it when the state rested.
I never know what to say to everybody about something like this.
Murph,
This is
we're
very
gonna go
difficult,
back and,
now
and
it's a
watch it
time to
again.
heal, to try to figure out
People
how we
are
feel.
filtering in, so we're gonna
I
go
hope,
back again,
I
so
know it's
everyone
been a
can hear it.
difficult week.
And
And
then
actually, I
the
appreciate
expert can
that you're
go
all
and set
here.
up his stream,
That
and I
it's
can redirect
important for
over
the
to
criminal
him.
justice system, for everybody to be here.
Well, I appreciate you there.
Take care.
Go set it
Everybody
up so
be
I can
safe.
redirect you.
All
I'll
right?
be jumping
Thank
off
you.
right after this.
I will
So
look at
start
that,
a bit
man.
early.
I have no camera. Well, hang on. Are you not going to wait till they leave the courtroom?
I'm gonna
I'll
go
tell you what.
back and watch this
You
again
ought, yeah.
and talk it down. So go set it up and
I'm going to. I don't know where I am. That's always good. You know that. I never know where I am.
But if you go over there and get ready, then I can redirect you. I'll come on and griff for you a little bit, and then I'm gonna get a little bit to eat after that, or maybe before. I don't know.
I am trying to send you that link right now, and there you go. I think I did that. Guys, hey, listen, everybody, seriously, as a heart attack, make sure your notifications are turned on. Be sure, look, the baker, you guys don't understand. I've done these, and it is awful. It is, you'll feel when he gets done. How long have you been streaming for today, Baker?
11 hours, 17 minutes.
Holy cow, dude. I did a 12-hour stream when I hit 500 subs. And when it was over, I got up, I walked Brown Dog just down the street, and everything looked weird. Like it was dark, but it was like everything was like trying to focus, come back into play. Guys, you have no idea what this does to you physically. So please help Baker out, man. I mean, this is really cool. Baker's a friend of mine. Okay. We hang out and stuff, but like, this is it's a big case. When you spend that much time, you guys aren't getting that personalized, experience anywhere else but here. I mean, you can watch the same trial, but you got to go somewhere else that sucks. Because they're just going to sit there and be like, I'm going to say, this is why you object, and this way, and they don't know what they're talking about. Baker sits here and he makes you laugh. He's got great stories. He has Jamie. Jamie's 90% of the reason why you're here. I get that. But please be sure, sub to the Baker, hit that thumbs up, and also tell your parents, tell your children, tell the wino down at the corner asking for money as you walk into the liquor store. Tell them yeah, sure, I'll give you $1, but you got to subscribe to Broken Baker. Brother, I love you to death, man. We're gonna have a wild night over there. It's gonna be a chill stream. I've got a lot of stuff I gotta do in the morning. You know how that is. But thank you all. Please, again, it's all about Baker. And we're trying to get him to America. So we got to get his numbers up. Pump those numbers up. Brother,
thank you so much. Go have fun. I'll drop by later.
All right, peace, brother.
Oh, and I have to do this now. My voice just. Iris, thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't go to bed because this would have been the devil hour where I wouldn't be able to wake up if anyone wrote me. But thank you so much for being here. It's been one of my best streams ever. We have been in Jamie is very happy she had people stopping by, so she couldn't be here. But thank you so much, Iris. I could do it, but it wouldn't be any fun to do this without all of you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, especially the last couple of hours since Jamie got off. It's and Marco, thank you so much for that interesting case. I will be looking into it a little bit more down the road, but tomorrow I'll hopefully do my stabby day and then have fun. Malimac, thank you so much for your very first super chat. Sorry. Again, thank you for sticking out with me. We kept the numbers above 50 after we went on Verdict Watch. That's great numbers for me. I got my stream demonetized and remonetized again, so hopefully I get $5 out of that from YouTube as well. And thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I love each and every one of you. It wasn't this one. It's Smurf Turf. You're the champ. Thank you so much, and we will replay the verdict in a little bit, so you can hear it. You came in a little bit late, but I went on X as soon as I saw they changed it. Normally they give you 5, 10, 15 minutes before they read the verdict, but he was really fast. And thank you so much, Merv Turf. You're one of the ones who've been here one of the longest times. Thank you so much. Hobo chat will also be welcome. I love everyone who wants to participate. And Iris also gifted 5 memberships. Caitlin got a membership. Sue just started watching us doing this trial, and now she's a member. Half Iris got one. Bookworm, who's also new, and Restless Mom. A lot of new names we haven't seen before. I'm really happy we get some memberships going, because hopefully people will come back and watch this trial. Or not this trial, another trial. But thank you so much, Iris. You are a super sweetheart. Let's see. This trial turned out interesting, and yeah, I was really, really happy that we got what we should get in this case, because I have to say, the Carolyn Thaler case broke me. I really got too emotional about that one. Half Irish, and you're Irish. Yeah, I know that. Did you walk the puppy, or? Oh, and Jamie. Jamie, you shouldn't have. You should get money for your last foundation instead of. And thank you so much for always being here for me, Jamie. You only let me hang for 3 hours tonight, but I love you anyway. And of course, Caitlin, my new member. Thank you so much. And Caitlin, we have to make a stream at some point together. You are fun people to hang out with. So I was about to send you, when I saw you in chat, to send you an invite, because I know you were getting ready for the experts chat. But thank you so much for the super chat. And I was called a pet rock earlier, so I can live with that I rock. Thanks for all the laughs, drawings, demonstratives, so we all understand the trial. Always fun here. Well, we try to make it fun. I know someone complained that Jamie and I giggle a little bit. But that's our brand. YouTube only uploads 12-hour streams. Well, I have 37 minutes to go. But Rossman Rance, thank you. You're also one of the OGs. I love each and every one of you. And Turf gifted 5 memberships. Jamie was gifted a membership. Oh, you're a member now, Jamie. That's nice. I think it's another Jamie. Kel, Miss Smith, White Paint, and Andy McLaren got those memberships. Thank you so much for the memberships, Murph. And let's go back and watch the verdict one more time for the people who got here a little bit late. And see if I can find it. Come on. Lucky number. Click, click, click.
Everybody may be seated. Has the jury reached a verdict? If you could give the verdict to Terry, and she'll handle it.
Thank you much, Bookworm.
State of Wisconsin versus Lori Phillips, Lacrosse County case number 20 CF 364. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, Lori Phillips, not guilty. Signed by the juror foreperson, dated this 10th day of November 2023.
Members of the jury, as to count one, is that your verdict?
No, not now. Not now. Come on. Get back to it.
You just say yes in unison if that's correct.
Yes.
Right. Would either party like me to poll the jury?
No. No, Your Honor.
With that, members of the jury, you are now completed your service. You've been having 5 hard days here. Sorry, the food came late, but this has been a difficult trial. I understand that. I will talk to you once we're done, and we'll talk about how we go from here. I do need to inform you, or I can inform you, you do not have to answer questions about the case with anyone other than the court. There is no requirement that you maintain secrecy concerning what happened in the jury room, but you do not have to discuss the case with anyone or answer any questions about it. You are, and I do give a little bit more advice, which is if you are willing to talk to somebody like the attorneys, sometimes they want to know what happened. You're always welcome to talk about your experience. I'd ask you not to talk about the other jurors and let them say what they would like. Otherwise, I do thank you so much for this whole week. It's been a very difficult week, very difficult to end here, and I appreciate all your attention and all your hard work. I will be right up there. Thank you again.
Yeah, between this trial and the Maya verdict, it has been a week where I feel the good guys won. Not that I have anything against the state, but this wasn't proven, and it's the right verdict they got here. You have to say that. And in the Maya case, I really hated what court TV did to her with her, oh, she's out partying and she's in no pain. I don't even believe that she has the disease. What are we watching next week? Well, hopefully Monday I will go to Germany buying some candy, some marzipan for New Year's, and maybe a little bit of beer and booze. I earned it, I feel like. Other than that, I don't know. Whatever comes up, I don't think there's any of the more known cases in the pipeline right now. We'll see. Jamie and I always find something, and hopefully, if any of you have any great idea, like Marco today, who got me thinking about a new case, please, brokenbaker22@gmail. Send it my way, and I'll try to I'll try to look into it, and if we have the time, and I'm really the 3 to 4 hour long trials. I'm really not. Then it have to be a big one because I like these small 1 week, 2 weeks, and yes, everyone as a Danish veteran, even though we don't have veteran days like you do. Happy Veterans Day to all of you, and yeah, for us in in the real world. It's Remembrance Day for the British. It's Armistice Day, or whatever they call it, the day the First World Kerfuffle ended at 11/11, where they signed the peace in the Compiègne forest in Paris. But thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to redirect you over to the expert if that guy ever gets his stream going, but you'll still end up over there. I actually have some puppies. My dad used to, mom and dad used to be contact persons for the British Embassy. We have a monument for a flight crew that was shot down in the Second World Kerfuffle out here, and my parents did a lot to keep their memory. So we have a few of the puppies. They were always invited to Remembrance Day at the British Embassy. Well, I'm more exhausted than hot right now, and I started out. I did my enlistment in the Navy, so I've been there. But thank him for his service. It's always, in times like we're living in right now, it's good to remember that some are willing to stand on the front line, and we should thank them, because it's not an easy life. I've been deployed, and it's not always fun. It's kind of like being in prison. But thank you all so very much for my longest stream ever, and I kept the numbers running all the way through, or you did. Kept the I should just stop talking. Well, I'm yesterday it said I had been streaming for 7 hours when it was 1 hour, but the expert is live. I need to get some blood running, get the brain compartment working. Thank you all so much. Love you all. Hopefully, I'll be awake tomorrow at 9 Eastern. We'll do Stab Your Day with Mo, Sal, and Jamie if they have the time. See you all again, well, in 12 hours my time. Bye.
Do you know the Muffin Man?